So, I mean, if I was to put, you know, the Artemis mission,
No?
they just went back to the moon. They're saying they went back to the moon.
Oh yeah, I heard of that.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing you're talking about, right? They show you pictures and then you say, oh, wow, the Earth's a globe because it's a globe in the picture.
No, I don't say it, but like I'm pretty sure it's a scientific fact that Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, well, that's what we all used to believe as well, but you probably haven't really investigated into it. Like most people haven't. They just believe it's
Yeah,
a
but
fact.
okay, I'll let you talk. My bad.
Yeah, well, most people grow up just believing that the Earth's a globe, and they never really question it, and they've never been presented with any alternative arguments, usually. But when we actually go out and do tests over the surface of the Earth, we can't find the curvature that should be there. We can see things that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth very consistently. And we can't find any evidence of that curvature that would have to be there because things in the distance should be starting to get hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? And they would be getting hidden behind the horizon. When we go out looking for that horizon that should hide things, we can't find any sign of it. We can see it 20 times further away, 10 times further away. So,
Wait, but
um,
you don't have like as much power and as much research power and materials as NASA, right?
that's correct.
So don't you think like the people with more research power and more knowledge about it actually know it better than you?
Well, if you can find me one of them that has gone out and tested the Earth, and you can present the evidence that it's a globe that isn't just faith based, then I'd be more than happy to have a look at it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is something like that out there, but I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So, investigate it, try to find something. The more you look into it, you'll find that that doesn't actually exist. And I don't think that NASA is lying about the shape of the Earth. I think that most of the people that work at NASA genuinely
So
believe that the Earth is a globe, just like you do.
so they are wrong.
Yeah, I would say that they're wrong. I wouldn't say that they're lying. I would say that they're wrong. And
Wait,
most of them have.
is
Mhm.
your job like checking if the Earth is flat?
No, it's not my job. It's like a hobby.
But someone's job is. So don't you think he knows better?
Whose job? I mean, yeah. So find me whose job it is to check, and how did they check, and then show me what they did, because I don't think that that's anyone's job. Maybe it's
Is it someone's job
So
to tell us
wait,
that
wait.
unicorns don't exist?
No, so you think like someone in NASA and someone just guessed it? Just said
well, no, I don't think they guessed it. I think that they're just believing what they get taught at the universities. I think
told
they're
from
just
who? Someone has to check it though.
okay. So yeah, let's date that back and try to find who checked it. Who checked it? And the further you look back, you're not going to find anyone that actually checked it. You're going to get people um, that assumed it's a globe through philosophical reasoning. People like Pythagoras, for example.
Wait,
Not
then
because.
why am I not able to see like all ships sail?
Well, you can see ships far beyond where you should be able to see ships, but then we also have the atmospheric conditions, and we have like the air is, you can't see forever through the air because the air is thick. So maybe once a ship is past 20 miles away or something like that, you can't see it anymore because the air is not clear. It's not perfectly clear over long distances. There's dust and
And
pollution
and
and all that.
what about the stars though?
Yeah, so when you're looking upward, you're not looking through the thickness of the atmosphere. You're looking through the thin part. So it gets thin very quickly as you're going up in altitude. So when you're looking up through the air, you're looking up into the thin part of the air. So you can see the stars, you can see the moon, but when you look through the air horizontally, right, straight ahead, the air is 40 times thicker, 40 times more dense. So you can't see very far. You can check the weather report and say, what is the visibility today? And it will say 10 kilometers,
Yeah,
15
I know that, but
kilometers.
if
Yeah.
Earth was actually flat, like everyone would be able to see every star regardless their location.
Well, depending on what you think stars are, and depending on how you think about how our perspective works. Now, if you're let me give you an example, right? Let's say you have a big giant warehouse and you're standing on one side of the warehouse and you have lights up on the ceiling. Let's say the warehouse is 1,000 kilometers across, giant warehouse. Okay, you can see the lights above you in the warehouse on the ceiling, but you can't see the lights on the other side of the warehouse because they're too far away for you to see. Your perspective doesn't allow you to see that far. Okay, so if you're in a different place on the earth, you have a field of view due to your perspective and due to your limitations of how far you can see through the atmosphere. So you're not going to be able to see all of the stars. Right? Just like you're not able to see all of the lights on the ceiling in the giant warehouse.
Wait, so can you explain to me how flight times works?
Flight times?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the flight
No,
times.
because if it was flat, like it would take
Mhm.
much more time than what it is now.
No, I disagree. I think it would take the exact amount of time that it takes now. I think that people are just using a particular coordinate system for plane flights, which is based on a spherical model, which originates from taking measurements of the sky. So,
And
yeah,
yeah,
I don't.
I
man,
think NASA is wrong. Um, Earth was known to be like not flat 2,000 years before that, before NASA.
Okay. Okay. So
And then NASA came.
okay. So how did they work that out? 2,000 years before
No,
NASA.
so if that was the opinion 2,000 years ago, then NASA came that that's what they basically do for a living, and they confirmed that.
Right. So once again, you have to blindly believe in the NASA footage. Right. You can't check that, can you? Right. Like if I put some NASA footage in the side chat here right now, like look in the side chat. Right.
Yeah,
See
I'm looking.
this? See
Hmm.
this? Right.
Yeah,
How do you know? How do you know that that's not just CGI?
but you can basically say that on like every other picture out there.
Well, like what, for example?
Like everything. Like,
Like
look,
what? Give me an
wait.
example.
I don't know. I'll just send a random GIF, okay?
Okay.
How do you know those two guys are real? Just sent a random GIF.
Hold on. Didn't show. I'll just.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't.
random GIF.
I don't know. I mean, it could be AI.
So
I have no idea.
you
I'd
could
have to.
basically say that on everything, and then you won't
Well,
believe in anything.
well, yeah. That would require belief, right? That this could just be AI, couldn't it? I could just get AI to make that. So maybe it's real people. Maybe it's AI. Probably real people. I mean, if you could do some research, you could do a reverse image search, and then you could find out who those actors are, which movie it's out of, and then you could look up their profiles, and then you could do some research about them. Okay, and then if you really wanted to, you could probably go and track them down or something like that and be some weird stalker. If you really wanted to do that, okay, but that would be a kind of pointless task. But with the NASA footage that I showed you, right, you have no idea if that's real or CGI, and you can never check that. In fact, that is just CGI.
Wait,
That
do you
one.
have a do you have
I
a
made
Earth
like we
flat
just
map?
we made that in ChatGPT.
Do you have a Earth flat map?
Flat map. Well, I mean, apart from all maps being flat,
Oh yeah. My bad.
yeah. Well, we have spherical coordinate systems that are maps. I mean, there were maps made by flat earthers, right? Before people believed that the Earth's a globe. So yeah, you can look back in history and there are maps that are flat Earth maps. But the maps
Do
that
they
you think
show
of,
distance, time zones,
well, time zones are just a man-made construct. They don't really prove anything.
and distance?
Distances, okay, so the distances are determined from the sky coordinate system that the maps are made from originally. It's a spherical coordinate system that originates from the celestial sphere. Okay, so it's made by taking elevation angles to the stars. Right, obviously it gets a lot more complicated than that. But it originated from the celestial sphere, which interestingly enough was created by flat earthers before anyone even suggested that the Earth is a globe. The ancient cultures like the ancient Babylonians, the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Indians, etc., they needed a convenient way to map out the sky. So they made a model they called the celestial sphere.
Wait,
And
do you
then
think
later,
like do you
Mhm.
think like NASA and those companies want something like from telling us Earth isn't flat?
Well, that's
Are
just
they
the
trying to get
government.
something?
Well, it's not that they're telling us that the Earth isn't flat.
So
They're just
wait,
pushing
so
they're just pushing the globe so they can. Okay, so I think that NASA is lying about space travel, but that doesn't mean that they're hiding
why
a
would
flat
they
Earth.
though? Why would they?
Well, okay, so I think the governments will. Okay, you heard of the space race? Did
Yeah,
you hear? Yeah. So what do you think was the purpose of the space race between the Soviets and the Americans?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, maybe for for notoriety, for control, for power, right? To show for I'm not sure what the exact word would be, but basically to show the world that we can do what no other country has done. We're the best country, right? We've gone to space. So they had a space race. And I don't think that space race really ever ended. Now, I think that NASA, now, even if I believed that the Earth was a globe, right, I would absolutely
Okay,
call
okay.
bullshit on the Apollo missions. I don't know if you believe that NASA went to the moon in the 60s and the 70s, but I call bullshit on the Apollo missions. I think they
So no
faked
one was
it
ever
because
on
they
the moon?
wanted. Yeah, I don't think anyone's been to the moon. No.
Cause like the flag was like moving and there's nowhere.
Well, no, that's not my argument. I just think okay, because the Earth measures flat when we test it, right? And because the footage that they're showing us from the moon landing looks extremely ridiculous and fake. Most people haven't seen the footage, right? Like if I pull up just a little bit of the footage for you right now, maybe you could understand why it's not crazy to question this footage, right? Like I'll put one clip in the side chat now.
But maybe it's because it was from a long time ago.
Right, but tell me, I mean, it just because it's from a long time ago doesn't mean it. Like, have a look at.
You can see it.
Hmm. Yeah, so just a quick hold on. I don't know why this image isn't working. I'll just try copy a different one. Yeah, Jesse, I didn't say anyone at NASA was lying. I said the opposite. I said I don't think that they're lying. If you asked me to give you a list of people who I
They
think
are
are
just
lying,
stupid and wrong.
NASA. Well, I
So
think that I don't. I didn't think that. I didn't say that they're stupid. I think they've just been brought up learning about the globe, just like I don't think you're stupid or anything like that. I don't think the professors that teach people at university that's the globe, they're not lying. They're not stupid. They're just very good at memorizing and regurgitating information from textbooks.
Yeah, they're lying. Because they lied about the U-2 spy plane. They lied about climate data. I mean,
Yeah,
they've been.
well,
Hello. Okay.
I mean, like,
Maybe
how many times you got the liar? The federal government, how many times you got to expose them before at some point you're like, all right, enough already? Nothing legit would cost as much as NASA does.
Yeah, when I say lying, I'm specifically talking about that they know that the Earth is flat and that they're lying about it being a globe.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
all I mean.
okay. Yeah, they really have no clue.
I mean, in their flight manuals, it literally says that when they do the math on all the flight projections and stuff like that, they have to assume it's flat and motionless. It's in their starting manuals.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting points when the globalists say, hey, flat earthers, you can't use NASA because you said you can't trust NASA, they lie. So in their flight manuals, where they use a flat earth model, you can't use that. I'm like, why? Because they lied? Well, isn't the same thing go for me that goes for them? They're the federal government, the executive branch, the federal government. They have to warn you that they always lie. And they have to warn you that anything you tell them, they can use against you. I mean, you got like a couple of days to like another week before tax day. If you lie on your tax documents, you're a criminal. Everything you put on those documents better be above board, and they won't tell you they won't give you any help in it. You just gotta like hope that they just take your word for it. If they investigate you and find something, so I'm like, sure, if that's the way you're going to approach me, let's do the same thing for you. Let's meet at exactly the same level with some sort of unconditional acceptance. If no matter what I say, it will always be used against me, then I meet you at your level. Everything you say will always be used against you. So when you publish a document that says, here's your flat earth model used for flights, no problem. I will use that. Easy day. And the best part is the globalists say there's no flat earth model. Here's one from NASA. Is that a flat earth model? And this is where they contradict themselves. Yes and no. See, their worldview is based on these contradictions that they've accepted. They've accepted the contradiction. And as soon as you've accepted the contradiction, Voltaire said it best. You get them to accept the absurdity, they'll commit the atrocity. Like bomb Iran to get them to open up the Strait of Hormuz. What if you don't bomb them? Will they open it up? Huh.
All right, so have a look at.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, great.
No, I was like, I know I got to pump the brakes sometimes. Just
All right, so look, the Quiet Noobs posted some of the footage I was talking about in the side chat there. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, that looks like it's completely fake. Right? It looks absolutely ridiculous, and I don't know how anyone could say that that looks realistic. It looks like a little miniature model in a little studio or something like that. Maybe with some strings. I'm not sure exactly how they did it, but they had billions of dollars, and that's what they came up with. Now, a lot of the footage looks so ridiculous to me. I cannot take it seriously personally. And that's not me saying this is proof that it was fake. It just looks ridiculous. That's just my opinion. Okay, how we know it's not real is because the Earth observations that we have, long distance laser tests, long distance observations, we got a huge amount of where we can see vast distances. That there's no evidence that these would be possible if the Earth was a globe. Right? Like if you measure your floor flat, it doesn't matter what's happening above the floor. Okay, you know the floor's flat. You see the floor is flat. You measured the floor. Floor checks out, it's flat. It doesn't matter what's going on up on the roof. Okay, it's not going to change that the floor is flat. It's the same thing with the Earth. Okay, we're not claiming the Earth's a flat disk or a flat planet either. Different. You still there? Did that guy bail? How rude.
I don't see him. Well, It was in the D. Oh yeah, he was a D something. He should have been right next to you. I think he might have dipped.
I gotta remember to check in with the Glober every 5 to 10 seconds to make sure that they're registering. We got the TikTok generation. Yeah, so I was specifically talking about people lying about the shape of the Earth that work at NASA. And I was saying that I can't come up with a list. If you were to say, who do you think's lying about the Earth being flat at NASA? I'd say, I don't know, maybe nobody, because I don't have a list to give you where I have the proof that the names on the list are doing that.
Oh, okay, and I respect that. But so is it your position that there are people within NASA who do know the truth and are keeping it a secret, but they just aren't lying about it because they haven't told anybody anything to try to hide the truth?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't checked.
But like,
Someone's lying about going to space. That they
Yeah.
know that they have knowledge there's an outer space vacuum. That's a lie.
but like, a GPS satellite is supposed to be 20 kilometers high, moving at 8,700 miles an hour, and if it's not orbiting, then it would have to be a balloon, and you don't launch a balloon at 8,700 miles an hour because it would just shred. So, like, the people launching
Well, they lied
the-
about it then. Okay.
whatever
It
it is,
wouldn't have to be a balloon.
You answered the question. They lied about it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a balloon. And don't they launch a lot of the balloons on rockets and then release the balloon once they're already up at a certain altitude?
I never heard of it.
Oh yeah,
Usually-
they
You
do
sure?
that. They do that all the time. Yeah, that's what they did with like Echo 1 and that kind of thing, I think, as well. It's not launched from the ground.
Really? Because
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
Yoda
really?
talks about it all the time. Yeah, look it up. Yeah, they
usually-
launch a rocket and then they release the balloon from the rocket. Yoda goes into detail about the systems that do that. I don't know if he's here. No.
Would you guys mind if I ask Jesse just a few
Oh
questions?
yeah, please do. Yeah. Go ahead, man.
And they're slightly off topic, but I just want to gauge something really quick. Jesse, are you there?
sure am.
So no trick questions. I'm not gonna like bamboozle you or whatever, but just a few questions. So do you for sure think that we went to the moon? Is that what you know or believe?
No, I do not know that.
But is that what you believe?
I don't. I recognize that I have no way to know for sure. I've seen no evidence that we didn't, but I do recognize that during the Cold War, it very well may have just been a political stunt. So
And with the Twin Towers, do you think that there was anything fishy going on there, or do you think everything, as we were told, was legitimate?
I'm sure there was something fishy, but I suspect there's a lot of wild conspiracy theories made up that were not accurate as well.
Okay, but do you think that what the government told us and what the media told us, aka the government, do you think that those were accurate depictions of what actually happened? That those were reality?
No, the media lies all the time. Except, yeah, they always lie.
And do you
When-
think that the government has influence over the media?
Yeah, they kind of play off each other.
And then, in regards to double masking, do you think that there's any merit there, or no? Without talking about too many other things, do you think that just with anything that taking two paper towels and covering your mouth is going to your mouth and your nose is going to help anybody or save lives?
Let me think about that. Depends on the quality of mask. If it seals against your face really well, then and not much air is going around it, then putting 2 on would probably reduce the chances of something small getting through. But if it's a cheap one that doesn't seal against your face very well, then putting 2 on would cause more air resistance through the filter area and cause more air to go around it, which would actually make it work worse.
So basically, taking your hand and just covering up your mouth altogether would do the same thing.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I know, just a slight joke. Okay, so is it accurate of me to say that you've actually double masked yourself?
I've what?
Is it accurate of me to say that you've actually double masked yourself?
No, I've never put
Okay,
on
so
2 masks.
okay, that's good to hear, man. That's good to hear. I wanted to see how far it'd go. Okay, cool. So
I
with
I got I got what I got immunized the organic way, the organic miserable way.
yeah.
I just let
Anyways,
nature take its course, and I was just sick for several
that
weeks.
didn't matter in our country. That didn't matter. They didn't consider it good enough.
so on to the moon. I don't know what you, because you said your buddy had showed you some evidence or something, or told you a bunch of stuff, and you were just kind of like, "Oh yeah, whatever, man." What exactly did you see? You said you saw something by Mark Sargent, but there's a couple other pretty damning videos of the moon landing out there. In particular, um, it's just what all do you have on the moon?
I don't have much. I did watch A Funny Thing, and I did not find it compelling, but it's really not about the moon for me. I recognize that even on a globe Earth, even if it would be possible to go to the moon, it's still something that might have been politically and technologically more efficient to just fake. So I recognize that. So to me, it's like if you were to prove to me with absolute certainty that the moon landing was faked, that wouldn't change my view on the shape of the Earth at all, because I'm more into like measuring and understanding things. I'm a hands-on kind of guy. I grew up on a farm, building things, repairing things. I'm a mechanic, I'm a machinist, and a firmware developer. So I'm much more interested in the physics and the measurements of the Earth we're on, rather than arguing about Cold War era.
Do you know when the moon landing happened?
Oh, isn't it like the 50s or 60s or something?
Yeah,
I'm
60,
terrible
69.
I'm terrible with names and dates.
But it wouldn't. Now I know what they say about assuming, but I think we've seen it time and time again. You know, when you've had this long running joke with somebody or you lied about something, you know, eventually you cough it up, right? Better half of you goes, just own up to it. And you go, you know what? I lied to you about this. I should have. Don't you think after 60 something years, it's been what, 67 years now? Don't you think after 67 years that they would have been like, you know, if it really had to do with the goal, because you keep bringing up the war and whatnot and using that as kind of the justification for lying. But don't you think if that was truly the case, right? Like there's that, don't you think they would just come out and go, hey guys, the gig's up, instead of reinforcing it again?
Well, maybe it wouldn't matter. Ask, hey Jesse, would it matter if NASA said they faked it? Would you care?
No.
Well, there you go. So it's completely vacuous. It wouldn't matter if they faked it or if they didn't fake it. It's completely irrelevant. It's like the method that oh crap, I drew a blank on his name now. The Matthew who said NASA could come out right now and even say they faked the moon mission, the Earth is flat, it's all been a psyop. You know, we tried to do this, whatever. Give all the explanations. He said it wouldn't matter anyway because he's checked himself, and he knows the Earth is a globe.
Hold on a minute. Are you trying to say that it wouldn't matter to this guy if NASA was lying? Like one of the biggest globe believers, freaking wet dreams, NASA. It wouldn't matter if NASA was lying? Is that what you're trying to say? That's
Me-
crazy, man. That's
Governments-
crazy, Jesse.
Governments lie all the time. I don't know if anyone told you that, but governments lie all the time.
Yeah, they're lying about going from one giant floating spinning ball to another. Man, that's a pretty big lie, brother. To be honest, man, that's actually, the more I think about it, pretty big lie. Don't you think, Jesse?
Yep.
That's more than just like lying about who broke mom's teacup when we were 5. You know, that's that's what's being taught to kids in school, but to this day, Jesse. But it wouldn't matter to you if they lied about something that big. It wouldn't raise an eyebrow enough to go, maybe they lied about something bigger. Not even close.
I do not have much trust for the government, trust me. The only thing I trust them to do is raise taxes and lie.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't. It's not the trust part, Jesse. It's kind of like pattern recognition. You've had somebody lie to you in the past, right, Jesse?
Uh-huh.
And when that person lied, did you ever think to yourself, "Oh shoot, maybe they lied about something else. You know, maybe they fabricated something else." Like I'm trying to clue you in here just a little bit because you're saying that it wouldn't matter, but it just comes off as a little bit disingenuous. I think not only to me but a few others in here. That's why he asked you flat out if it just
But-
didn't matter, because it's pointing out. Hold on, just a sec. It's pointing out, and I don't want to like accuse you because I can't get inside your head, but I'm just telling you it appears very disingenuous because the same globe pushing entities, right? NASA and some of these other ones out there, if they flat out came out and told you, "Hey, we lied about this half of the deal, but no, the other one's true. Earth's a ball, gravity, woo," it just wouldn't matter to you like that. It just, I don't understand how you could say it wouldn't matter. Do you get what I mean? Okay, sorry, I ranted. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure what to say. I am not your ordinary globe troll, I guess. I don't know what else to say.
You're a different type of troll.
I-
You're
No,
laughing because I'm right. You're laughing because I'm right, brother. Like that's why he asked you that. You didn't.
No.
You should have said, "Oh man, well it would matter a little bit," and then the gig wouldn't quite be up. But you kind of call yourself out when you say that it wouldn't matter at all. You know what I mean?
No, I rarely troll, and when I do it, I try to do it in very good taste.
So I want you to look at me with a straight face and tell me that you think they could have lied about the moon, but they for sure didn't lie about the Earth. You know for a fact. I want to hear it with sincerity.
They could have lied
without laughing.
They could have lied about anything. That's why I'm into measuring it myself. That's why I'm into trying to work with people to figure out things that we can ourselves can do without relying on the government, because the government is completely and utterly uselessly unreliable.
Right, but that's the problem here, Jesse, is because it has been measured. And when it does get measured, you go, okay, well, the reason why that measurement isn't adding up is because of this. And then once that gets disproven, you go because of this. Once that gets disproven and you cannot support your claim, and you go, okay, well, what about this? Like it's like you have a janitor's set of keys, not one of them fit, and you're not getting the clue that maybe you just don't have the key. I don't mean to like be rude or anything. It's just like a lot of Globers are the same way. They cannot seem to process in their head, and a lot of the people in here also kind of wonder like what causes that sort of disconnect. Because when I've watched and researched myself, when other people have watched and researched, I've had friends look at it and go, you know what? Like it sounded silly at first, but you know what? It is kind of weird. Like I've never seen this stuff on the moon landing before. I've never seen any of this. And then when you start to look at some of the other weird things that happen, it's kind of like if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Like when YouTube openly admitted to censoring the crap out of the flat Earth, they don't censor ghosts, they don't censor all the Bigfoot and all that shit.
You want to
You
know
know
why?
why?
Yeah, you want,
I know why,
why?
but go ahead.
The fluoride stare.
I thought it was lead water, bro.
Yeah, it's that too. It's like you've got The high caloric, low nutrient diet. Nixon did that shit. He put the high fructose corn syrup, processed foods, because he basically got the Nazi war criminals to come over here and said, hey, how did you keep all those people in those camps and keep them complacent and docile? Like, how'd you do that? He goes, oh, we kept them ramped up on sugar. They had
also
enough
were extremely
calories.
nice places to live. So
They had high caloric. Their bodies were working, but their minds didn't have enough nutrients to function. And that's what you're seeing with Jesse here. He's got enough calories that he's moving his body around. But as soon as you ask him something like the overview effect, or to contemplate what it would mean for manned spaceflight, or what it would mean if NASA, the government, had lied about everything, you're just going to get the fluoride stare. There isn't enough wiring. There's not enough connections there.
You know, Jesse, I know that sounds harsh, and I want you to take it with a grain of salt. I want you to picture it as like, you know, your uncle that's over when you're a kid, and he kind of like hints towards and, you know, makes subtle cues about, you know, your mom cheating on your dad, and you're not quite getting it. You don't want to believe it because it's a hard reality to accept. But he knows for a fact because he's the one that did it, you know? That's kind of what's going on here. And like, he has his arm around you, you know, he's here to support you, but, you know, the truth's the truth, Jesse. May not be what you like, but it still is what it is. People here have like a father to son love for you. You're kind of like the son that went the wrong direction in life with the emo haircut and the tight, skinny jeans. You know, we're like, hey, kiddo, let's go this way.
I mean, the honest truth of it, man, is we just want you to see it. I mean, it's a good thing for you. It's a great thing for you. You're way bigger, more powerful, created. Fucking this shit's crazy. Like it's good for you to know this. Like we don't think it's bad for you to come over here. We think it's a good thing for you to understand the truth, and understand your creator, and understand your power, and know the truth, and break out of the control these people have us in. They have us in a fucking terrarium, and we want to get the fuck out.
Yeah, Jesse, and my buddy, the one I was telling you about, the one that kind of cracked the joke about the flat Earth or whatever in the gas station bathroom. Me and him went back and forth quite a few times, and he said, you know, it wouldn't change anything. That was his big thing. It wouldn't change anything if it was round or flat. And I said, you know, maybe not in material. You're not going to start seeing, you know, weird shapes all of a sudden, whatever you could think of. You know, it's not going to change so dramatically but it changes your perception, Jesse. And you should know about perception. You know, your perception of life kind of dictates where you go, how you enjoy or experience life. And like kind of winging off of what he said, if you just think that you're evolved from a freaking monkey and spinning on a giant rock ball by chance, you don't well, I'm telling you from, you know, the outsider looking in, it just it's not as fulfilling of a life to think that way. I don't know what your beliefs are, but that's what a lot of the globers, you know, the atheist globers, science religion globers believe, is that they don't tell you that they believe they're meaningless, but at the end of the day, they don't really have that fulfillment. The truth does matter, Jesse. It really does.
I agree. I agree.
And you claim that you were a truth seeker, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Are you you said you watched Funny Thing, and you probably watched American Moon, right? The 3 hour one or 4 hour, I forget, it's been a while.
Watch what?
American Moon?
Doesn't ring a bell, but I do forget names something terrible. So if I did, I forgot the name of it.
Yeah, A Funny Thing I think is only like 40 to an hour and 20. I forget how long that is, but the other one's like a 3 or 4 hour documentary. That one's pretty good if you can find it. Just look up American Moon, and that should get up. The other thing is too, one thing that you can kind of test yourself, brother, because once you get over the fact that okay, we didn't go, that's a baby step, man. That's like kind of a step in the right direction. Although you say it doesn't matter, I think it matters. I mean, that's what kind of brought me to it personally. Because once I saw that, it just expanded my mind enough to be able to grasp something like that. And with cognitive dissonance, which I'm not gonna bash you down and go, oh, you're going through that, haha. But it's like it to an extent it is, man, because until you can downright kind of see all of the uh all the evidence together pointing in one direction, and that's they didn't tell us the truth about the moon and a few other big things, then you start to go, okay, so it's not so unachievable for them to lie about the shape of the earth. Instead of trying to dodge each argument with a different fallacy, which the other guy really worked with you on, even though you and I think the other guy were basically asking, why would they lie? He was super patient. Most of the flat earthers definitely aren't patient with that at all. But I think definitely this is a good chat room to come and talk to people, if you do have questions. But
Isn't it going to come down to how much stock and faith you put in those sort of agencies anyway? I mean, like Jesse's already said, he doesn't have much faith in the government. And I don't think it'd come as a shock that they faked anything, do anything nefarious, right? To like misinform the public of their actions. Right, Jesse? Am I right or not?
If I understand your question correctly, yeah, it would not shock me to find out that the government lied or that NASA lied.
wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wasn't Jesse just appealing to an authority earlier by saying, don't you think these people that study the Earth would know more than us? AKA some of these government paid entities like NASA?
Oh,
Let me respond to
what's
that.
that?
Yeah. DJ holds a very interesting view that there is no, blanket cover-up attempt going on, and not even in NASA. So,
Well, just let me clarify really
Sure,
quickly.
yeah.
So
Glad to hear it.
my view is that I don't have any a list of names. I can't validate that anyone is actively hiding flat Earth and lying about it being a globe at NASA. Although that may be the case, I don't.
Right. So my response was specifically to his rather unusual position among flat earthers, because the way I see it, if the engineers and the launch teams and everybody who put the the GPS satellites into functionality, wherever they are, whatever they are, that if they had actually engineered them, built them, launched them, all believing Earth was a globe when it was actually flat, they would have just crashed out. It wouldn't have worked. And somebody in that system would have had to know the true shape of the Earth and actually engineered them to actually work on a flat Earth somehow. And so that was what I was talking about there.
Not necessarily, right? Because so alternative technology, the use of alternatives to that, could potentially operate over either a flat Earth or a globe. So they could say, hey, listen, guys, we're really going to use balloons or drones or conventional aircraft, gets refueled or lands and then goes back up, whatever method, right? Whatever. Or even some sort of secret understanding of physics at those altitudes that the general public don't understand yet, right? It doesn't matter. Right, it's not exclusive to a flat or a globe for them to say we're going to tell them we're doing one thing when we're actually doing another because we can get away with telling them it costs a lot and there's a lot of effort when it's really not that hard.
But
and get a monopoly on the market as well, and to dissuade anybody from even wanting to achieve what they're doing, so that there's no competition.
But if they are launching one thing and telling us, if they're telling us they're launching one thing, but while they know they're launching an alternative technology, then they know that they're lying to us about it, right?
Yeah, but not necessarily about the shape of the Earth. And I am another one who does not believe that there is a concerted effort to convince the world's population that the Earth is a globe and not flat, because they understand it's flat. Maybe there's a concerted effort to convince them it's a globe because they think it's a globe. Plus, it would seem convincing to a population that already had accepted that idea well before the advent of space exploration, so claimed.
Good point.
Hey, Jesse, I got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
You know what gaslighting is, right?
I've heard the term. It's like trying to make someone doubt their own sanity or something like that.
Right. Squeezing, bits of information, them essentially making them doubt their own sanity, and essentially, if you could make somebody accept, a false reality, and the term comes from, right, a husband that kept lighting a gas stove and telling his wife that he didn't, that she lit it and she didn't turn it off. And eventually she believed that she was just crazy and she kept leaving it on. Now, there's quite a few different ways to gaslight, but it's all that it all comes down to the same sense of trying to make something believe something that is not, with with uh with that malicious intent. I would say that I don't know if definitionally that fits, but I'm going to call it malicious intent. Anyways, you know what shape the Earth is, right?
Well, I mean, I know what the results of my measurements are, and I know a lot of the.
What do your results tell you the shape is?
They all seem to be pointing to spherical, of some generally spherical shape or figure, I guess.
Generally spherical. I mean, they all look spherical, year by year when they post pictures. When NASA, right, post pictures of the globe, wouldn't you say that those are spherical pictures?
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about when I emphasis on measure for drop over distance, I get drop over distance that does seem to match a globe of some shape or size. I couldn't say the exact shape or size, but something. Definitely not flat.
Yeah, but it could match something else, right? So it's not exclusive to the the Earth being a globe, right?
Well, my measurements aren't accurate to the nearest micrometer at a
No, it
1,000
doesn't
miles.
matter. Okay, you measured drop over distance. Could that be explained by something else? Is it exclusive to the Earth being a sphere?
So far, I have not seen any evidence that it could be explained by anything else that's known. But
What
obviously,
about an actual drop? What about it's an actual drop?
what do you mean by
Maybe your heights were incorrect. Maybe it's a different shape that also includes drop over distance, not necessarily a sphere, right? So I'm just saying, can you conclude, like definitively from what your observations, that the Earth is most definitely a sphere, or is there other situations in which your results could be derived?
I've not been able to
Or
figure
achieved.
any other situation. I have done drop over distance measurements at a lot of different distances in a lot of different directions and in 2 different states in the United States. And I have also looked at data from both amateur and professionals who have
What I'm
also
really
done it.
asking you, Jesse, is the data, are you trying to fit the data into a preconceived idea, like with with specific values in mind, or could it be like the result of actual drop over distance, or let's say a lens-shaped Earth, for instance, right?
Well, hasn't he gotten concave Earth measurements?
I just want him to realize that he's just willy-nilly, just ipsy dixit saying it only works if it's a sphere, when there's other alternative reasons why you'd get the measurement that you do, the results that you do optically.
Well, I am certainly open to hearing proposals as to what might have caused these results. As far as your question
That
earlier,
there's an actual drop, I already said.
okay, let me address that too. You're throwing things out faster than I can respond to them. So, as far as the actual drop, one of the drop over distances I did was at 7.2 miles to equal elevation mountain peaks, and my brother and I did it simultaneously to each other, and we both measured a drop to each other at the same time from the same elevation. So it doesn't matter which one of us you think was higher. It was a drop both ways. Another one was a drop over distance measurement between a 8,900
Okay. So you got
foot mount,
reciprocal angle
right?
measurements.
Right,
Right.
and I also
Okay. So where you both appeared lower in each other's view.
right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
T
that's a
Dub,
bit
I would
hard
ask
to
him for the
explain.
actual data because his
I
story
know.
about that
I know.
changes.
I know. But okay, so two-way, yeah, that's a little bit more difficult to explain as an actual drop when one should be higher than the other, going back the other way. But could it be just simply an optical thing that's going on?
Well, with the testing and study that I've done in optics, the answer is no. But if somebody could present evidence of a way that could be the case, I will certainly discuss it with
Well,
them.
even AI agrees that it could just be a bit of upward refraction, because this is my argument against that. Okay, let's say the Earth was flat, and you're looking through 6,000 foot to 6,000 foot, so you don't have much of a vertical band that you're looking through, vertical distance. Okay, so there is hardly any change in the natural decrease in the atmospheric pressure, right? So you wouldn't really have any grounds for the downward refraction that you're claiming to happen. In fact, the temperature, and even AI agrees with this, that because you don't have that natural change in the refractive index due to the pressure decrease in the air, that the temperature, right? Because all of the definitions of atmospheric refraction say that the temperature, right, is a very important factor to take into account. So if it's cooler up higher, right, cooler a little bit higher, warmer a little bit lower, you could have that little bit of upward refraction, and that would perfectly explain it. Even AI agrees with that. So, I mean, I don't know how you could think that would be an impossibility, and why you would never have that upward refraction.
But that doesn't explain all of my high altitude
Yeah,
measurements.
okay. We're just talking about one first. We're just talking about this one right now.
Well, so what that would require is a top heavy density gradient that with heavy air on top of less dense air, which is not stable because the top heavy the dense air is going to want to fall. That's just the way. That's why hot air balloons rise. So it would have required a specific top heavy density gradient that just happened to match the Glober's globe model prediction.
Well, you didn't even account for refraction, did you? So you think that there was no refraction on that day at all?
I didn't say that. I said the Glober's globe
Okay,
model
so
prediction.
did it match it when taking standard refraction into account, or did you not take refraction?
I just measured and reported the raw angles, but they
Okay,
do match.
so no refraction. It matched without any refraction. So it was like a vacuum, basically. Well, not like a vacuum.
No,
It
it
was
matched. It matched the Glober's globe model prediction, which
okay.
is with.
Okay.
Okay, so did you take refraction into account or not?
I simply measured and reported the raw angles.
So you
Okay.
did not. So the answer is you didn't take refraction into account.
He didn't. He didn't. Listen, Jesse, from what you've done alone, right? Just on one observation alone, right? Can you, from that, get a definite form of the Earth and a shape, right, and size, without any other information, just your data,
Just my data, or just one of my measurements?
just one of your measurements,
That would just give me an angle between 2 points.
and from it, can you determine the Earth's shape and size?
No, I can't determine it from
Right, it
areas
doesn't
that I
lead you
haven't
to a
measured.
conclusion, right, about the Earth's shape and size. You'd need more information, right?
Yeah, I would need
Right.
more measurements in more locations, which I have
Right.
done.
So you just agreed. You're pitching what you've done, your data, against an expectation, right? Against a model, numbers, values, 3,959 miles, for instance, right?
I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at.
You just said the globe model, this and that, with my observations, my measurements.
Holy shit!
When
This is painful.
when put next to the globe model.
Well, I'm saying that I have done drop over distance measurements from 1.5 miles to 105 miles and plotted them drop versus distance, and it forms a curve.
And you've seen if it matched the globe model prediction, right?
I have, yes. I have thought
Right,
about
which
this.
involves what? Specific form and shape and size, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Holy shit!
Wow.
But can you see why
What you were
I
checking it against, right? What you were checking your drop over distance against requires a specific form of Earth, size and shape. Yes or no?
say it once more?
The model that you're pitching your data against, right, is of a Earth with a specific form and shape and size, right?
Yes, and physics.
Right. So did you check to see if that was true or not, or are you using your data as a confirmation bias?
My data is a bias? Data
Yes, as
is
a
data.
confirmation bias. Basically, you're saying, hey, this measurement actually fits this idea, therefore this idea must be true.
I didn't say it must be true. I said that
Okay,
the
right.
preponderance of
Oh,
the
okay.
evidence was strongly leaning towards a globe. And how
Right.
could I not?
No. That's reading more. That's saying more than is actually necessary, right? All you're doing is getting your measurement, your data, and saying, well, if we were to assume that the Earth is a sphere with this particular size and shape, right, and we ignore some confounding variables, then my observation matches that idea of the form and shape and size of Earth, right? Within a within a error margin.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's evidence that leans towards the Earth being a sphere. That it makes it even more likely, even.
Well, I mean, if I have the globers in one ear saying this is what we predict, and I've got the flat earthers in the other ear saying it's flat, and then I do these measurements all over in my two-state area. Actually, and some of my measurements have endpoints in Canada, and
Right, but
so
DJ just pointed out to you that you didn't account for everything that they'd predict because it involves refraction, right? Their prediction involves refraction, which you didn't take into account for. You didn't account for it, right? Why the silence?
Just say yes. You didn't account for it.
the
You don't even
silence
know
is
how to.
Well, we all
So
know
it
that you
doesn't match
didn't. I
their
don't.
prediction then. So it doesn't match their prediction.
in what way does it not match their prediction?
Because their prediction would involve you accounting for refraction. Would it or would it not? We get pulled up all the time for not accounting for refraction when making globe predictions. Why would they not pull you up about it as well? And say, no, you can't use that if you didn't account for refraction. You're going to fuck us up here because when we add in the refraction, now you're way off. So it doesn't match the prediction. Matches the prediction without accounting for confounding variables that they would use in their predictions, right? Holy shit, bro. Yes or no? What? What's wrong with you?
Oh, my speech impediment is kicking in.
Oh, okay.
I've got the speech impediment where
So I
when
didn't realize you had.
when I get a few words into a sentence, I start hearing voices and they make me stop talking, and so I know it's time to back off.
I think he was just asking you basic questions, and then, I don't think he was over talking you.
He was.
Sorry if I was. Sorry if I was. I do it sometimes.
Right. So what do you have to
So when
say
you
about?
get good.
Just quickly. All right. So you probably have an explanation for this. I'm sure this has been brought up a bunch of times. So I just popped in your theodolite screenshot, the model of it. Okay. And this is what I prompted. Okay. I said, how accurate is this over 100 miles test? Okay. It says, so the instrument shown is a Nikon DMT 420 made by Nikon. Okay, so let's talk realistically about a 100-mile test. Short answer, it is not designed to measure 100 miles, not even close. Here's why. The spec sheet in your image states measures up to 9,200 feet with a triple prism, that's about 1.7 miles. Even high-end survey total stations typically max out about 3 to 5 miles under ideal conditions. Right, it goes on and on about how over 100 miles the beam would spread massively, atmospheric turbulence would destroy phase coherence, refraction gradients would bend the light path unpredictably. You would not get a usable return signal. Even if we ignore Earth geometry entirely, the physics of optical signal propagation in air alone prevents a 100-mile EDM measurement. Let's now assume you meant something slightly different, which maybe you did. Maybe you mean measuring angles only. Yes, I'm sure that's what you did mean. So over 100 miles, not distance, the angle accuracy on the DTM 420 is typically around 5 arc seconds. That is very good for surveying, but here's the critical issue. Over 100 miles, 1 arc second corresponds to about 2.5 feet of vertical displacement. 5 arc seconds corresponds to 12 or 13 feet. And that assumes perfect leveling, no vertical refraction gradient, which there always is, perfect instrument calibration, a stable air column. Over 100 miles, vertical refraction is not small. It becomes the dominant error source. And if it's the dominant error source and you didn't ever really actually account for it, then that's could be a problem, right? Professional geodetic surveys over long baselines do not rely on single optical line of sight shots. They use network triangulation, and all the different things that they use. Anyway, I won't keep reading.
Well,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I totally concede that it would have upwards of 20 feet of uncertainty from a 9,000 foot mountain peak to a 14,000 foot mountain peak 105 miles apart. And in fact, when I did do it, I was off by 18 vertical feet. So there you go. But with that's still a 6,000 foot discrepancy between flat and globe. So, or between flat and what I measured. So again, what are the chances that it just happened to be the perfect top-heavy refraction averaged out over that 105-mile line of sight to match the Glober's prediction using standard refraction to within 18 feet? I mean, like, that's almost an astronomically slim chance that I would have measured that on a flat Earth.
So you were guessing refraction with that test that you're talking about there? The 105-mile one? Is that the one you were doing from your friend's driveway?
No, that was 75 miles.
Okay.
The 105-mile one was from Mount Scott in Oregon, and right near Crater Lake. It's a beautiful national park. And I was at 8,934 feet elevation. And then Mount Shasta was 105 miles away, and it's 14,179 foot elevation at the peak. And I did a face right, face left, recorded and reported those values, and then just for kicks, I'm like, well, I wonder how close this was to the Glober's prediction, so I used standard refraction in the Glober's prediction, and it was like within 18 feet, which is, it's like getting that close without just like on a single try. I didn't cherry pick. I only went up there once. I took the measurement, and because I don't even live in that state, I was visiting family, and we went on a day hike, and so you know how it is to be the annoying guy on a family outing that wants to go measure Earth shape. Well, I was that guy, so yeah.
Hey,
It's go, yeah.
quick question, Jesse. So when you say sometimes you get concave measurements, can you give us a little bit of idea what was going on there, like the distance and such?
Oh, sure. It's not so much the distance, it's get close, get down, get your line of sight close to water that's colder than the air on a calm day. That's the trick. I've done it at 2.6 miles, 7 miles, and like 15 or more miles.
And how when you do measurements, what like 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 2, something like that? How often do they match what you predict?
So if it's like a cold blustery day and there's not a strong temperature difference between the air and the water, then they're usually quite close to what the 7/6R globe predicts. If it's a hot, calm day, then I have no way of predicting exactly how far above eye level the water will be at any given distance.
So do you have? So the only one I've seen that comes close was still the horizon. If that was even a horizon, looks like it's still miles further than it should be on the globe.
Yeah, I
But
don't.
just quickly about the just before we get off the long one. What was it? 105 miles.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, I'll drop the video.
all right.
So I call it the video. I did a couple measurements to it. One was more accurate because I was not videoing, because theodolites are really made to use with both hands, and so when I'm filming, doing a measurement, I'm like fumbling with one hand, trying to do two control sets with one hand, and then I'm touching the phone against the eyepiece, which pushes on a little. When you're using the theodolite, your eye doesn't even touch the eyepiece. You hold your eye there, but you don't touch it because you don't want to tip it, because we're trying for arc-second accuracies. So when I am filming, it's never quite as accurate. So the numbers you see in the video will be a little bit different, but not different enough to make it anywhere close to flat Earth. But I will get a video of me taking an angle shot to Mount Shasta at 105 miles.
Cool, because it says that it would only have about 13 feet of vertical uncertainty over that.
Yeah.
Right, but it says that and that assumes perfect leveling and no other error sources. And now it says, now let's talk about the real monster, vertical refraction. Right, light traveling through the air does not move in a straight line. When density changes with height, the refractive index gradient bends light downward. Over short distances, this is small. Over 105 miles near the ground, it dominates everything. So typical terrestrial refraction coefficients variations can easily shift apparent elevation by tens of arc seconds depending on temperature gradients. So, I mean, it's basically, I don't want to read it all out. I'll be reading for a long time, but it says there could be huge error margins depending on what the gradient's doing, whether it's a regular gradient or an inverted gradient. It says there could be upward refraction, there could be downward refraction. It says if you didn't tell, then that would be the main variable that you should take into account. So you're saying the observation didn't match the globe, but then you add 7/6R and then it matches the globe pretty closely?
Yeah, within 18 feet or something. And my observer coordinates And target coordinates are also in the description of that video. And since it was public park, everyone can go there, so I've got nothing. Oh, and the date and time was there too. Look at that.
All right, cool. Well, I'll check out your video, and I'm still in the process of compiling a bunch of higher altitude, long distance observations to go over with you.
Oh, cool. I look forward to it. Thank you.
That don't match the globe. So, we'll
Cool.
stay
I've got a
tuned for
question.
that. T-Dub, go ahead, man.
When you finished, DJ,
Yeah, I'm done.
I got a
I'm
question.
done. I'm done.
Okay, I'm just wondering if Jesse can tell me exactly or roughly. Right, hang on. How much apparent discrepancy in height of a distant object could a theodolite produce over 105 miles if the theodolite was off level by like 1 millimeter?
Level is in degrees. I'm not sure what you mean off level by 1 millimeter.
Well, you're going to attempt to have your theodolite level, right? Plumb and
Right.
level.
Right.
If it was off by 1 millimeter, what sort of discrepancy would you get looking at an object over 105 miles?
Oh, you mean like if the, let's say it's a 6-inch diameter base and it's 1 millimeter lower on one side or higher?
That's just 1 millimeter off being square level.
Well, I think I know what you're talking about. It's a weird way to phrase it, but let me get you a number
Well,
and see if that makes you
let me
happy.
help you,
Why
Jesse.
is it?
Let me help you, Jesse. You set up your theodolite. You got a level on it, but you haven't quite leveled it. If you were to actually take the measurement, your theodolite is sitting down or up at the front, about a millimeter off level.
Millimeter.
If you were,
Right. Thank
you're
you,
measuring it
AJ.
off from the theodolite.
Thank you, AJ. Yeah, that's. Does that clarify it for you?
Yeah, that's what I thought you were getting
Okay.
at.
So,
But,
what sort of discrepancy in height in feet could that produce over
all right,
105
give me 1
miles?
second. All right, that would give 0.3759 degrees. Now let me calculate that. That would give about 3,640 feet of vertical air.
3,600 and what? 3,600 feet?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure about that?
Well, I did the tangent of 0.375951163 degrees. I multiplied it times 105 miles and converted it to feet, so that should be correct.
What did you say you got in degrees?
3,600 feet plus change.
No, what was the amount of degrees?
Just over a third of a degree, 0.376. I rounded it, but
Right.
I'll show
That's
you.
how much it'd throw it off by?
Yeah, if you have a 6-inch diameter base and one side is a 1 millimeter higher or lower than the other side, yep, that's the angle. I'll post you my math. How's that?
Okay.
Did you expect more or less, T-Dub?
Less.
Yeah, no, I'd say it's pretty close. Yeah, pretty right.
Yeah.
It does make a huge difference.
It would make a
Especially
huge
over that
difference, yeah.
distance, man. That's a big distance.
What? So if it's slightly off level, it could cause that much of a how much was it?
There, I just posted it in the chat. 3,634 or 38 feet.
So you're talking about over 6 inches. Is that right?
Yeah, if we say that the base of the theodolite is 6 inches across, and this of course assumes that the theodolite has no vertical index corrector in it. and that and unleveling and that unleveling the base would cause an error to begin with, but this is how much it would be. Isn't that handy how Google can do the units? I can divide 1 millimeter by 6 inches and but it used to be better. You could put in words like degrees or minutes or arc seconds, and then they updated it, and now it gets confused when you try to use arc seconds as an angle unit. Now, the theodolite I was using actually has a liquid level compensator in it, which detects how much the base of the theodolite is tipped and then compensates for it in the displayed value. And if the base is tipped too far for it to compensate for it, then it blanks out the numbers and says AV tilt error or something like that. So in my case, leveling would not have been an issue.
Right. But if it was off, it could give incorrect reading, right?
If I had turned off the level correction
Let's
sensor,
say that part of it's not working correctly. It's giving you false reading. And it's actually off level slightly. Could that account for any discrepancies you see, any drop over distance?
if I had only ever measured one distance with that and I had never compared it against other theodolites, then that would be a completely valid argument. However, because I've measured lots of different distances or at a lot of different distances,
On
and
the
since
same day with different theodolites at the same moment? You had two theodolites set up making the same observation
I'm getting there. I did that
side by
too.
side?
I did that too. Well, almost. So because
That's what it would take. That's what it would take to know, because you're obviously not going. May not have the same conditions on different days.
well, just hear me out. I'll get through this. I'll finish. I'll stop, and then
Sorry,
you'll
I
know what I'm gonna
interrupted you.
say.
Go on.
Thanks. So, if it was just reading, a certain, like, let's say it was just a half a degree off, it wouldn't matter how far of something I was measuring. It would be a half a degree off. It doesn't know how far it is unless I actually, tell it how far, or it uses its EDM rangefinder, which it can't do to something there's not a reflector at, and it can't do that at 105 miles. So it doesn't know how far it is. So the fact that the error or the deviation from the flat Earth geometric angle changes with the square of the distance means that it's not just an error offset in the instrument. But I do have 11 working theodolites that I used at 75 miles to the same mountain peak, and I did try a bunch of different of them all on the same day and compared them. And I've also compared some of them against a water tube level.
Over what distance?
For when I compared them together to the mountain, that was 75 miles.
With the water level?
Oh, I've done it at 105 feet because I recreated a scale model.
Right, so you didn't have a water level from mountain peak to mountain peak, right?
I did not.
No, okay. Yeah, right. But could inaccuracy in the instrumentation itself account for any sort of discrepancy you see in the viewfinder that you may be unaware of? Are you thinking it's working all good, right? It's telling me this and it's telling me that. What if it's wrong? What if it's off slightly? Because over longer distances, right? Does a small error can result, like you've already said, like 1 millimeter results in what, 3,600 feet discrepancy or something?
At 105 miles, yeah.
Right. So less than that could account for like something like 18 feet, right?
something much, much less than that. Let me find out
Right.
what that is.
So how would you know if like that's the case?
By testing the theodolite against a water tube level or testing it against other theodolites, for example. I mean, statistically, it's
Mhm.
highly improbable that all 11 theodolites.
Are you going to be are you able to, confirm that it's perfect with a water level even?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So that you what are you lining up in the crosshairs? The water, the level of the water.
So when I compared them to water tube levels, I did it 3 times. 2 of them, I set up a water tube level where I had the water tube one end at the theodolite at the optical center cross mark on the side of the theodolite, because they have a mark on the side that indicates the optical height center, and then the other end of the water tube out in front, and I then point the crosshairs at the water line in the water tube out in
Right. Are you
front.
going to notice that small of a discrepancy that's going to result in like tens, if not hundreds of feet of discrepancy at 105 miles in such a short distance with a water level? Be imperceivable, wouldn't it?
Well, a half a degree would be absolutely perceivable. 100, totally out of the question. That's a huge discrepancy in surveying. When we're talking about arc
You're
seconds,
talking like, yeah, less than, like fractions of a millimeter, right?
let me get this for you here.
I mean, if the discrepancy is more noticeable with greater distance, it's going to be less notable with shorter distance, right?
I wouldn't say it's more or less noticeable. The crosshairs are just under 3 arc seconds thick. So it's like you're looking through this telescope and here's this crosshair, and if something's, 3 crosshair widths above the crosshair or below the crosshair, you're like, okay, I'm 9 arc seconds off. It doesn't matter whether it's 10 feet or 105 miles. You're still 3 crosshair widths off.
Still going to be off. You're still going to see it off.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
So 18 feet error at 105 miles is 0.002 degrees of error.
Right. Is it possible that that's what it was the result of? Instrumentation error or user error?
Well, let me look here. Hold on. Well, I mean, I guess. Let me convert.
Can you guarantee it? Can you guarantee that it wasn't that?
Well, I mean, there's no guarantees in life. Is it?
Right.
Is it
So
possible
no,
to win?
you can't guarantee it.
Is it
But
possible?
you did your best to try and eliminate that as a potential reason, right? You did your best. But you can't rule out that it wasn't that, the result of that.
Rule out that what was the result of what?
That the 18 feet drop, like that you got, was the result of that discrepancy was the result of instrumentation and or user error.
Well, it would not have been user error because the instrument won't let you take a reading without it being level enough for it to compensate to within its spec. So it literally won't let you take a bad reading unless it's busted. So it wouldn't have been user error. But let's see here. What is 0.0018 degrees? Hold on. Okay, so my error was 6.7 arc seconds off, and the instrument is rated for plus or minus 4 arc seconds. So that leaves 2.7 arc seconds outside of the instrument's specification. So likely that was just due to slight deviation from standard atmospheric refraction.
Likely. Why is
What's
it
that?
likely? Why likely?
Well, I mean, we know that the air temperatures do change a little bit, right? We know there is some variation, right? But I mean, we're talking a few feet worth of change at 105 miles. That's
Right, which can be
astronomical.
accounted for by the slightest, slightest little bit of deviation from level, right?
I'm not sure what you're asking. It would be very, very, very slight. Yeah.
Right. But you may not have noticed.
I mean, there's nothing for me to notice. The instrument automatically corrects.
Or it's just the instrument itself, like that's just calibrated at that error. Like it's just, it tells you it's level, but it's really at that slightest angle off.
Well, I'm not sure what you're getting at. Did I answer your question though?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, no, it's all good, man. Yeah, it's just that the slightest like deviation, right, off level can produce significant discrepancies and errors over distance. The longer you go, the more significant it seems, right?
What's that?
So when used over longer ranges, like that slightest little bit of error can produce significant discrepancies, right?
I mean, it significant depends on the context. If we need millimeter accuracy hiding, yeah, 18 feet would be extremely significant. If we're looking for a 6,000 foot discrepancy, 18 feet is insignificant, right?
And when you add in other variables like your atmospheric refraction or whatever, right? That's why they do recommend that these tools be only used for like surveying over shorter distances, like in construction, right? Not that they'd have a project that necessarily requiring to like survey over 105 miles or whatever, but
well, actually,
they do recommend that the shorter the better, the shorter distance the better accuracy, right?
sure. Like if you need millimeter accuracy, we'll not be taking 100-mile shots. But
right.
Having said that, like let's say I was within 15 feet, and this is what they did in the early days doing the geodetic surveying, because they did do 100-mile shots in the early days because they didn't have GPS and they wanted to know how high those mountain peaks were. So they would take repeated shots throughout the day and on multiple days and average them. And imagine if I was within 18 feet in a single measurement. Imagine if I had gone back under varying different days and conditions and times of day and averaged a bunch, I would have gotten really close, quite likely.
Wait, is that how you got your height, your elevation, just like through your phone's GPS or something?
What's
or
that?
some sort of app? Is that how you got your elevation through GPS off your phone?
No, I got it off Google Earth.
Got it off Google Earth.
Consumer GPS is incredibly inaccurate.
Is that a GPS?
No.
It's not. How did they get that? How did Google get the elevation?
From satellite-mounted LiDAR. I mean,
Really?
obviously you're
Really?
not going to believe that because you don't believe in satellites. But
Satellite-mounted LiDAR?
yes.
That's how they got the elevation of the mountain?
Yes. The whole of the
From sea
United
level?
the whole of the United States, they claim, has been mapped in elevation by laser range finding from satellites.
Holy shit.
And there's huge databases. You can go onto I don't remember I think it's USGS, I don't remember. And you can go download these huge databases of the elevation measurement for every 10 by 10 foot square area or whatever. I mean, there's some areas have higher resolution than others, but it's like literally a depth map of the entire United States, and then also for the entire world, but not as much high resolution in other countries.
How does it do that and compare it to sea level?
It measures it off the sea too.
Yeah, but how is it using sea level as its reference, as its base?
Well, I mean, it pings the sea. Well, it's over the sea, I suppose. I'm no expert on it. You could deep dive in it and learn all about it, but I'm just saying that's how they claim to do it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. How do those values compare to the old methods that they had prior to that? Well, how off were they?
Well, they do actually, I believe, and again, I have not deep dived this, but I do believe they actually calibrate the LiDAR data to known survey elevation points that were done using
what?
traditional surveying.
The calibrate. It shouldn't need calibrating. Like it's just going to ping and get the data. What the heck?
Well, I'm not an expert on this, so if you want to know more about it than me, you'll have to deep dive it.
Fair enough.
But anyway, even in the 1800s, George Everest's team of British surveyors who were in India surveyed the Himalayas from India, but they weren't allowed by what was the country that owns the Himalayan mountains? Anyway, they weren't allowed to actually in that area, so they surveyed the Himalayas from India, and they actually measured the height of Mount Everest from multiple different locations, all greater than 100 miles away, and accurately determined its height before anyone is recorded to have ever gone to the summit. And then they published that for the Royal Society, and I actually contacted the Royal Society, and they got me a high-quality PDF of that publishing.
Nice. Could you share that with me, please?
Oh yeah, let me drop it in the... You want the whole PDF or just that screenshot?
The whole PDF. Thanks.
Actually, hold on. Their download thing, they gave me a download link, and I think it stamps my
You can't
IP
share
address.
it?
What's that?
You can't share it.
Well, I downloaded the document, but I think it... Let me see what I can find, but I think it stamped my IP address in the PDF. So, like, if I shared it, they would know who shared it. Let me look.
That's okay if you can't. It's all good.
I will share what I can, what I know I can, and then I'll look for the other thing.
That's all right.
So this I blocked out my IP address. And you've seen this diagram before, but I wanted, a higher resolution version, and so they gave it to me. It was really cool.
Because I'm actually pretty fascinated by that whole claim of what they claimed they did. I mean, it was an undertaking of extreme. Like, I mean, it was such a huge project. Like, it took years and probably hundreds of people.
Yeah.
Like every day. Like the structures they had to build, the equipment they had to haul across mountain ranges and rough terrain, like these really precision instrumentation devices, like these things that they built, like for plumb and level and all that. Like they were massive. They weren't small. They weighed tons. Some of these things, like, so they would have had to have had a lot of manpower. And so just the idea that they did this is like, it is kind of hard to believe that they even pulled it off. What they claim to have done. Like in the was it the early 20th century or late 19th? Or
Yeah, the
both?
or the 1850s. If you're interested in the topic, I will see if Discord will let me drop 3 PDFs that I've collected on the topic. And it looks like the server is accepting 146 megabytes of PDFs. And you'll be tagged when they finally upload. I'm still looking for
the side chat. You could have
What's that?
DM'd me if you wanted. You could have DM'd it to me if you wanted, but that's okay.
I don't have Nitro, so I can't DM people big files. Oh, do you?
Oh, okay, no problem.
What's that?
Sorry?
Do you have Nitro or whatever it takes to get to?
Yep.
Does that let me send you big files?
Don't think so.
Nope.
I think I would have to pay for Nitro to send big files, but the server obviously has Nitro, so there I can send big files in the side chat. They're uploading via my slow internet.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
One is a book called Everest, the Man and the Mountain by Smith S., and another is Mapping an Empire, the Geographical Construction of British India. And those were both recommended to me by the very nice lady at the Royal Society in London. So I went and found them on the internet and downloaded the PDF.
Anyway, that's pretty much. I'm done with my line of interrogation. Sorry, guys. Yeah, go for it if you guys have got any questions, or do we want to see if there's new people or anything like that? Sorry.
And I can't find the actual PDF they sent with the map of the survey lines of sight. It may have just been like, I think it was just like one page, just that, and then I converted it from PDF to a PNG and took my IP address out of it.
I mean, another thing that some people bring up is angular size change with distance. I don't know if that would have an impact on any observations taken through a theodolite over such distance, like how much impact it would have.
Well,
that sort of thing.
Yeah, your documents should be available now. You should grab those and read them later if you like. Anyway, the angle to a point in the distance would be equal to the arctangent, just using straight line geometry or trigonometry, would be equal to the arctangent of the rise, in other words, the delta height between you and that point divided by the run, or the distance to that point. So yes, if something's twice as far, then that angle to it will be approximately half as much. However, in plane trig, if it's already at your horizontal at the same height as your eye, it's already at a 0 degree elevation, so doubling the distance won't change the elevation.
That's if you're correct about that part, right? If you got your heights correct, if your heights are actually
right,
what you're told they are.
Right, and that's why I did the equal elevation simultaneous reciprocal zenith, because that gives some feedback on, are these heights actually equal? because we're both measuring the elevation angle to each other. And if one of us is a little higher, that's going to offset, and one of us is going to read more down tilt than the other, right?
Assuming a bunch of stuff like your weather conditions and instrumentation accuracy and user competency as well. I don't care what you say. User competency is a factor.
Well, really the only way to mess up a measurement using these instruments with the automatic level correction is to just not put the crosshairs on the target through the scope. And since my brother is, as we shall say, home on the range, he had no trouble with that. And since I've been using theodolites for a while, I was able to do that myself.
Fair enough. Yeah. I'm actually considering taking up a course, basic surveying course.
Oh, cool. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's really fun. I highly recommend it.
Yeah. Cert 3, and then or possibly if like if I talk to an advisor and they say probably your level, you'd start off a bit lower than that. But I sort of get the impression that I could skip some and just go to Cert 3. I might have to brush up on some math and stuff because I'm pretty poor at math. Half of the shit you said, it's like going over my head, yeah. So if I brushed up on some math and then like prepared myself a little bit, and then like got some tutoring and everything to go along with it, and did the course, I could potentially apparently, I don't know what it's like in the rest of the world, but in Australia, surveyors and surveyor assistants is in high demand. There's it's like a shortage of people doing it. So there's a really good, it's an avenue there that's like just waiting for anybody that's interested to pick it up and pursue it. And it's good money. Right. I'm not the fittest, so I don't know about how helpful I could be as an assistant on really like projects that are covering really rugged areas, like for future development and that sort of thing, large scale and shit. Like, but definitely I could probably do some light assistant work and some office work, right, as well. So that they're always looking for people to help with. Yeah, so I'm thinking seriously about it.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure there's companies that just do in-city locating and surveying, property boundaries in pre-populated areas where you're not, mountain goat climbing up wild mountains and stuff.
Right. Yeah, at my age and with my health, I don't know if I could handle that. But I could build up to it, I guess. I don't mind a hike now and then. It takes me a while. Get up a mountain and get to like a lookout, like a half-hour hike or something. It's like, oh, I'm exhausted afterwards. Terrible. And sore the next day. But because I'm not very fit. But yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting nevertheless to like learn about it and become a bit more familiar with like all the methodology and the process and the instrumentation and the math and all of it. Yeah.
And you can also watch a lot of well, I shouldn't say there's a lot, but there's a fair amount of free video curriculum on using theodolites. A lot of it's made by Indian schools, so you have to listen to this thick Indian accent. But there's also English-speaking videos, so you can actually learn all about the techniques of measurements and field calibration and checks and everything just for free on the YouTube too.
Huh. What is it with India and surveying? What is there?
Maybe they're like, we should do it for ourselves. Maybe they're like, we didn't want the British to do it. We want to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, that whole story is pretty interesting. Apparently it's pretty much it was the you know the birth of modern geodesy, and it gave rise to that whole endeavor that it gave rise to the study of isostasy. Am I pronouncing that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what word you're referring to.
So I think during that survey, they found some inconsistencies and with predictions of star positions using like models that they were like working off. So there was competing theories about mass distribution under of the surface and under the surface, causing like gravitational anomalies to occur, like with displacement of stars and things like that, like and vertical being not vertical, right? So then they used one theory or model. I can't remember the guy's name. Started with B, and his didn't work. So they went with, I think, Aries theory, which was more to do with like. So I can't remember the differences between the two theories, but I think the one that they went with that they thought that they felt explained these inconsistencies better was the idea that that mountains are more like tree trunks, that have tree roots basically spreading out underground, causing different density distribution, rather than like them sitting on a plate or a shelf with no like bottom under, nothing under it, sort of thing. Like I don't know. So anyway, it was a difference in mass distribution, which and the way mountains are structured both above ground and below ground, right? So they went with this, I think, Aries idea, his theory, which helped explain why they didn't see stars above certain positions when they predicted them to be there, and that's how that's gave birth to isostasy, and which would be geographical like distribution of mass in the Earth, and combined with like modern geodesy with like deflection of the vertical, like causing gravitational anomalies, because that was all part of their survey, right? Like, was trying to get something better than the geoid or spheroid model or ellipsoid models that they already had. So it helped develop what they thought was a better version of existing ones that they had. I can't remember what they came up with at the end of it. I can't remember the name of the model, but that's since been replaced like with other ones like WGS 84 and whatnot. Yeah. So, but basically from there they progressed with geodesy. Really gave birth with that survey. Like it was born in that survey, basically.
With the survey of India by the Brits.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely a massive project, probably the first of its kind as far as massive survey projects. Well, I wonder, would the Brits have surveyed England before they surveyed India? I don't know. Probably not. They're probably like, oh, we know how to get around our little island, whatever. But we're gonna go survey this India.
Yeah, but it seems like it was overkill. I mean, what they like? They were trudging across like rugged terrains with like heavy chains and these huge like theodolites and huge what do they call them? I can't remember the name now. But they had these like pendulum things and these giant plumb bob devices and all sorts of crap. They were carting around with them. Some of these requiring structures to be built, like
Yeah,
on which they'd have to be mounted, right?
yeah, they built a lot of 60 or 70-foot towers so that they could
Right.
get up and see, to get up out of the heavy refraction zone, to get out of the, that unreliable surface conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they didn't have any time for like family life or anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
And then,
how long did it take them? How many years
oh
was it? Do you
goodness.
remember?
Oh, goodness, a long time. I'd have to
Decades,
look it
wasn't
up.
it?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And then near the end, or part, at a certain part through, George Everest, who was in charge of it, became disabled. So they were not only lugging these 1,800-pound theodolites around and up and down, they were lugging him up and down, up and down the towers.
Right. Right. Now, didn't he take over from somebody else, or did someone take over from him and finish it off? Was it?
I don't
I
remember.
remember the name Lambert or something. Was that someone prominent?
He came up with a projection, but I don't remember how it fits into all that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was involved somehow in the actual surveying process as well, or the overseeing of it, or something like that. I can't. I remember reading about and reading a few names, and yeah, I'm sure someone started it, got ill and died, then their successor took over
Quite likely.
and finished it off. Yeah.
And then I'm not even sure if George Everest even lived for the entire process. He may have also passed on and been succeeded, or someone else may have taken over.
Yeah. But it all is based on like interpretation of what you see in a viewfinder, right? Through a lens and with some
Um,
guided
it,
lines drawn on them.
well, you just line the lines up to the target, which means the light from the target is being focused onto that physical point on the crosshair plate where the crosshairs cross. So that part's of physical alignment, but it is based on the angle of the light as it enters the lens. The theodolite has no knowledge of what non-straight path the light may have taken. it only knows the angle that it
Right.
enters the lens at, or at which it enters the lens. I guess if I'm on English Hub, I should try to.
Yeah, but that's there. So the angle being measured, like AI was talking about this the other day. So the actual angle being measured is the angle difference of the tilt of the theodolite itself, right? Relative to level, its level. That's the actual degree, number of degrees. It's the degrees of tilt of the theodolite that's being measured, because if you're going to say that it's measuring straight lines of sight, and then you turn around and say that the line of sight wasn't straight, it was curved, what the heck? Are you drawing tangents to lines of sight now? Like, what's going on?
Yes. In fact, in plane geometry, and I think Euclid was probably even aware of this, but two curved lines that are either not concentric or are of different radii can be tangent to each other. So, like, you could have a gently curving line of sight be tangent to a point on a more curving surface.
Right, but that's not what actually is being done. It's the actual number of degrees that the theodolite is tilted, which is marked, right, with respect to what is being seen but what is being referenced in the viewfinder, right?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the
but
number.
That's the angle that you're measuring, right? The angle that is being measured is the theodolite's difference between level and not level.
Yeah, you're measuring the difference between the angle of light from the target entering the lens and level, or plumb.
You're not. That's just an interpretation of what you're seeing in the viewfinder, right? So you're just using the viewfinder. What you're seeing in the viewfinder, you're using a visual reference for which to mark. You use your crosshairs and your guides in the visual field. you set it on a particular point within that field of view, and you get it to that where you want it, and then you read what number of degrees the theodolite had to tilt in order to get to achieve that result in the viewfinder. Yes or no? That's what it does.
Right, the number of degrees relative to level.
Right. And then interpretation is made based on that.
I'm not sure what you mean by interpretation. A ray of light that is being measured has a physical path.
There's no actual rays of light. They don't exist.
Okay, the light from the target entering the lens enters the lens at a physically unambiguous angle, and that is what the telescope and crosshairs are lined up.
That's the interpretation. That's the interpretation. Yeah, you can say photons, you can say light waves, and blah 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 blah. Talk about how light works and enters into apertures and blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, right, the angle being measured is the tilt of the theodolite itself with respect to level.
Yes,
because you could block that, and you could put your lens cap on, right, and then tilt it. And then take it off and show a number of degrees, right, with respect to level. You don't even need to see anything through the viewfinder or the lens. It's going to measure an angle, whether a human's seeing something through it or not, right?
Well, it's
0, plus. Plus 0, minus 0.
I mean, it's kind of like saying, well, when you step on the bath, or when I step on the bathroom scale, I'm not measuring my weight, I'm measuring the force on the scale. Well, those are the same thing. If we have the crosshairs lined up to, if the light from the target is focused onto the center of that crosshair, because the crosshair plate is a physical thing. It's an actual little glass plate with the crosshairs actually formed as very thin vapor-plated metal stripes. So the target, and a lot of times they actually have the stripes don't actually meet in the middle. There's a tiny hole in the middle, so that if you're looking at something that's tinier than the crosshairs, you can see it right through the center of right through the middle of the crosshairs. So when the light from that target is physically going through that little hole in the center of the crosshairs, that is a physical conjunction of that light going through that hole. So if the light angle is equal to the telescope angle, and the instrument is measuring the angle of the telescope, it is also measuring the angle of the light, right?
No, not necessarily, because you it might not be what you think it looks like. Like, it might not be representative of what is actually being seen.
Well,
measured as an angle. That's
well,
why they have to say things like, well, refraction.
You might have missed my point. I wasn't claiming that the light is perfectly straight from the target to the telescope.
Well, it'd have to be if you're measuring an angle of two actual lines of something, like light path, like photon paths or something. Or a photon path with respect to the theodolite's level. Right? It'd have to be straight. It could not be curved. You wouldn't get an angle. But you could get an angle of the tilt of the theodolite with respect to its level in relationship to what's being seen by an observer.
I linked you to a 25-minute mini lecture on lenses and optics, which will help you to understand how
Yeah, that's great. I'm so fascinated with light as well and how that operates. And there's all different ideas about what's actually happening, right? Particles, waves, particles and waves, blah, 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 right? How it can bend and arc and do all sorts of weird, strange things in different mediums, et cetera, and how it passes through, a lens and all that good stuff, right? But that's not really. You don't know if that's what you're measuring, and if you're saying your line of sight is actually curved, then you won't be measuring an angle between that curved line and something that's like straight, like level. You won't be able to get a number of degrees between those two lines because one of them's curved. It won't produce an angle. You need two straight lines intersecting at the vertices to produce an angle.
But a curved line of sight could intersect a plumb line at an angle, right?
Curved line could intersect a vertical line at an angle. Yeah, sorry, go on, Jedi. Bro, it was nice talking to you, Jesse. I gotta go put this on charge and shut the fuck up for a while. So yeah,
All right, thank you,
I'll
sir.
talk
It
to you
was
later,
very
man.
good.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Sorry, I only jumped in when you said curved line.
Did you catch me at a technicality?
Yeah, dude. Look, you and T-Dub are having a very complex. I'm gonna take on.
You're cutting out a
Dude,
little,
so,
or is it me?
yeah, probably you.
Try again.
You and T-Dub are having a really long conversation, mate. I'm not here. Button. You're well down the path, mate. I wouldn't know where to begin.
You're cutting out. I'm not sure what to say.
Thank you.
Why is nobody speaking in this chat?
You are. And now I am.
What? Yes, but I thought there would be some argument going there.
There was about a minute ago, but it finished. It's been
Oh,
going on for a long time, so it's just gone quiet for the moment, sir. Did you want to argue with someone?
What?
Did you want to have an argument with somebody?
No, I will just say that Earth is not flat, and I
Okay.
will not give any proof about this.
Okay. Well, I will say that the Earth is flat, and I will also not give any proof about this. I guess our conversation is done.
Yes, I just listen. I thought I
Okay.
would listen.
No problem. In actual fact, I would give you proof of it. You wouldn't give me proof that the Earth's a ball, but hey ho.
Oh, you can give me proof that Earth is flat?
Well, it's your basic daily lived-in experience, isn't it?
What do you mean?
You look around, and the Earth looks flat to you, apart from the hills and valleys and so on. But no matter how high you get, mountain, aircraft, you look out the window, Earth looks really big and flat, doesn't it?
No.
No, you see curvature upon the Earth.
No.
Where? No. Okay, so we've got a problem. It's either going to look flat or curved. I'm saying it looks flat. You're saying it looks curved?
No, I'm not saying it looks curved
Okay,
everywhere.
so you're saying it looks flat then?
I say it doesn't look curved everywhere because if I looked everywhere and it looks curved, Earth would be like a football.
Okay, so is that you saying that the Earth looks flat then?
It has curves, but not everywhere because it's not logical.
Okay, but where?
What do you mean, where?
I'm asking, dude, it's what you said. I'm asking you, where do I need to go to see the curvature of the Earth? I can either see it or I can't. It either looks flat or it looks curved. You're saying it looks curved, but not everywhere, but somewhere. Where's that somewhere?
Yeah, you got the point. Okay.
Thank you.
But why is everything curved, for example, moon,
I don't know.
and Earth is not, is just flat?
Why are bananas banana shaped, my friends, and strawberries strawberry shaped? Things are different. We understand this, right? You're not a tree because you're surrounded by trees if you live in a forest. You're not a grain of sand if you walk along the beach, are you? Things are different,
No,
aren't
but
they?
I am not a planet, brother. It's not.
No, but neither's the Earth. And if it was a planet, then it would display motion and curvature like the planets in the sky, which it doesn't.
So out of all planets, Earth is the only one which is flat.
Earth is not a planet.
What is it?
The Earth is the floor, and the things in the sky are above the floor. We're not a
They are
disc in
standing on
space.
us?
What?
They are standing on the floor?
No, you are. The stars, the sun and moon, they're not standing on the floor. They've got no legs, but they're above the floor. The Earth isn't a disk in space orbiting the sun. And it's the only, for some reason, disk planet in a cosmology of spherical planets. It's the black sheep of the family. No, it's not that. The Earth is the floor, not a planet, and the planets are up in the sky.
Mm-hmm. How about the footages from the space?
What about them?
I mean, they have seen the Earth, haven't they?
Okay,
From
and what did
space.
the images show?
And they claim it to be not flat.
Because the images show that the Earth has got a curved surface.
So,
So then I would be able to observe and measure the curvature upon the surface like in the photographs, wouldn't I? Just by consequence of them saying, hey, look, here's a picture of the Earth and it's got a curved surface, then I will observe and measure that curved surface just by consequence of that claim. It's like saying the abominable snowman or Yeti or whatever you want to call him has got red hair, and you've taken a photograph of the abominable snowman with red hair. Now that just means I'm going to find red hair somewhere around. That's just a consequence of the claim. So if the picture's from space, so the surface of the Earth is curved, then I will observe and measure curvature upon the surface of the Earth, won't I?
and what about time zones? I mean,
That's just the sun's movement across the sky based upon your location when you observe it. Do you know what a sundial is?
sun what?
Sundial. It's a stick in the floor that produces a shadow caused by the sun that moves over time, and we can tell the time by the way the shadow moves.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically the same type of thing for time zones. You, in this instance, are the stick, and your back is towards north. You watch the sun come from your left, the east, move across the arc of the sky towards the west. You can measure this in angles. When the sun is at the highest point in the sky, you'll call a solar noon. Everywhere on that line that you've produced from your body from north, running through you towards the south, that will be that line of meridian. So time zones was by measurements of the sun as they move across the sky from an observer.
Mhm.
It's just the sun, dude. That's all it is.
Okay. Now I have doubts. Okay,
Okay,
thanks.
no problem. I like raising doubts.
Huh? You like raising doubts? Okay, yeah.
Yes. If you've got any other questions, mate, I'm not the only flat earther here. I'm sure other people will be able to give you other answers if you ask them.
Yeah, okay.
No one's as nice as Jedi though, so you're lucky.
Mm. Is there anybody else with any questions or points of view they'd like to raise? Lots of flat earthers in the channel, willing and capable to take your call or whatever. But like I said, hello, welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. Got any questions, comments, or points you'd like to raise? Then please unmute your microphone. Tell us what your name is. Say hi, and bring forth your point for conversation, even if it is Jesse Path of Light. See, the side chat is kicking off. Lots of people writing paragraphs to each other. I'm actually starting to ask the question if DJ sleeps or not. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning for me, and he's a lot further east than I am. So he's either up early or going to sleep late. But do you sleep, brother? I'm starting to wonder. If you want to talk in the VC, Hassan, speak in the VC. No one is speaking at the moment, but that'll depend on how good your English is and how patient I am. So welcome to the chat, Hassan. Oh, okay.
I've got a question for you, Jedi.
What's that mean?
Yeah. What is your opinion on ships disappearing hull first?
My opinion on it. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. If it does, it's usually due to meteorological effects. Sometimes it can be caused by an actual obstruction, like a tide coming in, some kind of bulge out to sea or something, due to the seabed underneath the water as it's coming in or something. I don't know. But there's lots of reasons why things can disappear from the bottom up. Now, it can disappear over a curved surface. Of course it can. But this would need to be demonstrated if it was the cause for the boat on the surface of the Earth.
Now, of all the videos you've witnessed on YouTube and other platforms, have you seen any ships going on the horizon when the sun is in the tropics and at its zenith?
Oh, mate, no, I wouldn't know. Usually with that type of data, you don't find that on boats going over the horizon. And like sunset times and where the location is according to the tropics, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's something that I'm interested in, and to seeing if I can find something like that. Because I know the sun angles have a large amount to do with what we can and cannot see. So I'm curious what happens when the sun is directly above us.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know the answer to that or where you'd even need to look. That might be so specific that you might need to do it yourself. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if
Yeah,
anybody would have done that.
I'd have to find ports that are in the tropic area, and then see if someone just happens to capture a vessel leaving the port or something like that.
Just have to make really accurate observations and note the time of day and position of the sun.
I have seen some strange effects with vessels just on Lake Ontario, and that's even just a tiny little lake, really, compared to the oceans.
Don't be shy if you want to speak. I heard you unmute yourself.
Someone please talk. I'm getting bored. Hey.
You want to tell us a good story? DJ's about to go to sleep. You can give him a good bedtime story about NASA and how they're going into outer space. Give us a good fairy tale.
I don't really know any. I would, otherwise.
You don't know anything about NASA and how they go into outer space?
I mean, yeah, kinda, but not really a story, you know?
Yeah, just tell us a story about like Artemis, the past moon mission just happened like 4 days ago.
Yeah, I've seen something, but I'm not really into it, so I don't know much about it.
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. So what do you know?
So they are going to the moon, right? Supposedly.
Yeah, supposedly.
You think it's fake?
Yeah.
You're absolutely convinced it's fake?
Yeah.
And why do you think they are trying to fake it? Like, what would be the reason?
Oh, that can't be determined. We can determine, however, that they are faking it.
Are you breathing gas pressure right now?
Yeah, it's gonna lead there. Eventually. Once he asks. Oh, maybe he doesn't want to know. Well, it's kind of weird. Like I made some outrageous claim, like NASA's faking outer space, and just waiting for that question of why do you think that?
Facebook's been blowing up with this Artemis garbage. Look, we've proven to flat earthers.
Oh, do you see that little stuffed animal globe thing or whatever? If you got the letters through it, the little green screen messed up or whatever. Oh, it's so funny. It's good. I seen another one where like one of the packets of food that they were opening up, he like flung it upwards and it like went through his head. That's good.
I don't know. My question is if they're sitting there and they've got windows, why aren't they showing out the windows while they're sitting there doing all these live streams where apparently have these photos? But wouldn't you be saying, "Hey, look at this! Check outside our window. Look what we are looking at." Yeah.
Oh, I know. I think they would. Oh, dude, I saw that wall of text DJ just posted. I think the TikTok brain has affected me too. I was like, oh, dude. So long. Let me read this down. Let me focus in. Oh, dude. Dude, it's posted more. Okay, focus, focus. Don't let TikTok brain take over. Oh, dude, he keeps just adding more. What are you talking about, Roland? You just posted up the whole thing of how you can account for this dude. Did you read it? It wasn't actually that long of a read. It's that huge wall of text. Scared me a little. Hello, welcome, Horsey. Size, it seems, does matter. Yeah, size does matter. I agree. So I gotta get in the gym, bro. Do some push-ups. Get strong. You can be strong physically and intellectually as well.
All right, I think I got caught up with everyone's side chat queries that they left while I was busy in BC. So if someone in BC had a question waiting for me, I'm responsive again.
Yo, who is this Katie person? She's just stalking our side chat. What the heck?
He smoked you there, Lats, I'm afraid.
Oh, I know. It got me good. Damn it. I can't even say anything. Like, what do I even say? It's rough. She got me good. These people stalking our side chat. You know, maybe they watch on YouTube. And they also have our side chat open. I do that every once in a while too.
Well, has anyone thought about the method of using ham radio range finding or flight paths to get an idea of the figure of the Earth?
Nope. Doesn't appear so.
What's that, AJ? And hello.
How you doing?
Oh, not too bad. How are you doing?
Yeah, all right. Just sitting here working, listening in.
Oh shit! I just got a notification from Jenna's server. It said that QE is doing a release on his book.
Oh, well, always a bride, never, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. I released my book a year ago.
You released a book too?
I wrote a one-page book and I published it on Amazon Kindle.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hello, NT4.
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm well, thank you. And how are you?
I'm fine. Still now.
I beg your pardon.
What?
He's asking, what did you say?
Oh, yes.
I'm
I
good.
beg your pardon means
Still,
repeat. Say it again. We didn't hear it.
I'm gone still now.
You're ghosting now?
I'm good still now.
Oh, you're good still now?
Yeah.
Huh. You might say I'm good now if you were not good previously, but you're good now. Or
Yeah, yeah.
if you've been good for a long time, then you can say I'm still good.
I'm still good. Yeah. AG? Yes, AG.
It's J, AJ.
AJ. J. Different between J and G.
Yeah, G is a different letter than J.
Hmm.
So, like, let's see. Is there a G in here? I'll put a G in the side chat for you.
Is that Google?
Yes, as in
Okay.
Google. That's G.
Google. L. L not L not L. L not la. In Arabic, the language of Arabic, we say L, lamb, not L. So somebody, when speaking English, he say la, not L.
Right. L is just the name of the letter, but you don't pronounce it as L unless it's preceded by an E. So like in the word bell, Bell, then it sounds like bell, which is like L, but that's because it has an E before it. If it's just lamb, Lamb, then it's just you say lamb.
Yeah. What's different between develop and increase and improve? And anything oh, as or as?
I didn't understand that last part, but improve and develop, and did you say increase?
Yeah.
So increase is different because it implies something is becoming greater or larger or more in number. It's could be a plant or an animal or a person is increasing in size, or it could be a collection of marbles or money increasing in number. Improving doesn't necessarily imply that it's becoming bigger or more in number, but it's becoming better. So like you might paint your house and that improves it, but it's still the same house and there's still only one of it. And what was the other one?
Develop.
Evolve?
Develop.
Oh, develop. Develop.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay. Develop implies that something new is being created. Like it could be a neighborhood is being developed. That means they're like bulldozing out, putting in streets and putting in houses and stuff. Or a plan could be developed for doing something that's, a plan that doesn't exist already. And a theory could be developed that didn't exist already, for example. Did that help?
Develop if word to describe meaning of thing, not have a begin.
I did not understand that.
Develop, describe a thing, not have a beginning.
To develop something is a process.
Not have a begin.
It doesn't have anything to do with beginning, except that it doesn't start until it begins, just like everything else doesn't start until it begins.
Okay. Yeah. Another question, okay? Listen
Okay.
me. Okay. What's the difference between listen and hear?
What and hair?
Listen and hear.
Listen and hear?
Hear. Okay, yeah. Hear. Yeah. I'm wrong.
Oh, yes, listen and hear. Okay. They're related. And
please slow, okay? Slowly.
oh yes, they are related, but they have kind of a different connotation. So like whether I'm not sure what the exact difference is actually. We use them the same a lot. You can say I'm listening to you or I hear you, or you can say to somebody, "Can you hear me?" You ask them a question, "Can you hear me?" Or I guess if you ask, "Can you hear me?" you're asking if they're able to hear you. Like maybe the phone isn't working and they cannot hear you, or they're too far away and they cannot hear you. And if you say, "Are you listening to me?" that means they can hear you, but they might be ignoring you, like they don't want to hear what you say, so they're not listening.
Yeah. Yeah. Sense of human.
Yeah, another way to put it is if you hear something, you know the sound is, you know that there is sound getting into your ears. If you're listening, you know what the sound getting into your ears means.
But you
To put
could
it
also right, but you could also be listening for a sound that is not there. So in that case, you would be listening but not hearing, because there was nothing to hear, but you were still listening for it, even though it was not there.
Yeah, because you're trying to you're trying to gain meaning from sound that has not yet been produced. The key word is meaning. The meaning between, you know, the words and stuff. Sorry if I butchered that. It's almost midnight. But does that make sense, NT4?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Another question or what? Jesse Birth of Life.
What's that?
Another question, okay.
Okay.
Sometimes what's different between contain and exist and involve and include, you know, what's different between them? يعني, when I am using these words in my statement.
What were those words again?
Include, involve, exist, contain, or enough.
Okay, so include, involve, exist, and contain. Exist, like EXIST?
EXIST.
I'm not seeing how exist is related, but the other three are kind of related. Include means to include something. So in a social context, you might have some friends that you always include in your camping trip or your get-togethers or whatever. Or when you're putting something in a container, you can include certain things by putting them in the container. Involving is similar, except it more refers to an action. Like, let's say you're doing an activity and you involve another person, you have them help you do that activity. And so that involves them in the activity. And then containing also refers to things being together, but it refers to them being constrained to stay together or to be all in the same container. Like you could put a bunch of apples into a bucket and they would be contained inside that bucket.
Yeah.
And exist, I'm not sure why that's in the list. That just means that something is real, is present. What?
If I say John is exists in my room.
Oh, it's a little odd, but you would just say John is in my room.
Yeah. Is in my room? Well, is exist in my room.
What's going on? We helping him do a cryptic crossword puzzle or something?
We are practicing English.
Oh, okay.
Contain.
So yeah, you would say John is in my room. If, let's see.
What's John doing in your room?
There's a John in my room.
You all sound gay if John's in your room.
No, a John, like, you know, a toilet.
What's
Inside.
What's that?
Inside. INSIDE.
Yes, inside.
Mm.
So you could say John is inside my room, or you could make it shorter and just say John is in my room.
Okay.
Or the birds are in the firmament.
What?
The birds are in the firmament. So instead of inside, in. Just like he just used. Like John
Yeah.
is inside the room. John is in the room. The birds are inside the firmament. The birds are in the firmament.
All this statement is the same meaning or what?
Yes. You could say in or inside.
Or exist?
Not for that statement. You couldn't.
EXIST.
No, that wouldn't make sense. To say John exists in my room.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Not correct syntax?
No.
I mean, philosophically, it's sound.
Or you'd have to say it'd have to be exists with an S on the end. It couldn't be exist. It'd be
Right,
John
yes,
exists
exactly.
in my room. But it's not something that you would hear someone say in a normal conversation.
John is being in my room.
Spin, yeah, spin. Yeah. You get
John is contained in my room.
No.
John is contained in my room, and he's involved in various nefarious activities, including theft.
I can say John is involved in plus any verb. John is involving in crime.
You would say involved in crime.
Yeah.
Including theft.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Now, the important question is, can you order a cup of coffee in English?
Can you what?
Can you order a cup of coffee in English?
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
Can you request to
Request?
purchase or buy? Yeah, to buy a cup of coffee.
Can you request a cup of coffee?
Yeah, like from a shop. You know, like order
Yeah,
a coffee.
yeah. I'm backend developer. I can understand your request. Yeah.
Yeah, if you go into a coffee shop, can you ask for a cup of coffee?
The same meaning of requirement. What do you say? Our request.
Yeah, how do you ask for a cup of coffee
Ask.
from
Yeah.
a cafe? You know, from a
Yeah.
cafe. Yeah, you go into a cafe, coffee shop, and you
Yeah.
say, "Could I please have a coffee?"
Cup of coffee. Yeah.
A cup of coffee. Yeah, they're gonna say, "What kind of coffee?"
American coffee or Turkish coffee. What do you need?
Oh, you could have a soy latte.
What? What?
You could have a soy latte.
Latte. I never drank that before. Turkish coffee is a very good coffee.
Don't they give it to you in like a tiny, tiny little? That's like black and no sugar.
No. Yeah, some people drink coffee without anything, but I don't prefer that. يعني I don't prefer that. One ملعقة يعني يا جدعان.
You have sugar.
You have sugar.
Sugar.
No. Yes.
One sugar.
One sugar. Yeah. One sugar. ثانية.
What about milk? Would you like some milk?
Spoon. One spoon sugar. Yes, or one sugar. 1 spoon of sugar or 1 sugar.
Same thing, but in polite society, 1 spoon of sugar.
Again, and slow.
1 spoon of sugar is fine, but 1 sugar is the same thing.
Yeah.
Would you like milk?
No. Oh, sorry. I thought you were actually making coffee then.
To SM.
I want to ask you some question, okay?
Okay.
I am developer or programming. What do you say is called? My language English. يعني I very good in read and write, but still يعني إيه bad or good in listening.
Mean speaking? Speaking? I think you said tell. Mean speak. You want to say the word speak. So you're reading and writing English is good, but you want to speak English better.
Right. You need to read out loud. You should read if you can read English well, you should read it out loud.
Yeah. Reading English is good and right, but
yes, but you should when you read it, when you read it, say the words while you are reading. So don't read in your head. Read out loud. Say the words as you read the words. Say them out loud with your mouth.
Well, that's how we go into school, right? They'd be like, Johnny, read the next sentence. And then Johnny would go, the house that Jack built. You know. If Johnny could read.
The horse that Jack helped, did you say?
The house that Jack built. Ever read that book? The House That Jack Built? Come on, it's a classic.
Actually, it does ring a bell.
Was John in
This
Jack?
is a house. This is Jack.
This
This
is
is a
Jack.
house. This is the house that Jack built.
Was
No,
John
Jack
in
can.
one of the rooms?
What? 20 cuts? It's cut down, man. It's okay.
You
He's
missed it.
confused because it's not French. Sorry, go on.
Oh, you're right. No, you missed it. Never mind.
What did I miss? Was there someone in here?
Sorry.
Yeah, there was a question that NT asked about John being in a room. So I was just asking if Jack built the house and John was in one of the rooms. Like, come on, chop chop.
I see what you did there.
Well,
yeah, I paid attention to get that one.
The real question I need to answer from 20 Cups is, if Jack helped you off a horse, would you help Jack off a horse?
100%.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
You see, like, we're bilingual around here, but we're not, like, stupid enough to miss that. You know?
How's he supposed to do it for himself? He's got those big Clydesdale hooves.
Poor horse.
Well,
Maybe that's why they got. Never mind. I'm not going down there.
Yeah, do him the favor, AJ. I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
He will.
You know, I was just thinking, if the United States really went to the moon, why isn't it a national holiday? Because we got way dumber holidays than that.
Yeah, that's a fucking good point.
Well, I was just listening to somebody say,
for all
like, the
mankind.
new, yeah, exactly. It should be a global holiday, right?
Yeah.
Well, that the new technocracy, that the Club of Rome and all these places have tried to foist on everybody for 100 years. That one, and they've written stuff down, and one of their ideas is to rewrite the calendars to get rid of all the religious holidays, right? So it's like, what are they going to replace it with? Oh, their religious holidays, going to the moon. That should be like their major religious holiday. They should be like their Christmas or their Easter or something. I'm like, why don't we have that? Why isn't there a moon landing holiday? I mean, we have dumb holidays. We got Patriots Day. Dumb fucking holiday.
Yeah, it's a bit dumb, isn't it?
Columbus Day. So we're celebrating proof of the globe. But I guess like the super proof of the globe would be the moon landing. And why aren't we celebrating that? Because then it would be too obvious. The brainwashing, I think.
I don't know. I think it would work on you guys, especially like in the 60s and the 70s, right? Get very patriotic around the idea of everyone's gone to the moon. You'd have bought that back then. I'd have thought you'd have wanted to have like Moon Day every year.
Moon Day.
Get your flags out. Get your moon boots out. Do moon walks everywhere. Come on.
Yeah, you could spend the whole week brainwashing the kids.
Yeah. Get Michael Jackson on stage. Yeah, I think you're onto something.
We need like a Mount Rushmore for like Neil Armstrong. Freaking Who's the other idiot? There's Collins and Buzz Aldrin. We need a Mount Rushmore for them.
Yeah.
It's got to face straight up though, because it's got to look at the moon. I think there's a full moon here tonight. Check this out.
What's Artemis doing? I gave up listening. I stopped.
Dude,
caring.
even normies are like, that's bullshit. Fucking the normies ain't even buying it. That's that bad. It's freaking horrible. Dude, literally, look, our new tagline is going to be 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Live streaming 24 times more than the Moon Artemis mission. Freaking unbelievable. Look, regardless of whether they got a connection to the radar, they could have just snapped the camera to it and just recorded it 24/7 and just brought it back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they don't bring back like continuous video for 8 days of continuous video is bullshit. Because that is nothing to do nowadays. I mean, they got $11 million toilets, right? They could, they can get the storage space to make a camera that videotapes 4K for 8 days. No problem.
Yeah, you get construction companies that'll tape their whole projects for 8 months.
Yeah. Especially when we're doing science and stuff, right? Got to record all of that shit for posterity and, reasons.
I mean, they should have a view at every angle.
Yeah.
They should be doing stereoscopic, but they should be doing everything. In fact, they should have had like a contest. What else should we throw on this? Serious, man. They should have a stereoscopic camera, a freaking panoramic camera lens, cameras facing, forward, backward, side to side. I mean, didn't Elon Musk do that with his car? He had 3 cameras on it, right?
Yeah.
Why are they cheaping out?
Yeah, I said similar thing yesterday, and like not just for like just for curiosity's sake, not for the public's sake, but for their own safety even. I mean, if something fails, a sensor or something fails, they've got like an array of cameras on the outside to tell them, oh shit, there's a big thing coming at us, or whatever. Or, oh shit, we're leaking exhaust from fucking sector fucking 2 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, they should have cameras everywhere, inside, outside. They should just, they're nothing.
Wouldn't they have done that because of what happened with Challenger? Because it was external video that showed them what happened. So surely they would want lots and lots of different camera angles because of, accidents have happened before and they're going to want to know what caused the accident to happen. It was only because of a camera view that they figured it out back in Challenger's time. Something fell
That
from
reminds me,
somewhere
maybe
and
they're
hit
going to burn up.
Say that again, sorry?
Maybe they're going to burn up when they come back, Like the Challenger. Maybe they're just going to, or not Challenger exploded. The one that got the tile knocked off, and then they said they were attaching a camera to it so to see if they knock tiles off anymore.
Yeah.
Dude, that's some scripted bullshit. I'm sorry. The shuttle freaking... Dude, they were talking about tiles falling off the thing back in the 80s, and that the thing was designed to do that.
Oh, okay.
Because the tiles are like aerogel. So they're supposed to be basically glass that's blown with bazillions of bubbles inside of it. And it's super lightweight. But the problem is the adhesive part. So they, I learned about this in school, in 7th grade. and then the thing burns up. What, from the same problem when I'm in my 20s? Like, sorry, or 30s, I think, dude. This is ridiculous. You had 20 years to fix the problem and you didn't do it. Because I remember like, that's like the first thing that they would do is that the shuttle would land and then they would inspect it. They would inspect the tiles. And some would be missing. They just had a bad day that day, where it happened to penetrate that day.
We've got somebody in the side chat called Liquid. He's asking us about, what's wrong with NASA and telling us that they've got cameras outside the rocket. Liquid, if you want to unmute yourself and join the conversation, my friend, you're more than able to do so.
No, we want 20. Why is there not a 24/7 freaking recording of what the hell they're doing from multiple camera angles? There's no reason. They paid $11 million for a toilet.
Well, when they're just sitting there doing these interviews for hours at a time, apparently, and you can see them everywhere, and they're all sitting there talking, telling us how beautiful the Earth is, and you can see the poles and this and that. Why don't they just turn the camera out the window and show us what they're looking at? Apparently, yeah. We just get some dodgy photo that was apparently taken from an iPhone and sent back to Earth.
Yeah, they're so sus. Dude, everything they do. Nothing is straightforward. You know what I mean? Everything is some weird convoluted thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I just assume that if you're saying, if you're talking about how beautiful your view is out the window, wouldn't you turn the camera and say, look at what we can see? Look how beautiful it is. It's fucking weird.
Look, I'll tell you what I would do. I would put a camera that was gyroscopically, not even gyroscopically. It would just point at the Earth the entire time. You know what I mean? Right? It would have actuators to point the camera. It would point at the Earth the entire freaking flight, dude. And another camera pointing at the moon. And shit, dude, I might even freaking have a little drone camera flying outside the spacecraft. Why not?
Another one on a selfie stick.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's literally what SpaceX said they did. It was the selfie stick, like freaking just like bolted to the side of the door.
Mount the camera at the end of a like strong plumb bob, keep it perfectly horizontally and level. Face it straight down until you see a circle in the center of your field of view. That wouldn't mean anything for me.
I mean, I can understand back in the 60s the problem, but I don't understand what the problem is now.
I agree with somebody was saying earlier. There should be so much more being recorded and presented. This is some lackluster crap.
You know how much junk photos are on the average person's iPhone? Jesus Christ, man. There's too many photos in the world. Except for from NASA, that they're being frugal about taking photographs. People are taking photographs of their freaking shitty lunch. I got McDonald's today. Gross. But, they're taking pictures of that. But NASA's like, you can only take a picture every 20 minutes. Whatever they're doing. You're not in danger of running out of film, NASA. Or disk space. Shit, dude.
There should be a continuous live stream from every angle.
Only 600 gigabytes to record. Oh, that's 8 hours. I want 8 days. Hold on. 8 days. Between 3 terabyte and 12 terabyte, depending on compression. 1.5 terabyte to 2 terabyte per day. No problem. That should be no problem.
I heard President Trump took time in his very, very busy schedule, bombing Iran and whatnot, to speak to the astronauts as they were going around the moon today. That was invigorating.
Unbelievable.
Isn't it?
You know, there's some Vietnam vets right in there going, this is what they did to me in fucking Vietnam. Flying to the moon while I'm dying.
Yeah, it's a strange coincidence, isn't it? War over here, one giant step for mankind over there.
So the largest SSD on the market is 245 terabyte. I'm sure NASA can afford it. Way more than enough. They need 16 terabyte per day for 8 days. So that's 100 terabytes. They're double that. They can even use a couple of them. I mean, come on, man.
And there was either somebody talking in the background or the voices in my head that got louder. What is it?
You know, I like I've said, I think it's more interesting the people that believe they're nonsense. How far could they go before they would start not believing it? Like this guy, Liquid. How far would NASA have to go? Like, how bizarre of a claim would they have to make?
Said the pear-shaped claim would do it, but that wasn't enough. They fell for that one too.
Dude, that was audio nightmare. What the hell? What'd you say? Say that again?
Sorry, it's because I'm taking a bath. My back is freaking sore from hiking. I said I thought the pear-shaped quote would do it for them. Like they kind of put the brakes on at that point, but nope, they're trudging full bore. They're going right ahead. Fucking pear-shaped, bro. You talk to them about being gaslit, and it's like all these stupid claims. Like, do you actually believe this nonsense?
Oh, I heard a real good one. It was Dr. Brian Keating, science communicator, PhD physicist. I saw a clip he made that the fact that China, the Soviets, and India didn't rat the United States out proves the moon landing actually happened. Literally said it was proof. Says when the Soviets were on the moon at the same time, and they were going to land to recover their own lunar rocks, and it was so hard when they tried to come back, their whatever they used crashed. But they said they coordinated with the United States to make sure that they didn't land at the same spot. He literally said this shit.
No fucking way that was said. Why have I not heard of that? That's
freaking. Oh, he's going to land
crazy.
right on top of Neil Armstrong. That would be great video. That's pay-per-view right there. I'll watch that. I'll watch a Russian freaking. Dude, would you watch a Russian fucking astronaut?
Yeah. What's that type of road rage shit all the time?
Oh my god.
That's crazy, brother. No, I
He posted that right on X, dude. That's right on his main freaking channel. Dr. Brian Keating, man. Unbelievable he said that.
Are you sure that's not like a flat earther just rage baiting people? Like, are you sure?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
That's wild.
But it's funny, the Russians now say they faked it, so that's also funny. And
Didn't
how
the
does he
Russian?
know that the Russians coordinate with NASA? Who told him that? NASA. You know what I mean? Like, oh crap.
I know.
No, I actually. Oh, sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, just quickly. Maybe you'll know, maybe you won't. I know Russia didn't make it to the moon, and the Americans did make it to the moon. But Russia were the first people to get to Venus, right? Apparently, they sent something to Venus, and they recorded for like a few seconds before it went dead. So they were in some kind of cahoots, to use a term, because that couldn't have been real, right?
Oh yeah, of course. But the Russians said that they sent something to.
Narnia.
They said they
Venus.
sent a probe to the moon. To the moon.
Venus, as well.
Yeah, I just
So,
posted.
so they're giving
I
us.
I just posted in the side chat, dude. If you want to listen to that shit.
They're
Buyer
giving us
beware.
half truths, India and Jedi. They're saying that they were in cahoots, which is definitely true, but they weren't in cahoots of going to the moon. They're just in cahoots of lying about it.
Yeah.
No, believe it or not, Indio, I actually heard something takes the cake over that just today by somebody that's actually in this chat room. So we all know the infamous Jesse. It's almost in the same winded sentence that he told us both. You wouldn't trust the people that know more and study the earth, and said, I have little to no trust of the government. Brother, how do you get those two, like, I don't know, intertwined? That's crazy. Right, Jesse? Tell him. Jesse.
Tell him what?
Yeah, Jesse.
Tell him how you have no trust for the government, but then explain to him also why he should trust the people in the government that are giving him information about the shape of the earth. 1, 2, 3, go.
I'm not sure I'm following.
Am I speaking a foreign language, Jedi? Is my mic cutting out?
Yeah, maybe about 2:30.
Okay, I'll speak a little bit slower. Okay, can you hear me, Jesse?
No, I can hear you fine. I remember telling you how I don't trust the government, but I don't know what else you're talking about.
You had also made the claim in regards to measuring the Earth, aka NASA, aka paid by the government funded, aka part of the government. Therefore, we're just going to call them the government. You said, but you won't trust people that measure the Earth, right?
I don't remember saying that specifically, but what I did say is that that's why I like to measure it myself, is because I don't trust the government. I'm not sure what you're... Do you remember exactly what I said?
It was almost verbatim. There are people whose jobs, remember that was a word that we were using, whose jobs were to measure the Earth, and then somebody said, I think it was Crit, said, I don't know about it being a job. You know, there are people out there whose profession, or not profession, who, will measure the Earth. You don't recall that?
Oh, you guys started talking amongst yourselves, and I went and did something else, because I was no longer part of the conversation. So, yeah, I may not have heard whatever it was that you were talking about later.
Are all of these recorded, India? I'm pretty sure it was you, Jesse. Like 100%.
Well, I don't remember it. Sorry.
That's okay, man.
Do you
Honestly,
remember?
I have a little time tonight. I might just try to clip it really quick because
Oh, cool.
it was pretty funny, man.
Yeah, get me the context, then maybe I'll remember what you're talking about.
So it was an appealed authority. What, baby?
I appealed to authority? Or
Yeah,
you?
it was an it was no, you did. It was an appeal to authority when you were talking to either Crit or somebody else, saying, essentially you got to involve some level of trust, and it was about trusting the government or people that measure the shape of the Earth. It's about trusting them in regards to photographs. You don't remember that? Trusting them in regards to photographs, and then your answer to the question was another question. which is, well, we know it's not all fake. And it's very true, but at the same time, we can go and his response to that was we can actually go out and verify it yourself. Whereas when we asked you about stuff, we didn't quite get that verification. Anyways, long story short, it did happen. I'll try to find the clip. If not, rip, because it was funny.
I also don't remember saying that it's not all fake, but anyway, yeah, get the context, and then maybe I'll understand what we're talking about for sure.
It could have been one of the other trolls. It could have. I'll give you that. If I go back and I'm wrong, fine. Pretty sure. It could be wrong though.
Yeah, I'm much more into doing my own measurements. I have over a dozen theodolites or total stations. I've been to a nice handful of different mountain peaks and measured between quite a number of different combinations myself. So I'm really more into trying to do it myself.
Jesse, I know you, and forgive me if I'm being ignorant, I don't know the full story, but you say that you've taken lots of measurements like from mountaintops. Have you ever done any like close to the surface of the earth, like over a body of water, or is it just up high?
I've done it all.
You've done it all. Awesome. Thanks,
Yeah.
mate. Just asking.
How do you know the mountain peak that you're aiming at is actually where it is?
Well, where else would it be? If it's not where it is,
What?
where would it be?
Oh, the light goes straight then, does it?
Well, am I in Cincinnati? The answer is no. Well, am I in New York? The answer is no. So let me tell you, if I'm not in Cincinnati and I'm not in New York, then I must be someplace else. If I'm someplace else, how can I be here?
Doesn't answer the mountaintop. Like, you say you do it over 100 miles, right? Or one of them's over 100 miles.
Yes, Mount Shasta from Mount Scott.
Yeah, how do you know you're aiming at the right place and it's not just a figment of your imagination?
You mean like, is the published location of Mount Shasta wrong, or do you think,
Oh,
or
the
maybe
height. So the actual image that you're pointing at, right, in your theodolite or total station, how do you know it is where it is?
vertically or X and Y?
When you're pointing at the summit, right? How do you know that is where it is?
You mean as far as distance or as far as elevation?
Elevation.
Oh.
How do you know that that's not how do you know that that's not the how do you know that that's the physical peak of the mountain and not the apparent peak of the mountain?
Well, it is the apparent peak. Everything you see is apparent.
Yeah, so how are you measuring an apparent?
Yes, I am measuring an apparent angle to the mountain. 100%.
How do you factor in perspective?
Well, I use arctangent of rise over run to factor in perspective. And so far, nobody has said that, given me a replacement formula for that.
Wait, is there something I can test too, guys? Because I can actually see Mount Shasta from where I live.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
How far is it? Like good enough distance to?
He's getting excited.
Yeah. Oh, I love.
Is there really a secret military alien base inside it?
I haven't gone inside of it. I've driven past it quite a few times out to Lake Shasta and whatnot. It's really pretty. There's usually a cloud that covers just the peak if it's not a super cloudy day. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Anyway, yeah, if you were to rent a theodolite for a day, or even a few hours, you could definitely measure the elevation angle to it, and then measure for this alleged drop over distance we're all so excited about.
looking for. Still looking for.
What should the angular size of the mountain be?
You
At the
mean
distance?
you mean like above, like if I could see the whole thing all the way down to sea level
Yeah, just based on its actual size. How big should it appear to be?
from 105 miles?
Yeah,
Let me calculate that for you.
thank you. Appreciate that, mate. And you obviously you did this when you made the observation. This isn't, I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm assuming, I think I heard that you've already done this.
I'm not sure. Already
Perspective.
done what?
Counted it in.
I did not calculate its angular size because I had no need to, but it's easy enough to do, which I just did. About 1.5 degrees almost.
Okay. Why would you not need to account for that?
Well, I was just measuring the elevation angle to the top.
Okay.
So I don't need to know how tall something is to measure an angle to the top, right?
Yeah. It's just because within these conversations over the years, when we're, and forgive me again if I'm incorrect, but when we, you included, are making these observations and measurements, there's usually a model that's being compared to. We're trying to find, for example, if there's a curvature rate that the measurement or the observation can adhere to in some form or another. But when we're making observations, being as things are going to reduce in angular size anyway, we're going to be basing predictions on how tall or the elevation of the object is. I'd have thought that taking the angular size of the object mathematically into question would have been something that maybe should have been done.
Plain trig does not recognize that as of yet.
Okay.
So I would need someone to bring me some new formulas. But so far, I have found that I don't need to take that into account if I have the elevation angle from one peak to another. I can take the tangent of the angle, multiply it times the distance, compensate for standard refraction and Earth curve, and it's spot on to the actual delta elevation of the mountains.
Yeah. Okay. But that's because the angular size is reduced, and you're saying it's reduced because of the curve. The top of the mountain is lower because it's sitting on a curve, right?
Right.
Okay, but then the top of the mountain will be lower anyway, just due to perspective.
Well, not necessarily.
It would. Things get smaller in the distance, don't they? The angle reduces.
Well, it depends on whether the target point is below your horizontal, your eye line horizontal, eye straight out. There's something called perspective ramping, which Indio and AI explained to me the other day. If you're above a flat plane, as something moves away from you on that flat plane, it rises up and up and up, and the farther it goes, the closer it approaches your eye line, your eye level eye line. So if something's below you, then the further away, the higher it gets, up until it finally reaches your eye line, where it finally merges into your, everything just merges together there. So only things that are above you would move down, but they wouldn't move according to the current laws of, the math of linear trigonometry and geometry and perspective. Something above you would, as it got farther, but maintaining that same height above you, would move down and down and down towards your eye line, just like the things below moved up, but then they would all converge at your eye line. Something above your eye line would never move from above to below just due to distance, nor from below to above just due to distance.
Yeah. So this is the angle reducing with distance, the top and the bottom of the object, let's say the top and the bottom of the mountain, based on where your eye level is in relation to that mountain. So the angle is reducing. I don't want to talk too long. It just confounds me that when we're making observations and predictions of what we should see, this never comes up. the bottom of the object is only said to reduce because the object is on a curved surface downwards, so the object is going downwards. But angles reduce and the tops of objects go downwards just due to perspective anyway. But like I said, I didn't want to talk too much about it.
Okay, we'll wrap it up real quick. But imagine a jetliner flying at 14,000 feet, same height as Mount Shasta, moving away from me.
Yeah.
You know, okay, what's its angular size? It's really, really tiny. But it's still going to have the same altitude angle at the same distance as it flies right past the tip of Mount Shasta, right?
Yep.
So that's why current trigonometry doesn't take into account the height of the mountain, or I mean the length from the top to the bottom, just the height of the top.
Okay. But if we know the height of the mountain, we can figure out the distance, can't we?
Yes, but we have to treat Earth as a 7/6 globe for the math to work out. So, like, if you make that assumption, then you can do the calculations and be right. If you don't make that assumption, then you won't be right. Like, I can tell you, if you go up on Mount Scott, you tell me your altitude there, well, it's 8934 feet. And then there's a lot of different mountain peaks around there. I can tell you what angle you're going to measure to any of those mountain peaks that you can see.
Yeah. Light bends towards the denser medium, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
So on a flat surface, we have the distance to the mountain. Let's say you're making the observation on a flat surface. The mountain would possibly appear lower than it actually is just due to the light going towards the denser medium.
Well, that would require the denser medium to be consistently more dense with increasing altitude. In other words, upward curving light.
Wouldn't it need to be consistent for you to apply standard refraction in the first place in your equation?
That's kind of a different topic.
Not really.
But can we go to that after we clear up this thing about downward curving light? Because if the light is veering downwards, if the more dense air is down lower, it's like arcing a volleyball over the net. It will be coming from an upward angle when it hits the catcher, the other guy, and this will. So if he calculated the angle of the ball at the time he received it, that would be lifting. So a downward veering curve causes things to appear higher, not lower. So in order for this drop over distance to be caused by curving light, it would have to be curving upward, which would mean it would have to be curving upward towards more dense air up higher. Does that make sense? I got a diagram. Or we could bring it up, resume another time, since you said you did want to get going.
I'm so sorry, Jesse, mate. I got cut out there for about 30 seconds, and I don't want to waste your time. I missed everything you must have said, dude. I do apologize.
Oh, no problem. And if you want to pick it up another time, that's okay with me. But if you're interested, I posted a diagram in the side chat. Light that is curving downward towards a lower, denser region causes things to appear higher, not to appear lower. So in order for refraction to cause the measurement of drop over distance, it would require the dense region to be on top of the light region and the light to be curving upwards towards the more dense, higher air.
Okay. What causes air to be denser?
The combination of pressure, temperature, humidity, and CO2 content are the major components.
Okay. Again, just being ignorant. It's colder at the top of mountains, isn't it?
Yep, typically.
So denser?
Well, it's also at lower pressure.
Right.
If there is any condition for any reason that less dense air is below more dense air, the more dense air tries to fall and does fall, and the less dense air goes up. That's why hot air balloons rise.
Yeah, I
And
understand
that's
that.
also why moist air would rise, even if it was the same temperature. There's this automatic sorting that takes place. You can't have a heavy thing floating on a light thing and have it stable.
Yeah, that's true.
And airplane altimeters work on pressure, but like if you take, and I've done this, if you take like a plastic water bottle, go up 7,000 feet, drink all the water out, put the cap on tight, and then hike back down to sea level, that bottle will flatten up because there is less molecules per cubic meter in that where you close that bottle than there is at sea level. It doesn't matter whether it's temperature, humidity, it is less density, it's less mass per cubic meter. That's less density. So we cannot
100% correct.
No,
Yeah,
it's not
100%
less
correct.
mass, dude.
we simply cannot have a consistent increase in density with altitude every day, everywhere, all the time. It happens, and then we get a tornado because it creates a big swirling drain thing.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. Thank you for answering the questions.
No problem. Anytime.
Forgive me, mate. I'm getting over a cold at the moment. I probably shouldn't even be awake at 5:30 in the morning, so I'm not 100% paying attention, mate. But I appreciate what you said. I will get back to you though when my brain's functioning 100%.
Oh, sure thing. I'm probably coming down with a cold right now, so I
I
understand.
hope I didn't give it to you, mate. I do apologise.
No, I'm sure it's local color here.
Don't you guys share the same weather? Rain?
It's been beautiful the last few days here. Partly cloudy, but it's partly sunny and dry. But a week or two ago, it was raining like mad.
Yo, Jesse, how far away from Mount Shasta are you?
Oh, at home, I can't see it from home. I'm in near Sequim, Washington. I could look it up, but I'm a long ways.
You've been to like Crater Lake and whatnot?
Yes. Crater Lake is where I went. Yeah, I've been to Crater Lake, and then I went up to Mount Scott, right by Crater Lake.
That area up around Crater Lake and whatnot too is all gorgeous. All the waterfalls and whatnot. It's beautiful, man.
Oh, it
I
is
don't know if I have time to
amazing.
go from there, but yeah.
Yeah, if you ever get a hankering to do a little bit of theodolite work, just rent one. Be sure to get one with the automatic index, the level compensation. That makes them so much easier and simpler to use. And go up to Mount Scott, or there's also a Watchman Peak you can hike up to. It's on the other side of the lake from Mount Scott. And there's a whole bunch of mountain peaks you can see and measure the angle to, and it's really cool.
Okay.
Oh, somebody, T-Dub, was that you or was that Timbo asking me how do I know the mountains where I think it is? I think someone asked me, and then I think we got distracted.
It's definitely Australian, wasn't he? Probably Timbo.
Yeah, it was me, but I'm making a bit of noise at the moment, so I can't have my mic open.
Okay, just hit me up anytime you see me around. I do recognize that Australia is lacking in nice high mountains. There's just not a lot around.
They've got Blue Mountains, I think.
I know there's 2 mountains because someone I don't know contacted me in my YouTube comments and says, "Hey, I did a reciprocal zenith angle measurement between these 2 mountains in Australia. Can you add your data to my data to your spreadsheet?" So I did.
Dude, Australia is one thing or one place that I really want to go.
Yeah, with all those zoo quality animals running free, I kind of wondered if maybe they have people in the zoos and the animals pay to go look at them.
Yeah, dude, some of the islands and whatnot around Australia, it's just insane looking, bro. Like, it's insane. And the oceans, yeah, the oceans just look freaking beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
People do come in here with some strange names. There's somebody in the chat called Why Sons or Sons. Hello, Sons. How are you? Not brave enough to speak, my friend. That's completely fine. Maybe English is not your first language. I can understand that. Please feel free to listen. There is a side chat if you want to type and ask questions.
English will be my first language if I ever master it.
English is my only language.
Huh. 7,000 feet, huh? In Australia. I wonder if that's one of the ones that my YouTube viewer used. Let me look.
There's a whole range of mountains running right the way down the east coast called the Great Dividing Range. Just
Never fucking
mountains.
heard of it. The Great Dividing Range. Fucking hell. Never heard of that, mate. Well, that's no disrespect to Australians and that shit. I've just never heard of that mountain range before.
Oh, these 2 mountains.
Yeah, we get snow too.
Fuck off. Now you're making shit up, dude. What the fuck's this? Do you go skiing?
No, I don't. I like the beach.
Yeah. Can
But
imagine it's quite
yes,
an easy.
there's Threadbow and Kosciuszko.
He sounds Greek.
Right, sounds like South American, doesn't it, Kosciuszko?
It's got to that point in the morning where I'm deciding whether I actually go to bed and waste half a day or stay up for the entire day and try and catch up with my normal routine sometime the day up, well, tomorrow, as it would be now. I wonder what will happen.
Hello? Hello?
Earth is not flat. It is a globe. You guys can kill each other and argue about it all the time, but I don't buy it.
Anyone in here?
Goodbye. What's up, nerd? If you got any questions about the room topic being the shape of the earth and whatever it is that you experience, feel free to ask. No question.
Yo, Lifeless, what's up?
What's up?
What's up, bro? What are you doing?
Listening to you. What are you doing?
Oh, okay. Same, bro. I'm just talking with you.
Nice. Well, if you have a question about the room topic, I'm happy to answer any of those questions.
Bro, I just feel so much freaking boring. I just feel bored.
Yeah.
That's why I come on that Discord.
Well, if you're bored of Discord, get off of Discord and go do something interesting.
Yup. I just wanna touch some grass. I'm so much freaking lifeless.
That's okay. You'll survive.
Akash. Make him.
What's up?
Yo, flat Earth people.
What's up? You got any questions about the room topic? Maybe you've got propaganda I can get rid of for you?
Let me think. No, I do really think the Earth is flat. I have no question.
No.
Yeah.
Then what'd you come in here for?
Just to chill out, I guess. Like no one's
Oh,
talking here.
well, yeah. Batman is usually not active. Cinder, he's a flat earther. And 20 Cups, he's a flat earther. So there would be no questions for me to answer.
That
We're not
sounds
the flat
good.
earther. You've got the questions that I can answer.
Aren't we all flat earthers?
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I got a question.
What's that?
Why can't we see beyond the horizon if the Earth is flat?
The horizon is created by your eyes. You can't see any farther because your eyes are incapable of viewing.
I get it. So the Earth is flat, and we see the Earth is flat. Doesn't that mean our eyes flat too?
No, your eyes are not flat. Your eyes are actually spheres. The retina are in the back of the inside of that sphere, and then the lens sits inside that, the ring that's made by the iris. The iris sits on top of the pupil, right? The pupil being a hole, and the light then travels through the lens that sits in that hole and then is scattered into the back of the retina. So there are only so many rods within the inside of your eyeball, and because the lens changes the direction of the incoming light, there is a horizon line that is made because of it. If you notice
I
when you're
get it. I get it.
when you notice you're inside of a room and you can't see for a very long distance, you don't have a horizon. But when there is great distance, you then have a horizon.
Okay.
Because
Nice.
half of your vision is the sky and the other half of the vision is the ground.
So what's under the flat Earth?
No one's been there. So there's no answer to that question. And whenever
Do you want to try to
I
get there?
say whenever I say the earth is flat, I am not talking about a disk in outer space. I am talking about the earth being the floor of all of existence, everything that you will ever experience.
So who do you think created this disk?
Not a disk. There is no disk.
All right, the existence. So who do you think created this?
Say it again.
Who do you think created this?
Well, if it was created, it would be a godlike thing. So God created the earth, all of existence, everything you ever experience.
I understand.
If we're going to talk what the ancestors said, they all pretty much explained how we were inside of a contained environment, right? You had the Vikings describing we are living inside of the skull of the dad of all of the gods because they killed their dad and then used his corpse to build our environment that we live in, Midgard. And then the sky is made up of the inside of his skull, right? So when you look up into the sky, you're looking inside of his skull. When you see the oceans and the trees,
Crazy.
that's his blood and hair. So you are living on a flat plane, according to Vikings. According to the Bible, you are living inside of a contained environment that doesn't move. The floor that is inside that contained environment is the earth.
So can it be that the Earth is actually flat, but our brains can't comprehend the Earth is actually flat? Like we see it round, but it's actually flat in Space Jam
No,
or
you
something.
don't see it round. No one's been to space. Space is fantasy.
I see. So few days before NASA sent a rocket to the moon. So what's
Yeah,
moon?
leading up to NASA, no one had ever seen the Earth as a sphere, a ball, right? They had ideas, philosophy, but it was never proven. And then somehow it's up until now that people actually go to outer space and see the Earth as a ball, right? Because they didn't do it in the 60s. The Artemis astronaut, he said that they're going to be the first ones to go to the moon. And the spy agency that's putting him into space, they're saying, yeah, we're finally putting somebody on the moon. So up until now, no one has ever seen the Earth as a sphere, but we also live in an age where CGI is easy to create. Whereas in the 60s, they actually had to put in some effort.
So have you seen some people send balloons to space and they send the camera with it? So from that observation, we can see the Earth is round.
Okay.
So you'll
If
say
the Earth is round, like they're saying in their CGI work, right? They're showing you a ball Earth, that sphere has
so.
curvature on its
Whoever
surface.
is
Hang on, follow. The Earth is a
alright.
sphere according to their pictures, right? So we should be able to measure curvature on the surface of the Earth, right?
They can measure it. They already
Yeah.
measured it.
Yeah, we can measure the surface curvature from the ground, right?
Yep.
All right. So how do you think curvature can be measured on the surface of Earth?
I guess with the measuring tape or like how do I say? Yep, some measuring tape.
All right. Let's make it easier. Let's say we're on a ball. Water's perfectly conforming to the surface of Earth because gravity's causing it to do that, right? So water would be the
Yep.
best place. Water would be the best place for us to try and find curvature because there's no hills, mountains, or valleys getting in the way, making it distort, right? The worst we'll have is some water waves, right? So
Yep.
we'll sit at the beach, we'll look off into the distance. There's a peninsula in the distance. It's 5 miles away. It's already been measured, right? We know the peninsula from our position is 5 miles away. So now that we're at the beach, we've got no topography. We get down 1 foot above the surface of the water and we look off into the distance. If the horizon is between you and the peninsula, that horizon is less than 5 miles away. If you're looking and the horizon is farther than the peninsula, that means the horizon is greater than 5 miles away. From 1 foot observation height, according to the geometry that they've given us, it should be between you and the peninsula. It should be at 1.2 miles away because they claim the radius is 3,959 miles. So when you go out and you make your own observation, you should remember 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. Okay? So when you get 1 foot above the water, you should look for the horizon because that's going to be where objects disappear because the object's going down and around the ball, according to the story, right? So people have made observations at 1 foot observation height above the water, and the horizon is beyond 9 miles. And then they could still see a peninsula and an island 20 miles away. So if the horizon was at 10 miles, which is half the distance between them and the island and the peninsula, right? The radius of the sphere, according to that observation, is 264,000 miles. That's roughly 260,000 miles greater size Earth than claimed. So either that observation is over a flat surface with the Earth expanding and contracting in size, 260,000 miles shrinking down to 4,000 miles, or you're looking over a flat surface with an optical reason for the disappearance at the horizon, which is why I choose number 2, because you can sit there at the beach and watch the horizon change distance within a matter of hours.
Or I guess a little bit.
You understand what I'm saying? Do you need pictures?
No, thanks. I got it.
So
It
I know the
really
Earth's
is
not a sphere.
complicated.
It's not really.
All right, thanks.
When you put water in a bathtub, does the water in that bathtub curve on its surface?
Say it again.
When you put water in a bathtub, does the water on the bathtub curve on its surface?
Yeah, if there's a curvature on the bathtub, it does.
On the what?
Like on the flat surface, it doesn't.
No. The surface of the water in a bathtub, is it flat or curved?
It's flat. Mostly it's flat. It's flat.
In a swimming pool, is the water on the surface flat or is it curved?
It's flat.
On a lake or a pond, is the surface of the water flat or curved?
It's also flat.
All right, expand that out to the size of the ocean. Your experience tells you that water on its surface when at rest is flat. The ocean, the surface of the ocean, is 70% of the Earth's surface, according to what they tell us, right? So if 70% or more of the surface of the Earth is water, 70% or more of the Earth's surface is flat. Water is where we get our level so that we can build buildings, bridges, etc. Right? When we make our maps, we're using sea level to identify height above or below the surface of the water. So the mountain is 2,000 feet up, 14,000 feet in the air, right? You're above sea level. So the surface of the water is where we get our benchmark for elevation. That is horizontal, level, right? The water's flat on its surface.
I got it. Okay, it was nice talking to you. Later then.
All right, bro. If you got any more questions, come back. I'm sure somebody else will be here and they can give you different answers.
All right, sure. Bye.
So, what's that? Glad you could make it. You know, maybe it's me, but I know that you're lighting up. Maybe you should adjust the volume settings on your microphone. What is up? Glad you could make it. Well, here we discuss the shape of the Earth. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask. I'm sure there's something you've seen on the internet about flat Earth, and I guarantee you a flat disk in outer space is not what we're talking about. That is laughable. The surface of water is flat and level, and that's where we get our reference for level. If you go to the beach, you're looking at the largest example of a flat surface ever. This horizontal level plane is where we get our reference for altitude and depth for the Earth. You experience the Earth as flat, not moving, and you're breathing gas pressure. You are in a contained environment. There is no outer space. Artemis is not going to the moon. Welcome back. What's up, Brando?
Yo,
Any questions about the Earth today?
you believe Earth is flat?
No, I don't believe it. I know it. Just like I know the color of my shirt and I know my shoe size.
So you know Earth is flat?
Yes. It's exactly as I experience. It's exactly what I measure.
Okay, but what if it's just your perception? It's wrong.
Whose
Why
perception
would
is
I?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, whose perception is right then?
Well, right about what?
Observable reality.
Yeah, so.
It's an objective truth claim. This is not a subjective truth claim. Truth of matter
No,
is not
no.
going to be based on the object we're talking
I
about, which
think,
is
if we're talking about, we live in this material world right now and how we perceive it, right? And if we talk about Earth being flat or Earth being a fucking globe, which it is, then you're wrong. Earth
right.
is
So,
not
what
flat.
size is the globe that you believe you live on?
What? I'm sorry?
What is the size of the globe you believe you live on?
I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm sure.
So you believe it then, because you don't know. Somebody told
All right,
you.
like
You
okay,
halfway listen.
I can Google the
You
Earth
halfway listen.
radius.
I know you can Google the Earth's radius, but that's not going to change the fact that you believed it. You didn't know, and then you had to go re-verify, because when you went through school, somebody told you the size of the Earth, but you didn't pay attention well enough to remember. So it's not a knowledge.
No. It's not that I was told in school. There's just so many systems that work because
No, there
Earth
isn't.
is a,
There's
Earth
none.
is a
There's
globe.
none. There's none. There's none.
All right.
Zero.
I'm gonna give you just one. All right. I'm gonna just give you one.
I want a
All the. Wait, let me finish, please. All
because
the
they'll prove what shape the Earth is.
all the airlines of competing
No, they
governments,
use
by the way.
flat and motionless. They use flat and
No,
motionless.
not just US, it's China, it's Russia, it's United States, it's fucking Africa, bro. Like these are countries that hate each other and they have to use the same system because it's the only system that will work.
Yeah, a flat Cartesian coordinate system.
Yeah. Cardinal
Okay.
directions, X and Z,
How
elevation above.
how do you explain the flight taking this amount of time when it in this flat coordinates it would take a
It's a long
different
way
amount?
between places. It's a long way between places. That's how you explain it. Holy shit! It's a long way. Who would have thought?
That does not explain anything.
Well, you're asking begging the question, right? You're affirming the consequence that flights prove the shape of the ground, when really the only thing you're actually going to be doing is trying to prove whether or not they're flying. And then you would argue over the method of travel. You
No,
could say that they're flying over
I'm not
this
giving
will
the
be
only but like there's so like this is just one
no,
example, right?
no,
And
it is not.
if we are like with the planes going around the globe, right? You can calculate how much time it would take to go from one direction, like from one place to another, and then
They're flying
you would
predetermined flights, and they're doing the same thing over and over and over, because they've already calculated, they've already guaranteed that this route, you follow this path, you will get to this destination. So that's what they fucking do. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. They're flying flat and level. They are nose up by 2 to 3 degrees so that they can maintain altitude over water, which on its surface at rest is flat. It is how we benchmark levels.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Good, good, good. Can you tell me like what
on the experiential level?
what convinced you that Earth is flat? You, not anyone else. You.
Measurement. That's what
Measurements.
Yes. Actually looking for curvature of the surface of the Earth.
But there's so many evidence that you're wrong.
No, there's so many begging the questions and affirmed consequences and reification fallacies. I'm not looking for broken logic. I'm looking for empirical data, something that you can experience in real, tangible reality.
Okay, boats go over the horizon, literally in the title.
Yeah. What's the distance to the horizon on the sphere that you believe on, that you don't know the radius value for? You would have to know the radius.
Let's say the horizon is 10,000 kilometers. 20,000.
10,000, 20,000 kilometers away from what observation height?
From
5 meters?
No, from sea level. You're at sea, right?
Okay, so you're standing 2 meters above the surface of the water, and you're seeing 20,000 kilometers.
10,000.
10,000. Ask Google to math that for you. How big would that Earth be? How big would the sphere be if the observation height is 5 meters and the horizon is 10,000 kilometers away?
Okay, but like
no, ask.
I'm not asking this question. Like this how do I say it?
This is not a matter of you lacking English. Your English skills are just fine.
Wait, what did you say?
I said your English skills are just fine. This is not a matter of you don't know something in English.
Yeah, my English skills are fine.
Yeah.
Okay, how far can we see?
Not how far can we see. The question should be what you proposed. What would the radius of
Okay,
a sphere
10,000. I
be?
said 10,000. 10,000 kilometers. But okay, I could be very wrong here. Like, I can just check. On a clear day, human eye can see about 5 kilometers.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, what now?
Yeah. 10,000 is an obscene, asinine claim for both models. So chuck that idea.
I think 10,000 is reasonable. I think it's reasonable.
No,
Why?
10,000 is not.
What? Like Google said 5. I said 10,000 out of my ass. How is that not
10,000.
reasonable?
What is this? Do you think you can see that far?
Yeah, I think I can see that far.
Yeah, what does 10,000 miles away look like?
Have you ever run 10,000 miles?
Yeah, what does it look like? Like when you look out at something that's 10,000 miles away? What does it look like?
You are not gonna see details, of course, but you can see that far.
Right. So how do you know you're not seeing that far?
I mean, I've run 10,000 miles many times. I know.
How do you know you're not seeing that far? How do you know you're not seeing that far? If you don't know, if you can't make any, because you look out into the distance and you can't see any details. So how do you know you're not seeing that far?
What?
Or do you
How
think
do I
you
not
do you think
know?
you
How do I
do
not
you think you
know?
are actually seeing that far?
Yeah, listen. I run 10,000. All right, it's not a straight line, but I know where I end up. Then I go back and I see where I've been. How do I not know what 10,000 is?
What the heck are you talking about? Not making any sense.
No, I'm literally explaining to you. Have you ever run 5,000 miles?
Yes, I've
Not
run
miles,
more
kilometers.
miles than I care
No.
to explain. I hate the fucking military because of fucking running, period. But it's necessary.
Okay.
Doesn't explain the
You know
shape
how
of
to
the
run.
ground. Does not
But you
explain the shape.
but you can agree with me. You can see that like what 10,000 is.
I agree with you that you can run
No.
10,000 miles, and then over the course of you running all of that distance, you've memorized and experienced all of that distance. Has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
But that's not
I
what.
thought he was
Okay.
talking about being able to see that far. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I
Bro,
think
you
you
can't see
can.
10,000 miles.
If you look at the sea and there's just sea, there's
Yeah,
mountains like
there's
very
no
far
way
away.
of
Are you gonna say you're not seeing mountains that are
No,
way far away than 10,000 miles?
what I'm going to say is that whenever you're looking out over the water and you just have the sky and the fucking ocean conjoining and making a horizon, you're not actually able to identify the distance to that horizon unless you have an object between you and the horizon to identify distance. Because you don't know if the surface of the water is disappearing at 2 miles, 4 miles, 10, 8, 9. You don't know. You would need an object in the distance to identify, hey, this is the distance between me and this object. And the horizon is either between you and the object or beyond you and the object. Right? So
Okay.
if you're looking across the water and you see like windmills at 11 miles distance but from you, and the horizon is beyond that 11-mile away windmill, the distance to the horizon is greater than 11 miles. If you
Do
see
you
a
like
boat,
Do you like your drugs, Brando?
I'm not taking drugs.
Okay.
Why so aggressive all of a sudden?
nobody's aggressive.
Oh, what do you like your drugs? Do you think that's normal?
Well, I didn't ask you that. So,
Okay, no problem.
all right.
So
If
okay,
you're
give me more reason. Give me more reason why Earth's flat. Why should I
well,
believe you?
water's flat on its surface, and the ocean covers 70% or more of the Earth's surface. So that's 70% or more of the Earth being flat on its surface because of water alone. The horizon's distance changes. So therefore, if the Earth was a sphere and the horizon was the drop-off point where boats disappear bottom up, that would mean the Earth is expanding and contracting in size. Observations show radius values expanding up to 1.5 million, down to 127,000, up to 366,000. So if it
Okay,
is a
I
global
can't I
sphere,
can't
the
imagine
radius
this number
value,
is like right now without no paper and nothing. It doesn't mean
yeah,
much to me right now.
1.2 times the square root of the observation
Wait,
height.
wait, wait. All right, all right. What are you thinking about Artemis 2? Like, what's happening right now?
April Fools. What you saw
So,
was an object leave the surface, arc off into the distance over the ocean, and then after that, you have nothing but the TV to go by.
so it's like production. They are in Hollywood or
Hollywood.
something.
Hollywood.
What about the pictures of the moon? Like they're taking pictures from the moon to the Earth.
Hollywood. Hollywood.
And what about all the people working at NASA, engineers who went through schools and you know are working on this project?
Yeah. Well, the
Are
guy.
they are they not real people? Like,
Yeah,
do they
they're
not have
people.
families?
You
Do they
want me
not
to
have
answer?
families?
Yeah, they've got families. They're real people. People actually put metal together. People actually put liquid into a thing so that it's fucking fuel, right? They actually put an object into the sky. But that person is not part of the production team. The guy who's maintaining and torquing bolts, waking up, arriving at 5 in the fucking morning so that he could put some metal together, he's not in outer space. He has no fucking clue. He's building a reification fallacy and he just believes it's going to space. The person who's sitting behind the monitor, looking at the fucking numbers, pushing a button when a sensor goes off, that guy doesn't know what the fuck's going on. He's just believing because he's got a reification fallacy sitting in front of him. The people who would actually have to be in on it would have
What
to
is a reef? What is
be
the word?
reification, meaning
Yeah, what is
it's not actual, but I have an idea and it's satisfying my idea.
what?
I have an
Okay.
idea, right? Like a map. I have a map in my hands, right? And the map is telling me I'm supposed to have a cliff right here. But when I look off in the distance and I see where that cliff is supposed to be, it's not actually a cliff. The map is a reification fallacy,
Mm,
not actually representing reality.
okay. Um.
Right? Okay, so you believe that the Earth is a sphere. When they give you a globe in school and you got the latitude, longitude lines on a sphere of paper mache, right? That's a reification fallacy. You don't actually know, you don't actually see the Earth from that perspective, but you have this
Oh.
globe
Wait. What about time zones? What about time zones? Yeah. Time zones. Come on.
Why is it we got away from the curve of the Earth and we're now at time zone?
No. Like okay. Like
Because again, time zones
I'm just trying to
don't have
understand how you think. Like all the evidence.
all of
Like
that.
to me, time zones, planes, how competing governments agree, how all these things are very hard information, hard evidence. How do you explain?
No.
You explain it by all these
So
people
how does
being
the fact that
all these people
hey
being
Dio,
clueless, like,
hey Dio,
and you're
check
the
it
smart
out.
guy.
How does the fact that two people agree or two people disagree have anything at all to do with the shape of the ground?
It does, because it's not two people; it's the whole
So you're
world.
telling me, let's just pick two people, the Australian government and the Russian government, they hate each other's guts. So how does that prove the shape of the ground? And on the flip side, they both like each other. They get along, they have beers together. What has that got to do with the shape of the ground?
It doesn't.
I mean, it does. It does, because there's
No.
many businesses that depend on it.
No.
No. Okay, so time zones are arbitrarily decided, right? Specific
What
people
does
in
that mean?
different areas.
What does that mean? Arbitrarily decided?
It's chosen. It's agreed upon. It's not.
Okay, I see. But
So
the sun is here,
Russia,
shining
listen.
on Europe right now,
All right,
and
Lanta.
it's not on the other part of the globe. So
So
that's how
you
I
asked
explain
me
it.
time zones. I'm trying to answer your time zone question, and you jump to something else.
All right, you've been
Let
talking
me
all the
answer
time,
your
but all
time
right.
zone. No, because I'm listening to you gallivant about how all of these people are so great and grand, and I don't actually get to answer your question. China and
Go.
Russia span the same length of distance, right? From east to west. Russia has like 4 time zones, while China has 1 time zone. Time zones are arbitrarily decided. Now, if you want to talk about how is it that we have day and night cycles, that's because the sun moves. According to your observation, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. It happens on a sphere Earth and it happens on a flat Earth, right? The sun is moving. So when the sun is in the sky and you're able to see the sun and there's daylight outside, that's daytime. When the sun's not in the sky and you can't see because it's dark, that's nighttime. The sun moved away from you. Or the earth moved so that the sun is not in the sky anymore, according to the sphere. That has nothing to do with time zones. You could have the sun directly overhead at 12 o'clock and it's not actually 12 o'clock. Because
Yeah,
you're
I understand that.
arbitrarily decided time
It's
zones.
because it's easier. It's easier for people to live that way.
Yeah, so time zones are not proof of the shape of the ground. It's
I'm not talking about that kind of. Of course, people in same country will obviously decide they have the same time zone, but there is like sun will be at a certain spot, right? And at that time, there are kind of time zones. You know, where there is sun, and there is night. Sun
yeah,
is not.
yeah, sun moon. That's how that happens.
Yeah, sun move. Okay. Why on a flat Earth? All right. Everybody is on the same. Everybody is on the same page, right? On the same side. So if the sun is up, then everybody gets sun.
No, sun doesn't
What do you
create
mean
light for
no?
everything all at once.
But sun is so big. Do you agree that sun is big
Yeah,
or
well,
no?
I got a flashlight and it doesn't light up the entire house. I got a light in the ceiling of my room, in my living room, and I turn the living room light on. Everything in my living room doesn't satisfact. It's not
But
lighting up the room at
that's
the
not
same
equal to the
intensity
sun.
all over from one light source. If I'm walking out in the woods and I'm in the field and I got a flashlight, I put the flashlight out in front of me, I can see what's immediately in front of me, but not what's off in it. Light doesn't have infinite propagation intensity.
No. Sun is huge, and it will always reach all parts of your flat Earth. It's not about your flashlight not being able to lit the whole room. This flashlight is just
Hello?
small, and you have a huge room. Okay, let's see this chat. What is happening in chat? The sun moves away, not down. Crazy. Made by a woman. Ah, just kidding. Where did you go?
Where did he go?
He's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, his phone probably dropped out. That happens every now and then.
So wait, you guys think the sun moves away, and then it like it's so far away that at some point it's not gonna like what? The photons are not gonna reach. I don't get it.
Well, there's not really much to get. Contrary to your popular beliefs, or misled beliefs, you seem to think light travels forever. It does not.
How do you know that now?
Well, you can go and test it for yourself. There's a thing called the inverse square law. And you know yourself if you've ever been diving, or even if you have friends that go diving, as in deep sea diving. As soon as you get down to a certain level, there's no light. You have to take your own light with you, your own torch with you. That same effect happens in the air, just not as extreme as it does in water. So that same effect. So as the light passes through more and more air, it diffuses, disperses, diffracts, whatever you want to call it.
But there's
Gets
no air in
weaker.
space. Yeah, I agree, but there's no
Well,
air.
that's another claim that you're going to have to come to later on.
Oh.
So how are you going to prove that there's space in the first place? For me, space is just the area defined between length, depth, and breadth. That's all. The area inside a box would be a space.
No, space. Earth has atmosphere, and when there's no more
And
atmosphere,
space does not.
space.
Well, that's
space.
That's a problem for you, because there's this thing called the second law of thermodynamics, called entropy.
Yeah, entropy. Yeah.
Excellent.
Is
So you
that
know what happens. So tell us all about how space is a vacuum of a 10 to the negative 17 torr, and Earth has a positive pressure of about 480 torr, 420, 480, something like that. So tell me how there's this extreme negative or low pressure versus a high pressure, with no barrier to separate them. This is going to be beautiful.
Well, I didn't study physics, so I can't explain that to you.
Oh.
But I'm sure there's
I
many
tell you something
evidence
now.
for it.
I don't expect you to explain it to me, but at least you're honest and say you don't know. Maybe that's something Maybe that's something you should go and look up instead of just sitting back going, "I'm sure there's an answer to it because I said so." No, you're not sure. You said you don't know physics. That's not a problem. I'm not upset with you for not knowing physics. All I'm suggesting is you go and look it up.
Okay, but you are denying the claims of so many
I'm not
people.
denying anything. What have I denied?
No, you're right.
I'm just advising you. I'm advising you on the second law of thermodynamics, and I don't think you want to go against that.
No, I agree with the second law of thermodynamics.
I do too.
I mean,
if you agree with it, you don't have space.
Okay, gravity probably pulls the atmosphere, right? And Earth is not moving that fast again. It's not moving that fast.
Whoa, slow down. What is gravity? So just a rough definition for me.
Yeah, so gravity is it's like we live in space. We live in like how do you? It's not a force, right? Because it's the deformation of space-time, right? And things move in its most natural path because gravity.
Okay, so how's this
the space-time
deformation of space-time? How is that pulling air, pressurized air only, down to Earth? How's that happening?
Well, because Earth has, because of mass, yeah. Earth has its own gravity, right?
So because of mass, so
yeah, because of mass there is gravity. Yeah.
Non-physical entity is moving physical stuff. So the bending and warping of space-time is moving physical things closer to an item. How the hell did you come up with that?
No, it's not moving. It's
Not
just
because of mass. It isn't. Mass is not real.
It's because that's the most natural position it can be in. Gravity just says
mass does not exist.
How things move.
Mass does not exist. No, it doesn't exist.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Is mass physical?
I mean, I can feel things being heavier and lighter. I can feel things being heavier and lighter.
Is mass physical?
Physical. Like, can I touch mass? No.
There you go. It's not real. It doesn't do anything.
It's a property.
Mass.
It's a property.
Things,
yeah.
Right. Things that are not real and not physical cannot have an effect on the physical world.
Temperature? Hello? Is temperature physical?
Temperature is a measurement of energy that's being distributed through matter.
Okay.
Matter and energy make up the physical world. If mass is not comprised of either matter or energy, then it doesn't exist.
So wait, I don't get you. Is temperature real or not? Is temperature like mass or is temperature
Temperature is a measurement of energy distribution. That would be energy being distributed through matter. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But do you is my question does my question make no sense or is it impossible to answer? You're saying mass. You're saying mass is not physical, right? And then you're saying because it's not physical, it cannot affect things in the physical world. But I'm saying, is temperature also not physical, or
temperature's got nothing to do with your claim?
Exactly. Temperature is just a description of an amount of energy that's being distributed through within a given amount
you
of matter.
can give us like similar description to mass, then, no?
No.
Yeah.
Mass is.
Guess you could, but what's it represent?
Well, this distortion of space-time, I guess.
So which one's getting distorted, space or time?
Both those things are non-physical as well. You're full of a lot of concepts. You're reifying all these things into the physical world when they have no physical attribute.
Yeah, but not everything is material and physical. What about?
Yes, everything is material and physical.
No,
yes,
absolutely
yes,
not.
Yes, yes.
Not
Externally,
everything is
yes.
material.
Externally, yes. Internally, no. Externally, yes. So in the
All right.
mind, no.
Okay,
But
okay.
in the
I think we
physical,
agree there.
natural and physical world, yeah. Yep.
But
like so, yeah.
So, how does your bending and warping of space-time pull the air back down towards the Earth? I'm still stuck on that bit.
I mean, it doesn't like
Hey, dear,
literally
you are
pull.
allowed to say you
It's
made a mistake and you don't know.
no.
We're good with that.
It's the distortion of space and time is the most natural. When the space is distorted, then how things move in it, that's just how it is. That's natural.
So, air gets pulled down towards the ground. How? Well, you still haven't given me that bit. You've told me it's natural. You told me it happens, but you still haven't shown me how this goes down.
Yeah. You've seen that thing where they pull like they have like a area and they pull like a material that can bend, and then they put like a ball at the center of it, and the ball pulls down on this material. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and what happens to all the little planets? They crash into a big heap in the freaking middle.
No, because they're moving. They're moving.
That is a demonstration. If all these gravities existed, the whole fucking lot would be on top of each other in a big heap.
Okay.
No, what are you laughing at? That's what would happen.
It's because
the stupid science teacher forgot to tell you that bit. Dio, the stupid science teacher neglected to tell you the end of the story.
Why are you being so rude now? The stupid.
Yeah, I'm not being rude to you. I'm insulting your science teacher. I'm insulting the person who taught you this. They did not teach you. Listen, Dio, there's an end to the story. They didn't tell you that. All of the little balls crash in a heap together.
Yeah, you know why? Because on Earth there is resistance. They're being resisted by the platform and by air. In space, there's no resistance.
So let me get this straight. The thing that you're claiming is getting pulled down by gravity is also the same thing that's resisting gravity.
No. You're not getting it right.
So what's your gravity doing? Is it holding this air down? Or is it... What are you doing, man? Like, seriously, you're confusing yourself.
This blue... I'm not confusing myself. I'm trying
to
explain it to you. No,
you're
I'm
not doing a very good job.
All
you
right,
told us about the fabric example. Look in the side chat.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking. Are you looking at this blue pool thing, blue fabric I was saying before? Good.
Yeah.
All right. Let me speak for a moment. All right. So imagine this blue thing is space, right? And it's this distortion is like a 4D thing, right? Okay, I don't know, but the balls.
I'm glad you said that bit. I don't know. That is the correct answer.
No, I just don't have the English to explain.
Hey, Dio.
I think you understand
Stop
me.
trying to impress people. You're not doing a good job.
I'm not trying to impress people. You're just.
How about you be honest and say, I don't even know what gravity is supposed to be?
I know what gravity is supposed to be.
Yeah. I'll tell you something now. If gravity was a real thing, there wouldn't be 82 different versions of it. There'd be one, singular.
It's just misunderstood.
Uno.
Yeah, I agree.
No. Well, if you agree with that, if you scroll up in side chat at 59 minutes past the hour, you will see all of the theories of gravity. All posted in there in all their glory.
Where, what? Theories of
5-9
okay.
past the 5-9 past the hour.
Bro, what is this?
So that's like what 7 minutes ago. It's posted there for your convenience. So
Okay,
if
so what makes what
that's
makes
great.
you think...
If your claim of gravity is true and correct, why the shit is there all those other ones? It is just an idea. It is just someone's description of what they think happens. Here's something really interesting, and this you might want to listen to quite intently. Science to date. Yeah, I'm pretty calm at the moment, dude. I've got my feet up and everything. Science to date. So science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of things going down is. We know when we drop stuff, it falls down. We can time it. We can get an average speed, 9.8 meters per second squared in the medium of air. But they don't know why it happens.
Okay, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, maybe the gravity is not perfect description what is happening. You know, maybe there's so many theories, people disagree, of course. But I believe for our needs, I mean, gravity has made us go to the moon, right?
No.
Gravity made us
No. Did
progress? Made us
did you
progress.
listen?
Wait,
Dio,
made
did
us
yeah,
progress
your conversation means nothing. Because of what I just told you, they don't know what the causational mechanism is. So when they don't know what causes it, and then you're telling me gravity causes this, and gravity has allowed us to do that, and gravity allows us to do this, your stories mean nothing. You don't understand. Why don't you just say, I don't understand? That would be much nicer. They don't know what the cause is. Not I don't know what the cause is. Not listen. I'm not saying you don't know what the cause is. I'm not saying I don't know what the cause is. Fucking nobody knows what the cause is. Period.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody knows the real answer to the universe.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So if nobody knows, how can you then tell me that gravity has allowed us to do this and gravity has allowed us to do that? They don't even know what the fuck it is.
Yes.
They don't even know if it's a real thing.
You're right. Nobody knows the real answer and the dark matter, and there's so many questions.
So, since we don't know what that is, let's go back to the question. How have you got a low pressure system, 10 to the negative 17 torr, next to a high pressure system, 400 to 500 torr that we breathe, next to each other without a barrier to separate them?
We're not going back. Listen, I want to say something.
You don't know the answer, do you?
Gravity is a good enough system to make us progress this far.
They don't know what it is. Again, how can you say it's good enough? How can you say something's good enough when they don't even know what it is?
But it's... What do you mean they don't... They know what it is. I know what
No, they fucking don't. That's what I've just spent 5 minutes telling you. They don't know what the causational mechanism is, bro. They don't know.
What causes gravity? What causes something to have mass or some shit?
All the ideas you've got, theories. The word theory, an idea of. If you replace the word theory with an idea of, Einstein's idea of general relativity, Newton's idea of mass attracting mass. See how it fits in so well? It's just someone's idea of. And a group of others, you, me, and other people, accept that. That's all. If you choose not to... Well, if you choose not to accept it, so let's go back to the list. Which one's right? None of them. They are all people's idea of Gravity. That's why there's bloody 82 of them.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a theory, and people chose to accept it because
Excellent.
progress.
So they're yet to be proven. None of them are proven.
Yeah.
No. And the way they get proven, by experimentation. So if any of those have been proven, you show us the experiment that validates that, or even a citation that can link us to an experiment. I'll accept that. That validates any one of those claims.
I'm not saying they've been proven. I actually don't agree with science. I mean, I don't agree that science.
What do you mean you don't agree with science? You're just preaching it to me a minute ago.
Okay, just calm down. I don't agree that science is the ultimate answer to everything, and people treat it like it's this sacred thing. I agree with you. You should question it. You should believe these are.
We are not.
And no, all I'm saying is we have progressed very far by believing into gravity and doing.
We haven't progressed anything for believing into gravity.
What do you mean we haven't?
Nothing has been progressed because of a belief system. Dio, what has Dio? You tell me what has progressed because of gravity.
You can travel the world anywhere you want right now with just a plane ticket.
So you're telling me, let me get this straight. If I go down to my travel agent, hand over $1,000, he hands me a ticket, that is progression because of gravity.
Dude. Well, ultimately, maybe, but maybe, yeah, science has allowed us to do all these amazing stuff.
How is one's ability to purchase a plane ticket any proof that gravity has progressed society? Please, mate, come on.
50 years ago, you weren't able to do that. You are now able to do
what? Buy a plane ticket?
Yeah, buy a plane ticket, yeah.
You're not that old, are you?
No, I'm actually 22, but what, am I wrong?
Enough said.
Let's say 70. Let's say 70 then. What?
How about... Yeah, it does matter. How about before you start yapping saying stupid things, why don't you jump onto Google and type in, when was the first plane ticket sold? So at least you can say, oh, wow.
Okay, sure, planes existed, but not to the extent they are now, where there is thousands of planes in the air all the time.
Dio, thanks for talking through T-Dub. That was great. T-Dub, you got a mad buzzing sound going on.
Oh shit, sorry.
I don't know, it said like you were getting I don't know, whooshed up by aliens or some shit. I got nothing.
Is that any
better?
better?
It's doing it now. It starts and then stops.
Alright, what about now?
Good now.
It's good now?
No, it's come back.
Ah, bugger it.
You flogged another microphone out, haven't you?
Okay, how do you explain things? How do you explain?
No. It's not my turn to explain. It's your turn still. We haven't finished with you. You still haven't answered my question. Yes.
To give an explanation.
Now, hold on. You were going to tell me. You're telling me how we can have high pressure.
You were trying to
shut up.
The Earth is flat.
You're telling me how. Hey, I haven't mentioned anything about the shape of the Earth. Thanks for the straw man. How can we have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a barrier to separate them? Your claim of space. Yeah, well, you started yapping on about gravity, and then you realised you don't know what gravity is. And then I informed you that even scientists don't know what gravity is.
I explained you what my belief of gravity is.
Well, your belief, listen carefully, your belief does not give us gas pressure without a container. That's what we need at the moment. Because you're breathing pressurized air, okay? Now, due to entropy, that pressurized air wants to be equal with its surrounding environment, and air always expands into its available space. Unless it's contained, of course, and then it will expand into that available space. Now, allegedly, there's no barrier or wall or anything to stop this air from Earth expanding into the endless vacuum of space. So, is space bullshit or what? So you agree with gas pressure laws. That's a great start. What do we got? Danielle. Nice try. It's not like we haven't seen that before.
So, about what are you talking?
Well, Dio was telling us all about how he can have gas pressure without containment, and I think he's come to a screaming halt.
I think
So the problem we've got, all talk at once. That's a great idea. So the problem you've got, Dio, yeah, you can in a second, mate. The problem you've got, the Earth is measured without curvature. So, how about this? I don't expect you to believe one single word I've said. I don't expect you to believe T-Dub or Cider or anyone else that's spoken in here in the last 20 minutes, half an hour, however long you've been here. I don't want you to believe them. I want you to go out and check it for yourself, measure it for yourself, and then you can make up your own mind without any influence from me or the government or anything like that. Just do it for yourself. That's what I want you to do.
Yeah, that's great. You're encouraging good things. But
so,
still,
where are you from?
Okay.
Well, yeah, Dio was going to try to say something, but yeah, just hold on, Jisoo. What's wrong, Dio? You want to finish something there?
Yeah. I don't think I have the tools to measure something like why does an atmosphere, just run away to space.
You're not measuring the atmosphere.
What am
You're
I
measuring the ground. See, you kids you all drop in here and you preach science, and then when we pull you up on your science, you act dumb. It's what's called appealing to incredulity. Oh, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't know. I'm not a physicist. This is not a question of I haven't finished. This is not a question of science. So get your science and just put it to the side. This is a question of geometry. This is about measuring the ground. That's all. If you measure a particular shape and it comes out as a cube, then it's a cube. If you measure it and it comes out as a sphere, it's a sphere. If you measure it and it comes out as a flat plane, then it's a flat plane.
No. I agree with you.
That's how it works.
Yeah. You should measure. You should convince yourself about stuff. You should measure them yourself. Good. But like, what is your method? I'm just curious about your method. How did you measure? How did you convince yourself?
Check it out. Why is this clown putting Satan worshipping shit in my channel? Get it. Delete. Alright, where's some laser tests? That's what we're after. What are you laughing for?
That's funny.
Well, there's a few laser tests for you. See if they're funny.
Alright. I'm gonna be back. See ya, bro.
You're not going to watch the laser test. You asked me what was convincing. And
No.
post
I'm
them up
gonna
for
go.
you.
I'm gonna go watch, and I'm gonna go measure, and I'm gonna prove you wrong. All right?
You're going to prove me wrong?
Yeah, I'm gonna prove you wrong.
Challenge accepted.
And what you gonna say then? What you gonna say then? That I didn't measure?
What am I going to
good enough?
say? I'll tell you. I'll say exactly what I'm going to say. I wish you the best of luck, my friend. Please enjoy yourself.
No, what are you gonna say after I bring up the measurements, my photos, and then prove you wrong?
Well, how about we let your data speak for itself? You've got to go and do the test first, and you've got to measure it first. So when you do that, you bring the data back. We will assess the data, and if the data comes back as yeah, wait up, I haven't finished. I haven't finished. When you bring the data back, hey Dio, shut up, Dio. When you bring the data back, we will assess the data, and if it comes out as measuring as curved, then we will go and check it for ourselves because it has to be repeatable. Verifiable, measurable, repeatable. And he's gone. Good luck, kid. Right. What's his name? Is it Danielle? Or is it Denial? I'm not sure. You're up. You've been posting silly things in the side chat. That means you are more than good to go.
Hello.
Hello.
So, what's the topic? Flat Earth.
What's the topic? Flat Earth? Or if you've got proof of round Earth or sphere Earth, or maybe you even think it's a donut. I don't know. We've had a few of those clowns before.
Well, I have also proof that nothing exists.
You've got proof that nothing exists. Well, if nothing exists, what are you talking to?
Nothing.
Really?
Wait. I just want to ask.
What happened? Did I break your script already? How about you just keep going with it? I just want to hear it.
I'm not making any script. I was just joking. I just want to know what are we discussing here? Just only flat Earth, or just
Shape of the Earth. Proving, disproving, whichever way you go. If you're a flat earther, maybe you're just dropping in to say, I'm a hardcore flat earther, and then I can ask you how you come to that. Or maybe you're a die-hard ball believer. Either way, I'm good.
So, are you believe in egg Earth? From your profile picture, I can see.
Do I believe in egg Earth? No, that's what I think of the Earth. It's broken.
Oh my god.
You just had a closer look, didn't you?
So, what do you actually believe in? It's flat, round, georoid, or donut?
Well, it's up to you. You might be a full hardcore pyramidologist. I don't know. What do you think it is?
Yes, sphere.
From your own experience, not anyone else's.
Yeah.
So from your experience, what do you think it is?
I think it's sphere. I have proof.
So you think it's a sphere, and you've got proof. Now, this is the kind of guy I like. Someone who just steps up with a plate and's ready to swing. So you think it's a sphere, okay? Why do you think it's a sphere?
I'll explain it later, but I wanna ask: are you British? Your accent?
No, I'm not.
Yo, the accent is kind of hard to understand. It doesn't
Yeah, I
sound
get that a bit.
It doesn't sound American at all. So.
Anyways, why do you think it's a sphere? Or does your proof sell it to you?
Okay, why do you think it's not a sphere? Like, if it's
okay,
flat,
that doesn't answer the question asked. You said it's a sphere, and that's why I'm just asking you, why do you think it's a sphere?
Well,
Mr. Matrix, I think it's a sphere because, and that's where you finish the sentence.
Wait, please. I'm actually new to English, so I can't just say it. Like, I can write it
You're
down.
muting me. I don't think you want to do that. That is not going to be
I
healthy
know.
for
I
our
really
relationship.
want to. I really want to do that. I really want to.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. Don't mute anybody in this channel. Turn them down a little bit if they've got a loud voice. And I will agree with you, I have a loud voice. So, if it's loud, you can turn it down a little bit, but do not mute anyone in this channel. It is very much unadvisable because that little red symbol there might stay on for a long time. So, you were asked a very simple question, my friend. And that question was, why is it you believe it's round?
Well said.
And he had proof too. Get back in here. Anyways, we've got an unknown down the bottom. They can always be interesting. We've still got Danielle, or Denial. We're not sure which way they're leaning there. And BRBA. Hang on a minute. What's this? As you're echoing from, but eardrums, I know I've got a loud mic. I didn't realise it till you just said that. Really? My voice is major loud, dude. That shit's funny. Get back in here. Oh, where's my Mortal Kombat sound? Get over here! It's got to be there somewhere. Oh, I did have one along. There he is. Get over here! Oh. Anyways, Unknown, welcome. Danielle, welcome. Berba, or BRBA. What does that stand for? Jump on the mic. Have a chat. And we got a person holding up the side chat. Oh, Dio's back. Maybe he's got his proof already or he's done a test. Who knows? Globe making sense in Australia? Actually, there's been quite a lot of people that have just said, if it's real, why don't you just get one of your satellites, point it to Australia, and we'll see shit upside down. Simple as that. No more beating around the bush. Just zoom your little camera in, click the button, upside down. There you go, boys and girls. Oh, Unknown. Do you think the Earth is flat? Well, Unknown, I don't think it's flat. I bloody well know it is. Oh, here we go. Someone's breaking some news to us. Wish I could do the Robin Williams thing. Welcome to the 6 o'clock news. And today we've got... That's it, the breaking news set. That was a fail. Why bother, dude? Welcome to whoever just dropped in. No one else wants to talk. Stop trash talking. Well, here's an idea. If you don't like it, step up, tell us all about your ball belief, and we can analyze what's wrong with your head and tell you the truth, and then you can go and check it out for yourself. And that's when you'll come to the realization. Or you can just listen to me trash talk. After a while, I get bored and play music, but... And welcome back, Sparky. What happened? Phone, internet?
Well, I just tried to create some notes.
Oh, fair enough. So, you said you believed in a ball. And I asked you, why do you believe in a ball? And that's when you disappeared.
Yeah, I just trying to write some notes that I should tell to you. So I have 3 arguments that I know.
You've got 3 arguments. Wow! That's 3 more than most other globers have got. This is going to be great.
Wait. I'm not good at debating, so let me just... Don't think...
Oh, you think this is a debate? No, this is just not a debate. There's no stop clock. I'm going to pull you up randomly and ask you clarifying questions. This is not a debate. This is just... Imagine you're at the pub having a beer with someone. And you're just about to tell him something cool.
I mean, if our goal is to know the truth, then I'm in. But if the goal is to making something wrong, proving someone wrong, then...
What, so you can only prove someone wrong in a formal debate setting? No.
No. Our goal is to know the truth, find the truth. That's it.
Excellent. I like you already. You've just jumped up a long way in my scale of assessing people, I suppose. But anyways, you said you've got multiple proofs. 3 of them?
Yeah. So first,
excellent.
I wanna...
Let's one at a time. Let's go.
So first, I wanna mention about the stars and the constellations. Okay.
Really?
So if one person is on the USA and the other person, let's say Australia, Sydney, they are not going to see the same stars and constellation.
So, now this is what I mean by the clarification things.
Yeah.
What has looking up into the sky got to do with the shape of the ground?
So if the earth is flat, no matter where the people is standing, they are all going to see the same shape, stars, and the constellations, right?
Well, that's a straw man, and that's something you've got to prove.
Let's say, why not? Like, we are standing on a plate, right? So the stars are over our head. So
what's the difference between us standing with a flat surface and you standing on a curved surface? The stars are still over your head. You still see certain stars the same as we do. So how does looking into the sky prove the shape of the ground?
We don't see the same stars and the same constellation if we are so far.
Have you ever thought that maybe the problem is not the shape of the ground, but the angle to which you're trying to view these stars or constellations from? So, and I'll give you an example. If you go into an exceptionally large warehouse, like those really big shopping centers they have in the United States, where you can get lost in them, if you're standing at one end and you look straight up, you can see the lights that are above you very, very clearly. Quite distinguishable. You can work out what shape they are, everything. And when you look right down the other end, they're just a blur because they're so low down to the ground due to perspective that you can't make out what they are. And this is the interesting bit. When you walk from the end that you're at right down the other end, all of a sudden you can see the ones down the other end really clear, but you can't see the original ones clear. The same thing happens outside, just on a lot larger scale. Now, this has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the ground. It's just perspective, mate. Those stars are out of your angle of view. They're too low to the ground.
Actually, I wanted to ask again, like, what are you trying to prove? Say.
Well, what I was trying to prove to you then that your idea of ground curving, therefore not able to see stars, is incorrect. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. So that's your first proof. Anyways, that was alright. That was a good warm-up. What's your second one?
Yeah, you didn't understand. Okay, let's do the second one. So, if the Earth is round, you use a ship to go to the ocean. 3 hours
Yeah.
later, you can see the ship is disappearing.
Ah, yeah? So the ship disappears. Yeah. Well, it should, due to perspective. As things get further away...
What perspective?
Yeah, perspective. You know, perspective viewing. As things get further away, they appear to get smaller. That's what should happen. That's how we see things. So ship gets smaller, 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 disappear completely. I'll post a video for you. Hold on.
Yeah.
Where is?
Let me say something. Light goes into the straight line, right?
Well, that is going to be a bit of a problem because we've got a couple of clowns that drop in here and say that light bends all the time. It does not travel in straight lines. So shout out to Rolling My Boulder. Shout out to Jesse Path of Light. And yeah, if you want to say that light travels in dead straight lines, you might have to take it up with them, bro. And we can sit back and watch the Glober fight. That's going to be fun.
What are you trying to say then?
Listen, bro. Yes, light travels in straight lines unless it's affected by something. How's that sound?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so, I agree with you.
If you stand on a beach and point a laser to the ship, like so accurately, hours later, you can see the ship can't see the laser anymore.
That's because light can only travel so far. So depending on what light wave you're using and what medium it's running through and other effects. So for example, if you jump... Okay, that's great. So just so you know, if you jump on your mobile phone right now and look up where you live, weather conditions, and how far you can see, visual range, every day is different. Humidity levels, dust levels, there's a whole heap of things that can affect it. So if your weather app, that's great. Hold up, Sparky. Just hold up. If your weather app tells you you can only see 5 miles or 10 kilometers, and you're going out there to look at a ship that's 20 kilometers away, you're not going to do a good job. And also with the laser, if there's very poor visual conditions, that laser is not going to be able to penetrate through those poor conditions.
That's why I'm saying let's use a very powerful laser, like really powerful.
Okay, you're probably not going to like what the really powerful lasers do, but anyways.
I mean, use. Hello.
Yeah, I'm still here, bro. No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I ain't leaving.
Oh yeah, you're here.
Oh, my left ear on my headphones is playing up. What is wrong with me, Mixer? Alright, hopefully that got it. Right. So what we need is lasers, because the kid likes lasers. Okay, let's get some laser tests happening. Where's a laser test for me little mate Sparky? What's that one? That might be it. Control-C. Control-V. Is that the one I was after? Yes, that's the one I'm after. And we can jump the PDF onto there with it. So there's a laser test for you, mate. That's what happens. That's actually, 7 tests all in one. And there's a PDF document that goes with that. I think the video goes for nearly an hour. And the PDF's got about 120 pages to it, explaining what's going on in the video. Now, if you scroll up at 36 minutes past the hour, I posted up a video for you there. That video goes for 11 minutes. You only have to watch the first 20 seconds. That's all.
Okay,
And
are you
that,
staying here? Like, I'm going to watch the video and write it down what I have learned, then trying to decode.
well, you
Is
don't
it
have to
okay?
watch it straight away. You don't have to watch it straight away. There's plenty of time.
I
We're
mean,
not
I'm
going to run
curious.
away.
I'm curious.
Well, you probably are
I'm not.
because
I am not trying to prove or disprove anything. I want to learn.
Well, how about you tell us what your last proof was, and we'll have a look at that, and then you can go and watch the video in your time. How's that sound?
Okay, this proof I have like studied like many years ago. Have you heard
Yep.
of the shadow experiment?
The shadow experiment.
Yeah, I
Is that
think
something
yeah,
similar
that's
to
something.
what's his name?
Wait a second. Let me search this up. There's a guy who did this experiment using geometry and and the length of the shadows in different cities, and use geometry to explain why the surface is curved.
Right. This
Yeah,
sounds
it's a shadow
interesting.
experiment. Um, if you have time, have a look at this. I mean, it's quite good. Yeah.
Really good, eh?
I mean, in different cities, in different time, different cities. Like,
Right.
I actually have to review the experiment again.
Yeah, I think you
It's
might want to have a
basically
look in that
geometry.
again too, mate. That'd be a really good idea if you look that up. Just to sharpen the pencil, I suppose, would be a good way of.
Yo, why your video is like 1 hour long?
I told you that. That's why I said you're probably better off telling us about your last proof first, and then going and watching that. You can watch that in your own time, mate.
Yeah, it was right.
Yeah, we're trying to help you here, kid. That's all.
And here,
So
check out
measure.
the experiment that I provided, the shadow
Where
experiment. It's
did you put it? Has it come up yet? Did you post it in the side chat? Is he still there? Where did you post it, Sparky? Or have you read a few other things in the side chat and went, oh dear? Maybe checking that video out's not so bad after all, eh?
oh hey, I was just reading the comments. There's also a short version available, I think. The creator posted. I really have to check it out.
Yeah. What you might want to do with that shadow thing, you might want to have a look at how many things were assumed in the first place in order for them to bake that calculation. But anyways, whilst you're checking out that video, anyone else got any questions? I'm sure Unknown would like to know something. So, unknown. Which objectively meaningful purpose do you think that we have a problem with? In order to fulfill our nihilistic tendencies, of course. Is it just the measurements of the ground? Because that'd be a pretty solid yes. That'd be right. I'd get a call coming in. All right. I don't know how long I'm going to be.
Hello, are you here, bro? Bro left.
No, he did not left. He just got a call. He's gonna come back. That's what he told us.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna be a bit patient right there. You want to talk to him?
I just watched a little bit of the video. So.
Well, wait. They think the Earth is flat. Do they think the Earth is flat?
I mean, he believes so.
My God, bro. I'm trying to be politely, but that's wrong, bro. That's like same with them.
People, I mean, there's many people that you can't even argue with them.
Bro. I mean, if you
Like,
keep arguing with this guy, not gonna get any benefit.
Like, even if you slap the truth on their face, they will not gonna accept it anyway.
What can I do about this? I mean, well, back then people used to believe the Earth was flat. That was back. Nowadays we have proof. I mean, we have rockets.
Like,
They sell.
what do you mean rockets? Flat Earth's gonna say those rockets are fake. Those are CGA.
Wait,
Made with
oh
CGA.
my god, right? What?
Yeah, those are CGA. Earth is a flat, round disc surrounded with ice mountains. So these are the things they
We're
say.
not gonna argue with this guy, bro. Logical. What's his name?
I mean, I'm here in like, I wanna see if I can learn something or
Yeah, you're correct about that. You need to learn
like
something
if I
from it.
can like win over something.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah, of
Bro.
course, we should questions about everything, not just accept everything blindly. Thing is, those flat earthers just don't don't fact check those logics.
That's correct.
They just say exactly opposite what we say.
No, that's quite correct. I think they're like living in the past because that was back then. People used to believe the Earth was
They are
flat.
not living in the past. The truth is, they actually know everything. They actually like they actually get donated, get paid from this kind of stuffs.
Oh, really?
Do don't you know? There's so many videos out there on YouTube. Other else, why would people on YouTube try to disprove to the flat earthers? I mean, we could just avoid them, right? But these guys are making a lot of money from many
internet, yeah,
sources.
social
Yeah,
media.
from the internet. And also they are also doing it for like attentions, reputation, etc. Yeah, so you can do it to fool the blinds. Yo, the chat is crazy. Someone is
I mean,
debating.
they're like not talking. I don't know why. You're gonna show us a picture, bro. Logical observation. You could talk, bro. Make it simple for me, cause I'm not gonna read this whole thing.
Yeah, right.
I mean, humans can communicate. They just can't type. Like, I don't understand this guy, bro. It's very hard. He's being a daft, silly guy, isn't he? What can I say? Logic,
Bro is not here.
To just show me like the sign of the Earth, like they see it from the surface, like they have never been to like the space. If you could see the Earth like from outside,
I mean, yeah, the answer is simple. Like, it involves some money. But you can just build a rocket or send a camera to the space.
so if Earth is flat, then how can the sun could be like around it? Star. I mean, if
Oh
you
yeah,
look
I
at the
have
sun, Mars, Moon, they look like around it.
flat earthers logic is everything is round except the earth. So this is the flat disk and everything else is round. This is it's their logic.
But he's saying the Earth is too big. Well, one sun can hold about, I don't know, 100,000 Earths, I think.
No,
How is the Earth so big?
well, they doesn't believe that sun is that time larger than the earth. They'll just
Right.
say this is a made up thing. So you technically can't prove something to them unless they actually trying to know the truth.
My days. I mean, the
They
sun
are
controls
actually
everything.
not trying to find the truth. Most of them already know the truth. They are just acting up.
Oh, so they're trying to like pretending that they don't know the truth, but they
And,
know it.
and few people are just straight idiots.
Yeah, let's try to be respectful. It's alright to be an idiot. I mean, everyone is an idiot nowadays. What do you expect?
All right.
Yeah, true, but like,
Hey, John. Hey. Oh, hey. You guys, you guys mind, like, going on? Like, stop the circle jerk. Put forth an argument. Come on. This is getting ridiculous here. For at least 2 or 3 comments in the last, 10 seconds. What the hell's happening?
You know what's going on? Because I have no experience about this, but you just guys are just talking nonsense about the Earth. How is the Earth too big, bro? I don't
Are
get
you
the other
talking
guy.
about?
Yeah,
Well, how
bro,
big
it's not
is
gonna.
it? How big is it?
Well, we know it's bigger than the. The sun is bigger than the Earth for sure. We know that.
Really? How do we
So
know
yeah.
that? How do we get
So we
how,
have never experienced. We never been to space. I think we never been to space. So yeah. I think we're still
that
in the
wasn't the
Earth.
question. My
In the
question was
period of.
how big is it?
But we sure
Right?
look. I not told you. No, it's bigger than the
The
Earth.
answer to that question is not right. The answer to the question, how big is not we haven't been to space. I'm looking for a number.
We have many proof, many evidence that it
like
is bigger.
1.3 times larger, right? I told you he's gonna ask for
Is
that.
it?
Like, why?
Well, dude, I mean, you're damn right I'm going to ask, because apparently you know something I don't.
Look,
I
I'll
know
make
what I
it
was
simple.
told.
Alright, I'm gonna make it simple. Do you believe in history?
No, no, you're going to answer my question, or we're
No,
not
I'm
just
gonna
going to
make
talk.
it simple for you. So you
No,
don't believe
you're
in
going
those
to
evidence. Those
how about this?
scientists, they.
How about this, right? You're not going to fucking patronize me. I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but I'm asking a very poignant question. You made a claim to the size of something. I want to know how you got that size. And actually, what is the size in the first place? You didn't even answer that question. So instead of trying to divert like a little weasel, either you can answer or you can say, oh, actually, you know what? I don't know. I'm going to retract that. All right. So you have a few choices. Of course, you could just leave also. You do what you want. But what you're not going to do is talk down to anybody in this room. Am I clear, sir? Go ahead.
Why did you mute him?
Why?
So did you not hear anything I just
You
said?
muted me.
Did you hear what I said? That's actually your answer to that question. And if you weren't listening, maybe I should put you back on mute because you're a complete waste of time. How about that? So how about you answer the other question instead? We'll try and, start over. How big is the sun? Apparently you know.
Okay, we can use telescope to see the trajectory of the planets and use geometry to calculate it. Like that's how
Okay,
basically this was done like 400 years ago.
Fantastic. So we take angle measurements effectively, right? We
Yeah.
have a telescope.
Yeah. Use telescope,
cool.
angle measurement, trajectory of the planets, like calculates those angles.
Right. Well, here's the problem, right? So we can take angle measurements to things in the sky. Okay, the actual angle of the telescope relative to the ground. We can get, what are they called? We can get to angular sizes of things in the sky, but we don't have enough information to actually calculate an actual size, right? Or do
We
we?
can use ratio. I mean,
Of what?
we first have to measure the radius of the Earth.
Well, okay. Okay, so that would be a good starting point. So what's the size of the Earth
Yeah.
then?
Well, we have to measure it first.
Okay. Well, was that done? What was that done?
Sorry, I didn't understood.
How was that done, if it even was?
Oh yeah, that was very simple. So we know if we like do one circle in Earth, we'll just basically hitting the same spot again. So we measured the 1/4 of that thing, then multiplied by 4. So we are getting the circumference.
We have to assume it's a
So
ball first, though.
yeah.
Because
So then
if you measure a distance, watch this. Think about it. If you measure a distance over a surface, unless you know that it is a spherical or spheroidal surface to begin with, you don't have enough information to actually calculate the rest of it. All right. So what was done to actually determine the nature of the shape in the first place, to which you can measure like an arc segment of it and then calculate the rest.
yeah, obviously we have to prove it first that the Earth is round, in geoid
Right.
shape.
Right. So what you said before about just measuring a quarter of it or whatever and then multiply it by 4, that's it. You don't have it. You have
Just
to you have to beg the question that it does actually complete a circle in the first place.
Yeah, this was we are talking about before with Matrix, I guess.
Right. Which he is back, by the way. I don't want to hog the floor
Yeah,
if you guys want to continue.
he's just listening to us.
Da-da-da-da!
And maybe
Okay,
unknown
what
can
if-
learn something. Yeah, they were just
So-
circle jerking a little bit, while you were gone. And I stepped in, like, hang on, like, cut shit, and then you came back, so it's perfect timing. Go ahead.
So, have you watched the thing, the shadow experiment?
You didn't post it, mate. I was looking inside chat, couldn't find it.
The shadow experiment.
I heard what you called it. You called it the shadow experiment. You told me you posted it in side chat. There is nothing in the side chat that's posted from you.
I didn't post it. I just said, wait a second. Let me just do it real quick.
Because if you're going to tell us about the shadow experiment, may I suggest you go to 41 minutes past the hour and have a look at that very
Yeah, I
simple
watched the
drawing
video
there.
like
That's not a
20
video.
minutes.
This is not a video I'm telling you about. At 4:01 past the hour, 41, there's a bit of a drawing that explains your shadow experiment. Your shadow experiment is not an experiment. It is a calculation, and a calculation with quite a large number of assumptions associated with it, which is not very good. And the really scary part is those same effects can be shown on flat ground. So anyways, what other issues have you got? That's all good. Oh, he headphoned himself. So has our friend Unknown put forward anything of substance yet? Or are they still sitting down there with their nihilistic tendencies?
No, he was just talking shit. As
Fair
usual.
enough. Well, if they've got a problem with us measuring stuff, maybe they could show us a measurement or something that we're maybe doing incorrectly.
Well, that's what I asked him, right? He said something to the effect of, "We know the size of X, either the sun or the Earth or whatever." I'm like, really? How do we get there? How do we get that? And then he clammed out. I don't know. Maybe he's doing some research or whatever. That would be fine. But no cigar yet.
Right. Well, as we can see, I've heard the doorbell ring a few times, and there's a couple of people have jumped in. We've still got a person swinging the stick around there somewhere. Baby, BRBA, C Dow, CS Dow. Floundering's going to flap around for a while, but that's going to get cut short. I can see that already. Sparky's got his headphones on. He's probably checking that video out. Unknown he's going to stick to being unknown until he puts forward some data, and then we can recognise him. Or her. Could be her. No one's here to judge. Your data, except that will get judged, scrutinised, torn apart, shredded. That's why we prefer you to put your data forward. Gives us some entertainment. Keeps us busy. Distracts us even.
Good morning, pancakers.
Hey, good morning, Special Ed.
Good morning.
What's it like down the back of the bus?
There's air conditioning back here.
No, there's not, because I'm driving. I turned it off. It's getting hot down there. What proof of curvature have you got today?
Well, I'm above you.
No, you're not. What proof of curvature have you got today?
I'm above you longitudinally.
How do you know you're not just upside down? So what proof of curvature you got?
I like my big round ball planet.
So that's your proof of curvature. A big round ball planet.
I asked God and he told me it was a ball.
You're not religious. You're an atheist.
Yes, I am.
What
I'm
religion do you subscribe to?
I'm Eastern Orthodox. I'm Christian, buddy.
So where in your little book of goodness does it tell you live on a ball tard? That book was written before your scientists come about.
That's true. Now, the Bible doesn't say the Earth is a ball per se.
No, it doesn't say it's a ball at all.
Well, it doesn't
Don't
say
even
it's a
worry
ball
about the
per
per
se.
se.
But there are a few inferences and extrapolations we can make.
Oh, really? Like it's pressed like clay under a seal. You managed to get ball tard out of that?
Yeah, you can make a ball.
No.
I've made balls out of clay.
Using a seal?
Sure.
You don't even know what a seal is.
It's an animal.
Exactly.
Or.
That's not the seal that was referred to.
I've seen seals. Have you?
That's not the seal that was referred to.
Do they have a SeaWorld in Australia?
They do actually. That's still not the seal that they referred to.
Do they have seals at that SeaWorld?
Like clay under a seal. How about you get back onto the conversation? Thank you.
I'm in it.
No, you're not. You're being an idiot.
I'm here.
So, pressed like clay under a seal. How did you get a ball out of something that's pressed under a letter seal?
Oh, it's a letter seal. Does it say it's a letter seal?
Well, they didn't have SeaWorld when the Bible was written. So,
That's a truth claim.
Anyways, what's up, Sparky?
Oh, hello. I was like 25% of the video.
And how are you going so far?
So here mentioned the laser and the atmosphere, which doesn't sound right. Like, have you ever heard of refraction of light?
Have I ever heard of refraction of light? Ooh, this
Yeah.
sounds interesting. Tell me about refraction of light and how they didn't account for it in those
Guys,
tests.
The Earth is flat.
That is
Agartha exists.
fantastic. Thank you for just dropping in the middle of a conversation. Please take
No
a
problem.
seat,
In the conversation,
line up and
I
wait.
interrupt the conversation, and Agartha.
I'm trying to be polite. The next level, I just
Are
kick
we
you
ju-
out.
Are we just arguing or trying to discuss something?
Excellent. So you're watching the video and you're asking about refraction.
Yeah.
How
I mean,
about?
obviously you know about the refraction of light, right?
Yeah, that's
So
great.
when-
How about the video? We're discussing the video. In the video and the associated paperwork, they actually tell you how they accounted for refraction. Now you're here telling me how we don't account for refraction, and in the video they did.
I mean, where are the journal papers? I need to review those by myself.
Yeah, you might want to go through that paperwork, mate.
Wait,
But anyways,
where
that
are
was
those?
that was a good swing, swing and a miss. But yeah,
there's not a single paper on this video mentioning.
there's not a single paper. The PDF that
No.
was listen, the PDF.
Like where the description is
Sparky, you're not talking at the moment. Listening, the things on the side of your head. The PDF that I put in the side chat right next to the video you're watching.
Okay.
Excellent. Oh my god, he's a TikToker. Poor kid.
Okay.
What's Floundering trying to flounder about now? Floundering, look, you haven't proven anything. All you do is throw red herrings and pray that people chase them. What has your ability to feel speed got to do with you not proving the shape of the ground?
Are you talking with me?
No.
Okay.
I actually prefer talking with you. The other one's a moron.
Hey, don't say that. Like, I don't like using curse words.
I've got no problem with it.
Thank you for understanding.
Okay, I love when things get misinterpreted.
I actually need time to read this whole PDF.
Yep. So it's broken up into sections. So as you're watching each test, you can go to the appropriate section in that PDF.
There's a lot to review.
Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions like which page I should skip into, or do I have to like read the whole thing to understand?
I would be suggesting you go through the whole thing. Just
my
take
God.
your time. There's no reason to hurry. Oh, look out. Noob has just stepped up and he's taken a swing at floundering. Oh, this is going to be good. Noob 421, have you crossed floundering before? Have you had the privilege of conversing with that? I'd unmute him, but I don't want your IQ to get lowered.
Why, I agree with him. I'm just trying to formulate a better sentence than what he's doing.
You agree with him?
That the argument, because you don't feel anything, the Earth can't be moving. Yes, I don't agree with that. No.
That wasn't the argument put forward. So thank you for just putting on another show for us to laugh at.
What he was writing, he was asking if you can feel speed.
Yep, that's got nothing. He's a clown. All he does, listen, all he does is put forward random shit so people will bite, and then he's got an excuse to drag you off on some random red herring. That's how he does it. His name is called Floundering for a reason.
But he's
once you understand that, he wasn't arguing against anyone. His statement. So you've just attacked his statement. So whether or not you can feel speed is dependent on what you know. Is that what you
attacking him?
No. Is that what you were commenting on?
No, I was commenting on Stark writing, when I know the car is moving, yes.
Oh, so you're commenting on Stark?
Yes, I wasn't going against Floundering. Floundering got it because he thanks me for validating.
No. Floundering, what you're doing, and you don't know this, you're actually agreeing with Stark and you're disagreeing with Floundering. You've got it the wrong way round.
I don't think
you are. You just don't know. Listen, noob. Listen, you're agreeing with Stark, not Floundering. Floundering's a fucking idiot. If you don't want to listen to me and understand what's going on, that just shows the level of competence we get to deal with on a daily basis. And then you read down further. Nobody feels that.
Are you going to scream or are you going to put words in?
Are you going to run away like a little bitch again, or just are you going to actually listen?
I'm not listening to it because what you think is wrong. I'm not agreeing with.
Well, actually, what I'm saying is correct. Stark agrees with your statement. It's Floundering that's fucking you over, and you don't know that yet. Floundering is the one that is incorrect. Floundering's telling us bullshit. We're trying to state that they're two separate things. Acceleration, you feel. Constant motion, you don't.
Exactly. Okay, fine. Yes, true. But you.
Excellent.
You
so you agree with me.
What you just said is correct. Yes.
Excellent. So, what's that got to do with not being able to feel the Earth move, which wasn't stated anywhere in the side chart? The reason you don't feel it moving is because it doesn't.
Or because it's not accelerating.
Or because it's not accelerating. So what are you saying? It's in constant motion?
Possibly, yes. Then you wouldn't feel it, right?
Excellent. So something to think about. It is accelerating because it's what? In constant motion? No, it's not. Because it's turning. That vector is changing. So it's acceleration and or a change in vector you would feel.
Changing vector still doesn't mean it's accelerated. Changing speed, though.
Yes, it does. Because it has to in order to keep it up. So it has to have energy input, so it's accelerating.
Okay.
Oh, Sparky's back. He's watched a bit more. What have you found, mate?
Yeah, I just gone through like seeing the geometry.
You went through one of the tests. You should have been through one by
Like you just they only used constant refraction value for the whole path, but refraction value can change over time.
Well, if that's the case, then
Yeah, so they calculated only one value of refractions. They calculated point.
How many should they have calculated?
I mean, if you calculate the average refraction they calculate is 0.13, but this won't work because in different layer in the atmosphere, in different temperature, different place, it can vary.
Excellent. I agree with you there because the temperature changes, correct?
Yeah.
Excellent. Why do you think they did it over ice where the temperature is very consistent?
What?
Hint, hint. Very consistent. If you have a look at a few of the other tests, you'll actually find out that the refraction that you're claiming is a problem actually leans in your favor, and it still didn't help them out. Yeah, bummer. So on all of the tests, they took temperature, pressure readings, weather conditions at the start and the end of each laser run and accounted for refraction at each end. Now here's the kicker. If you don't like the way it's done, there's nothing stopping you from going out and repeating the tests.
They're only saying this. They only calculate the data from the two end positions. Well, so
Correct.
temperature and humidity. So in the betweens, like the middle.
So Sparky, listen, mate. All you're doing by trying to throw refraction in there is you're trying to make the test unfalsifiable. As soon as you do that, as soon as you invoke refraction, what you're doing is throwing away any physical claim to the shape of the ground, and you're laying claims to the shape of the light's travel path. So you're taking yourself away. You're taking yourself away from the ground, and you're attacking the light's path. And the question here is the shape of the ground. So you telling me refraction exists means fuck all. Sorry, mate.
What?
That's the correct answer. Huh? Yeah, so as soon as you invoke refraction, as soon as you claim refraction, that means all and any of your physical claims. So when you make a claim to the horizon being in a particular spot, you instantly nullify any of that because refraction. As soon as you make any claims now. So remember, however you scrutinize these tests, anything you present to us, we are going to do the same thing. So as soon as you come out and say, oh, ships over the horizon, we're just going to sit back and go, refraction does that. Oh, the moon, refraction. Sunsets, refraction. See,
No, that's
nothing's
not
physical
refraction.
anymore. See, Sparky,
No,
what you've done by using refraction, nothing is physical anymore. It's all light bending.
No, that's not how refraction works.
That's what you're doing. You don't understand. By claiming refraction, you are losing the physical claim.
Yeah, physical what?
The physical claim of the measurement of the ground. That's out the window, gone. There is no physical if you're claiming refraction.
So you're saying that refraction doesn't exist?
That's not correct. Refraction does exist. What you have to do is prove and show that refraction exists and was operating at the levels that you believe it was at that particular time. The issue is that is videoed, that is photographed, and there is a laser beam side-on shot in one of the tests which does not show any bending or curving in a downward nature as you would require for an 8-inch per mile squared average curvature rate. None of that is shown.
How do we expect a normal camera to detect that long curvature? Like how? Do you have that kind of
how are you
powerful
proving it then?
camera to like do you have any camera
Where
that
is
can
the laser test? Where's the one? 20, have you got the one where the laser is bending upwards? I can't remember if I nicked it yet. I know someone will have it. There's a really cool laser shot where the laser actually bends upwards, showing... that's not it. I want to put it in the other section. In that folder. And do we have... laser... See, the problem is, all you're doing is saying words. You've got nothing to prove it. And cameras can see quite a long range, and they would show that bending downwards. You can't produce that.
Can you show me the whole picture of the line that was taken?
You're the one watching the video, kid. It's all in there.
Yeah, I can find it. The paper doesn't include.
See, you still don't understand. By you squawking refraction, you've thrown out any claims. You can't comprehend that. For you, refraction is, haha, I've found a way to stop you from proving flat, because you didn't allow for it. They have allowed for it. And to you, you just don't understand that as soon as you're jumping to the refraction,
Yeah.
all of your claims are out the window. You're basically selling yourself out and saying, no, light bends, that's it. So in order for you to validate your refraction, this is what you've got to do. You have to prove that the Earth is bending at approximately 8 inches per mile square. You have to actually show a measurement of that. So then, once you've got that, then we can calculate the refraction off of that curvature rate. You don't do it backwards. You don't just say refraction and then magically you have the ground curving underneath it. You have to actually prove it's curving, shown as measured. You have to prove it's curving first, and then off of that curvature, we then calculate the refraction. Are you showing curvature? I think not. Oh, and on a brighter note, my camera turns up in approximately 6 days. They actually, I found out that they don't have cameras stored. They actually
Hey bro,
work on them
I
and
think I
convert
have to
them
go.
when the order gets put
I
in.
think I think I have to go.
Oh, you
Like,
think you have to
I'm
go?
busy.
Okay,
Wait. I wanna ask a little off-topic questions. Can I ask?
as long as they're not too off topic and they don't violate TOS, and preferred if they're Earth related.
I don't think it's not science related. Can I ask?
Well, the shape of the Earth is not science related either, so I'm good with that.
So your voice is exactly same as a popular YouTuber I know.
Well, unless you listen to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I'm not a popular YouTuber.
No, your voice exactly matches. Should I share the YouTube channel? The channel is quite popular, so I thought you might be the guy.
I will share it. I'd be interested in finding out. That'd be pretty funny, actually.
Okay, yeah. This bro got 15 million. Okay.
Someone posted up once before that I sound like someone else, and I just
Yeah,
thought, you poor
you
bastard.
does someone like a popular Minecraft YouTuber, so I got a little suspicious, like who am I even talking with? So here's the link. Go watch one of his videos so understand. And bro, I have now basically have to go. So when are you online again? I'm happy to talk with you. Guess I have many things to learn from you. I'm happy with that.
Oh, there's plenty of other guys that have been in this game longer than me, my little friend. I'm on most afternoons. Just pop in here.
I mean, where do
You'll
you
hear it
live?
before you see it. Where do I
Where
live?
do you
I'm
live?
from Australia.
Australia. So what is your time format? Like,
What's the time at the moment?
yeah, UT.
Time at the moment, 21:34.
21:34. So when I can find you? Afternoon, right?
Mornings, afternoons, evenings, and good nights. Sometimes at lunchtime, depending on how busy I am at work. Or even if I get lunch. But anyways, there's always other people to talk in here, and quite a few of them understand those videos quite well. So if you pop in and there's other people to talk to, especially DJ. DJ's pretty cool. There's another one, T-Dub. Triggering, was it Professor Triangle or Triggering Triangle? Logical Observations, Cyclone, Old Dude. There's a whole heap of people that would quite happily talk to you about those videos. Indio 007, Jedi, he's awesome. So yeah, there's
Okay,
a
bro.
whole
Have a great day. I'm going. Bye.
whole pile of people that pop in here that you can have a chat to. They're all really good.
No, here's the thing though. I don't need to defend my instrument, okay? I just buy the equipment, I just test it, measure it, and I don't see the curvature. End of the case.
Holy crap, was that
If you have
Stark?
any...
Who upset him?
yeah.
How's it going, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Just finished my work, so I'll be heading out in like 10 minutes. Just need to buy some groceries. Doing
Oh,
pretty
that's
good.
all good.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, according to that kid, I sound like some British fellow. Yeah, I just had a listen. That was an epic fail. It's like, yeah, sorry, kid.
Yeah.
Oh, is Floundering still yappering on with his shit? Let's unlock him and see what stupid he's got this time. Gets entertaining.
I'm free.
No, you're not.
I live in America, so I am free.
You're most definitely not.
Land of the
Child
free,
of
home
the
of the brave.
corporate. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. We're brave! We're brave! Just let us stay in Mum's basement. I don't want to go outside.
I have to at least go outside to drive to work.
So you're not free. You're a slave.
Working is slavery?
Oh, shit, yeah.
I'm getting paid.
You don't get... I'm getting paid, so it's an excuse to continue your slavery.
Slaves also got paid.
Exactly.
True, but I could quit at any time and go get a different job.
And how will you pay your rent?
By using the money that I get from that new job.
That you haven't got yet.
What guarantee do you have you're gonna find a new job quickly?
I have a good-looking resume.
So you're good at baffling people with bullshit.
That is no guarantee. But anyway, back to okay, Stark. Or any of you guys. Why isn't the instrument itself important apart from what you use the instrument for?
Look, man, like when we buy the instrument and we go and test it, we don't observe what we are looking for. What we are looking for is the curvature of the earth. So what does that even matter, bro?
I asked a simple question. I'll get to the point eventually. Why are there cheap cameras and expensive cameras? Why are there cheap lenses and expensive lenses? What differentiates those lenses, in your opinion?
Quality of construction.
No. Optical clarity.
It has better focal length. Okay.
Optical
Yeah, so
clarity.
quality of construction gives you optical clarity.
Okay, accepted. Okay, fine. So my point is, do you think if you would redo those laser tests with a lens that is of better quality, meaning more expensive, would you expect the same result?
Yes.
Why has anyone done it though?
I'm not stopping you from doing it. You can go out and spend $30,000 on a laser and then spend a couple of $1,000 on cameras and replicate what they've done.
The laser doesn't have to be more expensive. I'm talking about the lenses.
I didn't say the laser was. That's what they spent on that particular laser setup. About $28,000.
Okay,
So-
fine. Except, but why?
So it's the laser we're observing, not the camera. So if you've got a $200 camera versus a $10,000 camera, the laser is still going to do what the laser's going to do. It's not going to change the laser.
You think you're going to see the same thing? So you think a $200?
Well, you will see the same thing.
You think you will, but
why is it? Tell me, why is it we're going to see something different just because we've got a better quality camera?
All right, let me rephrase my response, okay? This is not about, I'm not saying this might or will disprove.
Just keep
what
in
you're
mind,
saying.
the test is about
stop
the laser
interrupting me.
and the measurements of that particular tool. You're telling us about another tool used to observe the first one. So I would like to know how having a cheap, a moderate, or an ultra expensive camera is going to affect the results.
If I would want to, if I do that test, I would want my observational tool to be on the same quality level as the laser.
That's great. That doesn't answer the question. How is having either a cheap, a medium, or a super expensive camera going to affect the results of the test? The camera was there for recording purposes only. Nothing more. That doesn't affect the test, mate. Glad you agree. Excellent.
No, I don't agree. I'm just thinking.
The biggest problem with all of these tests, and someone pointed this out quite a while ago, and he's actually gone out and he's a part of a crew that do filming and do tests. He said the biggest issue is with all these tests is the shithouse production that comes along with these associated tests. Because most of these guys that are flat earthers will go out and do the tests and they will focus on the hardware doing the particular test. And then they record it. Most of the time it's recorded on a mobile phone or maybe a cheap ass camera because they've spent all their money on all the other stuff and not on the production. Whereas when the Globers go out and do it, they take minimalistic tools and they focus on the production and make that look great. And what do people believe on TikTok? Better production as opposed to cause and effect relationships from these experiments or the measurements from these observations. They believe the better looking ones because they look better. That's all. So if that's what you're interested in, I'm not running around with a stick and I'm going to spank you. That's not my thing. I just like to know how having a expensive camera versus a cheap one, or maybe one in between, is going to affect the actual test results. If it's not going to affect the results, what's the issue? What camera you use? If the results were reliant upon the test, or the results were reliant upon that particular piece of equipment, the camera, I would say go out and buy a most expensive one, the most accurate bastard you could get hold of. The best chassis, the best lens, maybe filters on it, depending on what you're doing. Go and buy the most accurate representation that you can afford to get hold of. But the test doesn't rely on the camera. So anyways.
The test doesn't rely on the camera. No, the camera will not change what the laser does.
Excellent. So we agree.
You really think that the optical artifacts that a cheaper camera has doesn't affect what you see through that camera?
It doesn't affect the results of the test, no.
It affects the way what you're claiming to measure, though.
No, it doesn't. Because we're still claiming to measure the same thing. So whether the camera records that, or even if they're pointing in the right direction, it doesn't matter because we're still measuring what we're claiming to measure.
But it would strengthen.
There's no buts.
If
you've already agreed with me that the camera has no relevance in this. So whether I'm interrupting or not, and you're upset about it, still does not change the fact that the camera has no relevance in the measurement taken. The camera is there for recording purposes only. If it's a shit quality camera, the recording and the production is going to be shit. I agree with that. It looks crap. There might be artifacts. There might be a whole heap of other problems. But that's aside from the fact that the test is the test. What was done in the test and the results gained from that test, or observation, or measurement, whatever you want to call it, that is aside from the quality of the recording.
May I speak now without interruptions?
There's nothing you can put forward that's going to represent anything different than what I've just said.
Actually, it would help you. So can I say one sentence without? Because
you can say
that's what
10
you do.
sentences.
You
Nothing is going to be presented that's going to
see.
change anything.
How does
And
that
saying
help
I
you?
see is not. How is it going to help me? How is
Because what you do is
changing?
you
Listen
interrupt-
carefully.
you interrupt-
Listen carefully.
No,
We do a test. We do a test. You've got a $10,000 camera, and on top of that camera, you've got a $28,000 lens. I have a $200 camera. How is that going to change the test?
Can I answer without being interrupted?
Grow up, son. Just answer the question.
No, I know you're going to interrupt me after I say 10 words. So.
Poisoning the well. Are you going to start talking, or are you going to fucking cry about it?
I'm not crying. I'm just proving.
Yes, you are.
You keep doing.
You haven't proven anything. So let's try again. I'll give you the scenario. I'll give you the scenario again. We go and do a test. You have a $10,000 camera. On top of that camera, you have a $28,000 lens. I have a $200 lens and camera all in one. How is the quality of your camera versus the quality of my camera going to impact the test done?
It would strengthen your claim.
How?
Because you eliminate any sort of artifacts that might happen because of the camera. And
what artifacts? This is not about the recording of the camera. This is about the... No, this is not about... Listen. What doesn't matter. No, you're missing the whole point. This is what the issue is. You seem to believe that this is all about the recording. It's not about the recording. It's about the data gained from the measurements. That's it. So the data gained from the measurements, the cameras mean nothing. You can have a camera worth $1 billion. It won't change the test. The results from the test, the results from the measurements will always be the same, whether you film it in high definition or you film it with a shitty, I don't know what.
So if I'm nearsighted and I cannot read something 10...
You don't understand what I mean, do you?
Look, you're still interrupting.
I'm interrupting you for a reason. Do you understand what I mean? Yes or no? And you're going to run away. You're trying to make excuses to defend something that's not even the argument.
Can I try and steel man his argument?
I'll put the scenario to you. We go and do a test. You have a $10,000 camera. On top of that camera, or should I say in front of it, you have a $28,000 lens. So this is some pretty nice equipment. I, on the other hand, have a $200 all-in-one unit. Pretty shitty. They only take about 10 photos before the battery goes flat. That's aside. So the test is completed. You filmed it with your expensive camera. I've filmed it with my shitty camera. How does that affect the results? Floundering?
I don't know.
It doesn't, does it?
Well, it probably does.
Considering the results are a measurement, I'll read the measurement out. 8 foot. So how does you having the best of the best camera versus my shitty camera have anything to do with the results? It has nothing to do with the results.
Well,
you know that as well as I do.
Well, I would be better than you because I have more money than you.
Well, actually, that doesn't... I gave it to you. It's me that has the money. I've handed you the cool camera.
Oh, it's a gift? Oh, that's so nice.
I know. Geez, I'm a legend. But anyways, I'm going to take it back because I'm a bastard. Your friend didn't understand that it wasn't about the camera. It wasn't a... Yeah, no. The camera was not a part of the whole equation. It was just a tool for recording the scenario. It didn't affect the test. It didn't affect the laser. It didn't affect the measurement. It was just there for recording purposes. So him claiming artifacts and all these other problems, hey, that's nice. The measurement's still the same.
I guess
artifacts or not.
I guess you can be hopping mad, but you can also be nice.
Contrary to popular beliefs, young fellow, the only thing that really pisses me off is people that don't listen. If they take a step back, understand what was presented in the first place, then have a go at the data presented instead of just running off to some random bullshit, I'm normally pretty calm. Oh, little bunny's just hopped in. Welcome back, little bunny. Or is there a whole heap of these little bunnies? I don't know. There was just a bunny the other day. There was no little in front of it. That must have been like Mama Bunny or something. Since you're here floundering,
yes, sir.
Sir, well, I'm knighted now. Woohoo! Any songs that you'd like played? Hey, Roots, how's it going?
Sure. There's a song.
What? Of our Flat Earth collection, which one?
Oh, the Flat Earth collection. I don't know what songs are on that one. But there's a
Really?
really good song. There's a really good song by Thugnificent.
No, that's not on the collection.
And it's called "Stomp 'Em in the Nuts."
No, you can't have that. That sounds bad.
Wow.
Out of our Flat Earth collection. How about we'll go No Edge?
Well, is there an edge of the Earth?
Well, that's why we're listening to the song for.
Well,
where is it? No Edge. No Edge. There it is.
Without having an argument with you about it, if you do want people to come here and attempt to learn, is there an edge of the Earth?
I haven't made a claim to one.
I didn't. Well, I'm not saying you do. I'm asking what you have seen, what you think, what you believe.
Well, in that case, I've only been as far south as Melbourne. I've driven along the South Australian coastline, so I don't. Yeah, Melbourne's lower than that. Only been as far south as Melbourne, and I've only been as far north as a really cool trip around Lake Superior when I went into the States, and that went up into Ontario. So I drove up around that. That was awesome. I don't remember crossing any edges or walls, or I didn't even get the privilege of seeing a fat dude with a shotgun that said, "Please turn around. You've gone too far."
What about a boundary? Do you think Earth
no
has a
edge?
boundary?
No boundary, no edge that I came across, mate. So, yeah, so there doesn't seem to be one between that area and Australia. And there's only a couple of spots in Australia I haven't really been. Tasmania is one of them. I'd like to go there for a visit. I think that'd be pretty cool. Apparently it's one of the very limited places in the world where you can go skiing in the morning and surfing in the afternoon.
Okay, if I wanted to go to the edge of the Earth, how would I navigate that?
So, I've just told you that I've never seen an edge. I don't make a claim to an edge. And your next question is asking me about the edge. See, this is the stupid stuff, floundering, that triggers people.
Well, I'm an explorer.
This is why they mute you. Because you ask stupid things after being told the answer to the question you asked previous to that.
Well, I asked whether or not you believe one.
So, I've just informed you that I've never come across an edge, seen one, ran over one, tripped over one, and I told you the areas that I've been to, and the next question was, blah, 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 edge.
Well, what happens if I just keep going? And going and going and going?
Well, here's the idea. Why don't you go and do it, record it, and when you get back to us, tell us, this is what I did, this is what my results were.
Try it. You're an explorer, right?
I am an explorer, that's right. I'm going to hop on my bicycle and I'm going to go. Can I borrow that really expensive camera?
Shit, no.
I'll take good care of it.
You call it a pancake, you call it a coin, a disc as a cartoon, a cheap
I'm
hollow
collecting
toy.
data.
They grin and they point to the infinite void, saying don't fall off of the edge, little boy. They build up a scarecrow of turtles in space, a cliff at the end of the human race. It's easier to fight a thing they invent than look at the evidence that we present. No,
Unmute the music box.
vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating this silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand. You're fighting the claim that was never ours. You talk of your globe, a spinning blue ball with gravity's magic that holds it all. You quote a textbook, a NASA clip, with that overconfident smirk on your lip. You say pizza on elephant seed while ignoring the evidence coming from me. You calculate a curve with a stick and a string, but never question the whole damn thing. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating that silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. I know it's just land. You were shown your hand. You're fighting a claim that was never ours. Stand. We talk of perspective, of sun's gentle arc, of a local light circling over the dark, shooting lasers across still steady lakes, and the claims that turn out as fakes. You just plug your ears, sing your globe song, the same tired verse that we've heard for so long. You don't debate, you just want a cheap win, with a joke about where the elephants have been now. Was never our stand. Never our stand. Just listen for once. Just listen, it's all right here. Just look.
Isn't that interesting? Play song, clown leaves. Have to keep that in mind, lads. Anyways, surely someone's new in here. Little Bunny's in here. Little Bunny just probably wants us to play more music. Can't believe it's like 10 o'clock already. Alright, 20, you're up. What song you want? Chick vocals one. Which one's got chick vocals? Talon X. That's got the chick vocal one. Or take the piss out of Talon. Alright, I'll play that, but anyways. One from AG. Chick one from AG also. I don't know. AG. Let's have a look. I don't know which one AG's one. It's got the chick voice. I can do Talon X. I know we can play that one. Yeah, Talon will do. Alright, we'll put that on. As toxic as it is. Where is it? Talon. Copy.
In a cloud of cheap cologne and borrowed light, came talent strutting through the night with a Teflon coated silver tongue so slick. He'd sell you desert sand and call it brick. Better than the rest, he'd always sneer while truth just seemed to disappear. You'd ask him straight, where were you last Tuesday night? He'd slide right past like a snake in fading light. All the stories he would weave, while reality would leave a phantom in a hall of mirrors. Can't be caught. Every question just a game. Any self-proclaimed fame, leaving everybody tangled in his thoughts. Riding on a lie so high. Sophistry has chosen sky. Weasel words and journeys flight. Worm tongue twisted wrong to right. Sneaky shadows in the neon glow where the facts refuse to His resume was polished like a gem, with accomplishments he borrowed from them. Expert in all fields, the business card would read, while hungry ghosts of honesty